Interested in launch. Okay. What's up, guys? How are you doing? Apparently the Marisela Botello trial is happening, and you don't know how excited and ecstatic I am to be able to watch this, to be able to see these people get tried. This story was a story that was like kind of almost became personal because I have spoken to people surrounding this story, like on the phone personally. I know people that are gonna be on the witness stand. And I really didn't think we are gonna see this day. I was told that this wasn't gonna be streamed, and so this trial started about probably an hour ago. So we have to cover this ish. I have a bunch of recap videos. I'm not going to do a full recap now because we don't have time, but we will have time, obviously, throughout the trial. And I already have I've specifically made concise recap videos that people can watch. So I'll get the playlist together that I have and all that stuff once we get started that we can watch and we can share with people. And this is a crazy ass case. It's a all over the place case, and it was these crazy weirdo mother effers that, let me see if I can show you this picture. There's going to be 3 trials because each person's getting tried separately from what I was told. So this right here, this is Nina. That was an attorney an attorney. She was an attorney. This is Lisa, that is or was a paralegal. And this is Charles. What the hell? Yo. Are you watching? Okay. It's happening. Yeah, I'm streaming right now. I'm gonna hit you up though, because I've been meaning to catch up with you. Okay. All right. Bye. That's one of Charles's ex's friends that just called me. This guy here. So this to me, and this story, I guess for some reason never really caught on in the news. I guess it did, but it didn't. Kind of. These people were all involved with each other, having some type of throuple, whatever type of stuff. These are who was it? Nina's the one that sent me some fake ass cease and desist to try to shut me down and take down my videos that I did on them, because I did some deep dives. The only deep dive I didn't do was Lisa. I had a lot of information, I just never put it out. So yeah, they're each getting tried separately. This is Lisa's trial. Okay, these chicks, what happened was, real quick, I'm just doing a really quick synopsis. Let me get the picture back up. Lisa was like some type of sugar mama. They ain't gonna like what the shit I'm saying. Lisa was type of sugar mama to Charles. This woman was paying for like his bills and everything. He was staying and living with her. And Nina and Lisa were like hooking up and messing around too. And apparently Charles had hooked up with Nina, which pissed off Lisa. Anyway, one night out in Texas, Charles goes out to some bar and he meets the victim, Marisela Botello, which I got to get a picture. I was literally laying in bed. I was like, this morning I was sleeping because I was like tired we did a lot yesterday. Chaos texted me, which Chaos, thank you so much for letting me know. And also BL, thank you for letting me know. And I jumped out of bed because I'm like, holy crap. And so this guy goes out to a bar and meets Marisela Botello. They go back to the house, and at some point, I'm assuming maybe they hooked up, or they were about to hook up or attempted to hook up. He said they was sleeping. I mean, I have so much notes on all this stuff already from just a long time ago. That's just one section. My ADD ass can't focus. At one point, they're sleeping in his bed. He claims he woke up and he sees Lisa with a knife to Marisela's like neck or something like that. I'm just paraphrasing. He said he gets up. I don't know if there's like an argument. He claims he just runs out and leaves, just hightails it. Next thing you know, Marisela Botello's body's found. I forgot the exact location, and I believe both GPS locations for Nina and Lisa track down to where the bodies were found. And sorry, I gotta fix that. My computer. There we go. Track down to where the body was found. So, and there's just so much more to the story. So we'll cover it throughout the trial. I had no idea this was going to be streamed. So yeah. Let's get started. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Good morning. Mandy, thank you for the super chat. Says this may sound corny, but y'all get me through the day with the laughs and Mel's commentary. Y'all awesome people. Thank you, Mandy. Appreciate it. Let's get started. So we got a bit of catching up to do. About an hour's worth of catching up. So let's get it. Wait, at least we got the benefit right now of skipping through the empty space, which apparently there's a lot of empty space. Oh, okay. Maybe we didn't miss too much. There was such a mess with this trial, bro. This was supposed to be done a while back. There was some point they had lost, the detective lost tons, like hundreds of evidence. And then they had some funky ass judge before that. I didn't like Amber Givens. So, something was funky with her. We'll talk about it. We'll talk more about it. When the time comes, we'll talk about it. I guess I gotta sign up to this news article just to read about this. By the way, I'm gonna be dog sitting too, so we're gonna have a guest in a little bit. Let me forward it. Oh, I think that might be Marisela's family, maybe.
They cannot watch trial testimony. All right, ladies, you have been sworn in as witnesses and you are material witnesses in the case. Therefore, you cannot sit in the courtroom while testimony is being heard. In addition, you are now ordered that you cannot discuss your testimony with any other witness, not with each other. You can discuss it with the attorneys as long as there is no other witness present. Do you have any questions, lady? All right. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate your understanding and your patience.
I can't believe they're streaming this, man. This is one of those cases like we have to cover. Even if there's 10 people here, we gotta cover this shit. Ride it through, man.
Not with each other. You can discuss.
Which one is Lisa? Annie's asking. So I'll show you. I'll make a nicer picture with the names on it. Lisa's the white lady.
All rise.
Ball butt. Hoax. Deep Ellum. Going down. Meet me at the club. Yeah. I'm streaming. Okay. All right. Okay.
Right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you come in, you can go ahead and have a seat. Everyone else stands out of respect.
I got a better title.
Now, the first order of business is that I need to swear you in as the jury. If you would please stand. Raise your right hand. Do Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm that in the case of the state of Texas against the defendant, you will a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You may be seated.
All right, I'm gonna hook you guys up. I got a whole playlist, everything.
Present the indictments to the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Indictment number 2175651. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Dallas County, state of Texas, duly organized at the January term AD 2021 of the 292nd Judicial District Court for said county, upon its oath, do present in and to said court at said term that Lisa Joe Dykes, hereinafter called defendant, on or about the 5th day of October 2020 in the county of Dallas, state of Texas, did then and there, knowing that an offense had been committed, to wit, murder, alter, destroy, and conceal a thing, to wit, a human corpse, with intent to impair its verity, legibility, and availability as evidence in any subsequent investigation of or official proceeding related to the offense against the peace and dignity of the state, signed the foreman of the grand jury.
Mr. Harris, how does your client plead to that charge?
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Dykes is not guilty.
He said not guilty? Bro, you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Dykes is not guilty.
Of course he has to say that, right? He's the attorney. Bro, we're going to get into the case. Just tune in, subscribe. I'm going to get you some playlists, too, if you guys need a short video to recap everything. We'll get into it. I already have a playlist. I'm working on kind of.
Indictment number F2175476. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Dallas County, state of Texas, duly organized at the January term AD 2021 of the 292nd Judicial District Court for said county, upon its oath, do present in and to said court at said term that Lisa Joe Dykes, hereinafter called defendant, on or about the 5th day of October 2020 in the county of Dallas, state of Texas, did unlawfully then and there intentionally and knowingly cause the death of Marisela Botello Valadez, an individual, hereinafter called deceased, by stabbing deceased with a knife and sharp object, a deadly weapon, and by a manner unknown to the grand jury, using a deadly weapon unknowable to the grand jury, a deadly weapon. And further, did unlawfully then and there intend to cause serious bodily injury to Marisela Botello Valadez, hereinafter called deceased, and then and there commit an act so clearly dangerous to human life, to wit, by stabbing deceased with a knife and sharp object, a deadly weapon, and by a manner unknown to the grand jury, using a deadly weapon unknowable to the grand jury, and did thereby cause the death of Marisela Botello Valadez, an individual, against the peace and dignity of the state, signed the foreman of the grand jury.
How does your client plead, Mr. Harris?
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Dykes pleads not guilty.
Thank you. Will the state make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are here about Marisela Botello Valadez. She's a beautiful, young, 23-year-old girl, full of life, that came here to Dallas just to visit. She loved to travel. She had a friend here in Dallas. She came for a long weekend. Her plan was to come down October 2nd of 2020, spend a few days hanging out, doing things that 23-year-olds do, going down to Deep Ellum, going out to places to eat, meeting her friend Raul Ortiz, and hanging out with his friends. That's all this was about, was just a break from Seattle for a while. A break from her job where she was an assistant manager of Charlotte Bruce. Just kind of a break from that family life of living with her parents and her little brother, just to have some fun. But she never returned back on that flight that she had scheduled for October 5th, back to Seattle. If you can imagine, and I'm sure some of you that have flown before, And that announcement at the gate where you hear, we're looking for passenger so-and-so, and in this case, passenger Marisela Botello, please report to the gate. You know, I never thought about it until this case, what that could mean. And in this case, it meant Marisela Botello was stabbed brutally just in the early hours of that morning by this woman here, Lisa Dykes.
Mm-hmm.
Marisela had never even met her.
Yep.
Did not even know her. But who she did meet was Charles Beltran.
Charles
Beltran was also a co-defendant in this case, and we expect that you will hear from him later.
Ooh.
Charles Beltran,
He need a
to
snitch.
understand the whys of this case, how it happened, why it happened, the motive, you have to understand a lot of the backstory. And we're going to spend a lot of time putting the pieces of the puzzle together for you and showing you the backstory of this situation between Lisa Dykes, Charles Beltran, and a third co-defendant, Nina Marano. What you're going to learn is that Lisa Dykes met Charles Beltran. He's a much younger man. He is, at that time, in his late 20s. He was working at a bar that Lisa Dykes' son, Kyle Williams, was managing. Charles was a doorman. He's quite the ladies' man. He's very flirtatious. And that's just what he does. He goes out, he parties, he has a rap career that's tried to start up, and just is a ladies' man. You're going to hear from lots of his girlfriends, several at one time, about who Charles Beltran is. The importance of that, and what you need to know, is that Lisa picked up on the fact that not only was Charles a ladies' man, he was also a young man that had no means for himself. He made about $100 a night at this bar.
Hey, what's up, iCkEdMeL?
Being a doorman. Lisa Dykes could provide him with a life he had never lived before.
Yep. Sugar mama.
She started taking him to fancy dinners, places he never even dreamed about even going to eat, much less on a regular basis. Through that relationship, it became somewhat romantic and physical in nature. And what Lisa Dykes could provide for Charles Beltran was a good life, a car, a place to live, a studio for his rap career, and really just whatever he wanted, clothes-wise, rap for his music, anything she would provide for him. And what he provided for her was some sort of companionship, some physical relationship with her. This continued on until you heard the name Nina Marano. Nina Marano came into the picture. What you're going to learn there from colleagues of Lisa Dykes and people and associates that she knew was that she started talking about Nina. They'd been friends for a long time, and you're going to learn that Nina was recently widowed. She lived in Pennsylvania. She's a lawyer. Recently widowed, and Lisa Dykes struck up a more intimate friendship with Nina than it had been before. Just months after the death of Nina's husband, Lisa Dykes and Nina Marano get married. They understood, though, that Charles Beltran would be a part of this relationship and a part of this situation. So the three of them had this physical relationship and this understanding between each other that they would have each other's back and they would take care of each other. All the while they knew, again, about Chuck being a ladies' man. He would bring women home from time to time. He would go out, stay out with women, things of that nature. This relationship seemed to go okay at first, but then over time, Miss Dykes didn't really like that. She wasn't getting what she wanted from Mr. Beltran at the frequency that she wanted. She had done all these things for him, paid all this money for his rap career, paid all this money for his car, done all these things. And this particular night, October 4th, 2020, that's the night that Marisela met Charles Beltran. They had just come back from a rap show that Charles Beltran had performed in Camden, Arkansas. Miss Dykes funded the trip. She got a Sprinter van for Mr. Beltran and some of his friends. She paid for hotel rooms. They went to the show. The money had to be paid for a slot for the show. She followed behind with Nina Marano. And they all went and partied on October 3rd, 2020. They had a great time, lots of drinks, lots of partying, lots of fun. When they returned the next day, instead of Mr. Beltran staying at home, he decided to go out to Deep Ellum with some of his friends and celebrate the show that he just performed in. And that's where fate met Marisela Botello. Charles Beltran met her on the sidewalk in Deep Ellum. She was there alone because the person that she had come to see, Raul Ortiz, had passed out at his at his apartment complex just nearby Deep Ellum in the Camden Farmers Market area. They had gone out, he had taken it a little too far, and she wasn't ready to quit partying and hanging out. He passed out at his door, unable to get into his apartment because he lost his keys.
I didn't know that.
Marisela took a lift down to Deep Ellum. She was walking the sidewalks, going into various bars, and she met Charles Beltran on the sidewalk. You're going to hear from Charles Beltran about what happened that night.
Oh, this is going to be so
You're going to hear
good.
how she was really cool. She was very likable, and they had a great time together. And then you're going to hear about how Lisa Dykes, in the early morning hours of October 5th, 2020, entered that room, Charles Beltran's bedroom, and got on top of Miss Botello Valadez and stabbed her. She was in her sleep.
Yeah.
As was Charles. He was awakened by shaking on the bed. He saw Lisa as she was coming down with an object in her hand that looked like a kitchen knife. And in his daze of waking up, he wasn't sure what to do, and he shoved Lisa off of her. And there was a brief fight where Marisela was fighting for her life on the floor next to his bed. At that point, he was able to separate them. Marisela fell back down on the bed where she lay motionless. Just met this man hours ago. Never even knew this lady right here. From there, Charles panicked. He washed his hands off, cleaned up a little bit, came back to call 911, and she said, "Wait just a minute. Think about what you're doing." And he said, "Take care of this," and left. And left her and Nina Marano to take care of what had just happened and to take care of Marisela Botello Valadez's body. And what did they do? Did they call 911? No. Did they call for help? No. They did everything they could to hide what had just happened. Her body was dumped unceremoniously on this country road out in Wilmer, Texas. It wasn't found until months later. No remains, no flesh on the bones, just bones. That's all there was left of her. March 24th, 2021. That's when they found her body. Now, you're going to hear about not only the evidence that shows that it was Miss Dykes and Nina Marano that were out at that location where the body was found months later. You're also going to hear about their reaction to when they found out that law enforcement was onto them. They knew who they needed to look for. They knew who the last person was that was with Marisela Botello Valadez, and they knew they had to get out of town. On October 15th, the FBI contacted Miss Dykes at her place of employment. You're going to hear testimony about how she reacted to that. She, Nina, And Charles Beltran went to Pennsylvania where Nina lived for some time. You're going to hear evidence about how they went back and forth to Mexico. You're going to hear evidence about how they finally were arrested. Nina Marano and Lisa Beltran were finally arrested in Florida. Nina Marano was arrested first, and you would think Miss Dykes would wait around for her wife. The gig was up at that point. No, she continued to run and was picked up in Orlando the day after her wife was arrested in Miami, Florida at their apartment. You're going to see the evidence that was collected at that time, messages from cell phones, things that will tell you she knew that law enforcement was looking for her. She knew what she should have done. You would think that that would be the end of it, right? Miss Marano is a woman of means. As I had told you before, she was recently widowed from her husband that she had lived with and been married to for 30-something years. He had a lot of property. He had some money. Nina was an attorney. She had a lot of money. She was able to afford for her and Miss Dykes to bond out with the condition that they stay in Dallas on a leg monitor. You're going to hear evidence of, for months, they complied with that. And then on Christmas Day, their leg monitor quit sending signal to the ELM service provider. The signal was gone. Of course, it's Christmas. Nobody is watching continuously at that moment for this signal. And they were able to fly to Cambodia. If you want to go to a place where you know or you think that you are going to escape justice, Cambodia. The two women fled to Cambodia, where they remained for months until they were finally apprehended by the FBI. You're also going to see evidence from that seizure of when they were arrested in Cambodia and some of the contents of their laptops and cell phones from Cambodia that show that they were trying to flee justice. Now, we've talked a whole lot about this backstory, and we've talked a lot about the flight and the evidence that you should expect to see. I told you what we expect Charles Beltran to tell you about what happened that day, but you don't have to just believe his words, because there is physical evidence to back up what he said. We're not asking you just to believe Charles Beltran based on the time that you see him up here and based on the time that you get to hear him testify and the character that you hear about him and things of that nature. You're going to learn that he's a felon. You're going to learn, like I said before, that he's a ladies' man. I don't know that you're even going to like this guy. You don't have to.
Mm-hmm.
You may find him charming, like all the women that he talked to found him charming. You may find him not so charming. You may find him to be somewhat of a self-centered person. I don't know. That's for you to decide. But what I'm telling you is you do not have to rely 100% on his word, because the physical evidence is going to corroborate what he said. Witness testimony is going to corroborate what he tells you happened. Witness testimony and physical evidence and documents and cell phone records are going to corroborate the flight that he discusses that he went when he went on the run with Lisa Dykes and Nina Marano. 2 minutes. Thank you, Judge. You all said in voir dire, Mr. Brown continued to discuss how context and perspective are important. And that's why you are going to get all these pieces of the puzzle, because the context of this and putting all these pieces of the puzzle into perspective is what's the most important thing. Wait until you hear everything before you piece it together and decide whether or not what you believe happened to Marisela Botello. And I believe at the conclusion of the evidence, I know at the conclusion of the evidence, what you are going to decide is that this young lady right here, sweet, fun-loving Marisela Botello Valadez, that just came down here for a long weekend, was killed by Lisa Dykes. Her body dumped outside south of Dallas in Wilmer on a country road by Miss Dykes and her wife, Nina Marano. Just unceremoniously, so that they could get away with murder. At the conclusion of this, we are going to ask you to find Miss Dykes guilty of both murder and tampering with a corpse. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to re-release my Everything You Need to Know video. So I'm just editing it up a little bit, just tightening it up. I'm sure they're going to take a lunch break or something like that. I'm not sure if I should release it during the lunch. I mean, maybe they'll be back, or maybe at the end of the day. I'm not sure. We'll figure it out. So I'll drop a video so that Charles is supposed to have his own trial. What I'm starting to wonder, like, I don't know if he's going to get less time or if he's going to work on some type of plea deal. I haven't heard of a plea deal. To me, Charles is probably potentially the less involved of these two women. He claims that when he woke up, when him and Marisela were in the bed, that Lisa, the white lady here, that Lisa had a knife to Marisela's like neck, and that like he freaked out and told her, I don't know. No, we're gonna look. We have the document to the affidavit and all that, but and he claims he had just ran and left her there. And when he ran, he just went on the run. All three of them went on the run, but he was on his own thing supposedly. And these two women got caught in two different locations. And when they got caught, they bonded out, the two of them, and then they went on the run again. They had ankle monitors. They took off their ankle monitors. The ankle monitor company didn't report it for like 10 days. By that time, they fled to Cambodia. Then they caught their ass and brought them back.
Mr. Harris, will the defense make an opening statement?
Absolutely, Judge.
You have 17 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I want to thank each and every one of you for accepting responsibility as jurors. There are a million excuses you could have given us that would allow us to strike you. You didn't do that. You accept responsibility for that. I thank you, and Ms. Dykes thanks you. Now, more important, it's time for the state to accept responsibility for this indictment, that these allegations that have been made against Mrs. Dykes. Now, when you talk about these allegations, you talk about these pieces of puzzle. Who was in charge of putting these pieces of puzzle together? Detective Christina Ramirez is trying to force these pieces of the puzzle together to get a conviction on Lisa Dykes, Nina Marano, and Charles Beltran. So, again, what we say is not evidence. But ladies and gentlemen, I guarantee you, you're not going to get a 911 call from a Charles Beltran on October 5th, on the morning hours of October.
That's where I think like he for sure screwed up. How do you not call, at least for Marisela, 911? You just dip and go on the run. 5th,
2020. Okay? The bottom line is this is what happens. Miss Marisela does come to Dallas from Seattle. She is meeting with her ex. She goes to stay with her ex-boyfriend, Raul. I think I'm saying his name right. Bottom line is they go out. They're drinking. They come back. He's drunk. She's been drinking too. It's 1:12. It's after midnight. I think the record says about 1:30 is what Raul was going to tell you. He can't get into his apartment because he's so drunk he can't find his key. Now, again, you'll see how Marisela was dressed. And again, all the things I'm saying, I'm not here to try to say anything negative about her personally. I'm just giving you the facts. You'll see how she was dressed.
Oh my God!
If Raul tells you the truth,
we're going to use that
about the fact that there was drug use, that she used drugs during this period of time.
Oh hell no! Nah. Did he really go there? Oh hell no! This guy's.
The fact that stressed. I believe if Raul tells you the truth, he's going to talk about the fact that there was drug use, that she used drugs during this period of time. In fact, not only was she drinking, he's going to, I believe, say that she was using Percocet. I believe that Charles Beltran tells you the truth. The way she met him is she goes, I think she takes an Uber back to Deep Ellum. This little lady, 1:30 in the morning, goes back to Deep Ellum. All right? Because, again, yeah, she's here for fun. She's not trying to just sleep on a cold porch waiting for Raul's roommate to come and let them in. She takes a Uber back to Deep Ellum. When she gets there, looking for fun, she runs into Charles Beltran and one of his friends that I anticipate you're going to hear from. And she's looking for weed. But she gets way more than weed from Charles Beltran.
Which doesn't surprise me. I had heard that Charles had access to a lot of drugs. This is what she was wearing that night for people that are wondering. It was like a purple dress. I mean, I don't see the big deal. I don't even see how drugs are really that relevant to somebody getting murdered, like by these psychopath weirdo people.
We know this because what happens is you're going to actually see a video of her and Charles Beltran entering the 7-Eleven in that Deep Ellum area. That's how we know that he was the last person seen with her. Okay. There's even
So I wonder, this could get really dirty because I'm wondering if he's just going to try to put it and pin everything on Charles, and Charles is going to try to put everything on them because they're having 3 separate trials for these people. So I think it could get really messy. They're all going to try to throw each other under the bus.
still footage of still photos that show both of them, in the 7-Eleven. They leave the 7-Eleven, and Charles Beltran, when he's telling the numerous stories that he tells the detectives, that he tells law enforcement, that he tells numerous friends about his contact with Marcellus. Because see, what happens is at some point, she goes missing. She misses her flight, and the family, they report her missing. So now he goes back down to Deep Ellum, and there's literally posters of this girl. And people start asking, Charles, wasn't you with her? And he's, oh yeah, we had sex. Oh, we smoked some weed, had sex in the car. Then she left. Oh, no. Then he tells another friend, no, I took her over to Mesquite. We had sex over there. I went in the studio. She was asleep. I went in the studio. Next thing I know, she was gone. I assumed she took the Uber. That's another story. Story after story changes and changes. Even when Charles Beltran is caught, what he tells Detective Ramirez is, again, yeah, we went to the Miss Dykes' house in Mesquite. We had sex. She fell asleep. I went in the studio. That's what I always do. I have girls over there all the time. It was no big deal. You can look at the Ring cameras. I have women over there all the time. That's what I do. I thought she just left and got an Uber. But when Detective Ramirez lies to him, and I'd say it's a lie, or infers to him, well, why is your blood with her blood at that house? You can get the death penalty. You can get the death penalty. Well, I submit to you, the evidence is going to show that Charles is so, they've been drinking all night, they've been smoking all night. He also uses ecstasy. I don't know what all he may have given Marcella. We don't know because her body was so badly decomposed. At the time they finally find it, we don't know what all she took while she was here in Dallas County. We have no idea. What we do know is that there were several people that indicated to law enforcement, to Detective Ramirez and other law enforcement, whether it was Detective Ramirez, whether it was the FBI, that they believed they saw her. They believed they saw her after October 5th, back in Deep Ellum, at one place, a Reno bar. They had surveillance video. They tried to look at the surveillance video. The lady said, well, whoever it was, it looked like her. I thought it was her. She was tweaking. Tweaking is, when you're so high, people can tell you're high. But the video was so grainy they couldn't tell whether it was her or not. But regardless, the lady believed that's the lady on the posters. That's her. That's what she told the FBI. That's what information that they gave Ramirez. And this is after these phone records show that she go over to Mesquite with Beltran. Okay, even more information about her being cited after You had numerous people call and say, look, one person called and said, look, I got concern for this person. I think it's the lady that's missing. I think it's the lady that's missing. Ramirez does nothing with that information. Nothing with that information. More important, I think it's October the 12th. Officer Hayes, because they're still looking for Marcellus. They're still looking for him. October the 12th. He goes over to, it's not Deep Ellum, it's another place, because they're looking everywhere for this girl. They're checking out the local drug locations, like where users typically go. They go off 35, Mustang Inn. Mustang Inn, they come in contact with two brothers who say, no, we saw her. We saw her. In fact, there was a wellness call that was made concerned about this girl. They talked to Officer Hayes. But, now that was, I believe, October the 13th, the evidence was shown. They tell them, yeah, it was a couple of weeks ago. So because they said it was a couple of weeks ago, oh, he discounts what they say. Well, it could have been a couple of weeks ago. She just got here. That's less than 2 weeks. But they were just speculating on how long. They just know they saw her, and it could have been a couple of weeks ago. But they just disregard that information. But more importantly, what the guys settled, well, she also hangs out at the City Inn. You got the Mustang Inn is here on 35. You go a little further south, there's a place called the City Inn. And they come in contact, that same officer goes down there, he's showing a photo of Marcellus. He's showing a photo, shows it to a security guard there. Yeah, she was here last night. I believe his name is Floyd Mitchell, the security guard. I anticipate you're going to hear from him. What you're not going to see is you won't see the body cam footage from that interview that Officer Hayes had with Mr. Mitchell. You won't see how definitely he was about, no, I just saw that girl. I just saw her. In fact, not only does she hang out here, she goes down to Valero. I saw her going down toward Valero, which is on Mercedes. Okay? A little further south. They go to Valero, ask them, have y'all seen her? Have any of y'all seen her? They say, no, we haven't seen her. But what they don't do, because it's not a puzzle piece they need, it doesn't fit their theory of the case. Valero has videos. They didn't check the videos. Detective Ramirez said go back over there and check the videos to see if there's any sighting of Marcellus. There's also a shell station that they talk about that's further up north on 35, over by the Mustang Inn, where they say they saw Marcellus. They don't follow up with any of that because that piece of the puzzle don't fit their theory of the case, her theory of the case. Because this is her case. This is her case. Detective Ramirez is the one who's going from state to state, city to city, collecting pieces of the puzzle to try to prove that Miss Dykes stabbed Marcellus. Now, I believe the evidence is going to show Mrs. Dykes is going to tell you she's never met Marcellus. She's never met this young lady. And she could care less about the women that Charles was having at that house. He was a rapper that she was investing in. Yes, was there some twisted, what do you call it, love triangle?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yes. But you're talking about Chuck Gorgeous.
Oh,
That's
Lord.
what he calls himself.
Chuck Gorgeous?
Because of the way he manipulates women.
Yeah.
Womanizes women. It's all in his. He's a rapper. I don't know. I'm gonna try to let you listen to some of his lyrics.
Oh.
I want you to hear.
While he was like on the run and gone, for those that don't know, he was posting and making like music lyrics and all this kind of stuff, and how he's on the run or something like that.
How he feels about women. I hope I can show you some of his videos. How he feels about women. Who this guy is. He calls himself Chuck 50-50. half amazing, half crazy. She knew both sides. She knew both sides. And unfortunately for Marcellus, the evidence is going to show she found out about the crazy side. Now, at the end of the day, we're going to argue, we're going to talk about whether the puzzles fit and whether the pieces of the puzzles fit, whether this evidence all adds up to a murder conviction. I submit to you that it does not, because in order for you to believe that this death was caused by stabbing, like Chuck said, you're going to have to believe Chuck. Because I submit to you, the physical evidence that I believe they're going to present is not consistent with his version of the case. Regardless of the fact that he's lied numerous times, it's not consistent with his version of the case. Because it didn't happen the way I don't know what happened to Marcellus. Miss Dykes doesn't know what happened. She's going to tell you she doesn't know what happens to Marcellus. Has she been to Wilma? Absolutely, she's been to Wilma. Was she in Wilma during that time period? She's been to Wilma numerous times. That doesn't mean she killed Marcellus. I believe the evidence is going to show that even though they're going to say that, whoa, we got Nina Marano and Lisa Dykes' phones in the Wilma area where Marcellus' phone, it's pinging off the same tower where Marcellus' body is found. There's not going to be one shred of evidence that's going to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that on October the 5th of 2020, Marcellus' body is even in Wilma. They don't know when that body got there. They don't have one witness to support when. All they know is months later, they find her bones. No hair to test to determine whether or not, what all substances, did she have an overdose? I mean, what happened?
Overdose? Just chopped up.
There are numerous different side effects of tweaking, seizures, blood, your nose bleeds, many things can happen. And before my time runs out, let me also make sure I cover this part. Listen, ladies, the reason I'm talking about Christina Ramirez, Detective Ramirez, is because this all starts with an arrest warrant. That arrest warrant concludes or has probable cause, what she believed was probable cause to present to a judge so that she could arrest Ms. Dykes, Ms. Marano, and Mr. Beltran. It initially started with capital murder. That was a charge. Detective Ramirez said, oh, we got evidence for capital murder. Not only do I have all of them together in Mesquite, which is again kind of playing with it. We are telling you we lived there. Those phones, yes, say that they all were in Mesquite on October the 5th, the early morning hours, but that doesn't mean that they were communicating together. It just means that they're all bounced off the same tower. But, that's what she kind of refers to a judge. They're together. We know they were together. Then they further say in the affidavits that we find hair samples that we believe are consistent with Marcellus in the trunk of an Audi that Charles was driving. And I want to talk about this Audi and how he lies about. First he says he leaves in he tells him so many stories, it's hard for me to keep up with it all. But I believe his first story was he left into Tucson. But then we know he left in the Audi where they're saying they found his hair because he stops at a oil change place at 9. So he wants you to believe our witness is horrific murder in the early morning hours, whatever, right? And then, I stop and do an oil change at 9 o'clock on October 5th. They got the records. If they don't submit them, I will. Now, more importantly, in this affidavit which leads to an arrest, which leads to search warrants, they lie about Marcellus' blood being found with Chuck's blood. When I say Chuck, I'm referring to Charles Beltran. Oh, okay, let me rephrase that. They don't, she said it appears, we believe that the blood that's found with Marcellus belongs to Lisa Dykes and Nina Marano and Chuck Beltran. The blood that's found in that house. Their blood is found together. That's how she gets this arrest warrant. All that blood is supposed to be found together. They use words like it appears, we believe, but they're still telling a judge, they're referring to a judge, that all these people were together and we find her blood, all their blood together. That's what they're telling them to get this arrest warrant. Then subsequent to that, they say that the Nina and Lisa's phones are found in a dense area where the body is later found. That's what the evidence is going to show, ladies and gentlemen. Again, all that was speculation. And we'll argue more about, where their phones actually go to and will. But more importantly, I want you to know that when Swifts, who does our forensics, does the DNA, yeah, there is blood belonging to Marcellus, but it's not with. It doesn't belong to Chuck. It doesn't belong to Lisa. It doesn't belong to Nina. It belongs to another female and another male. Because again, it wasn't unusual for Chuck to bring people over to that house, over to his room, whether it's in his studio or whatever it is, okay? It wasn't unusual, and we're gonna talk to him about that. So I don't know who all he brought over there with him. I don't know why their blood is mixed with Mrs. Marcella's blood, but it is. That's the facts. Those are the facts. So we don't know, again, how she died. We don't know who caused her murder. In order for you to believe that, again, you have to believe Chuck. And what I submit to you is, based on the physical evidence, the little blood that they found, it's not going to be consistent, or it won't corroborate his version. Because it didn't happen the way he said it happened. Numerous people know that Marcellus was seen after going over to Mesquite. Oh, and all this running stuff. Let me talk about this. I want to also make sure, because I believe you're going to hear about Santa Muerte. Chuck, I think the detective,
Santa Muerte.
Because of his record, which you're going to learn about this record. Thank you, Judge. You're going to learn about his record. He's going to say, well, I didn't believe, because of my record, I didn't believe anybody would believe me, that I didn't have anything to do with it, that I wasn't the one that killed her. The detective said, yeah, they're going to think you're a monster. They're probably going to believe you're a monster because you're the one with a violent history. You're the womanizer. You're the one that's the monster. No one's going to believe you. That's what he thought. And why would you? Why would you? When you see they're going to bring him in here, I'm going to show you how he looked back then. I'm going to show you what Miss Marcella ran into down in Deep Ellum. Now, the bottom line is, I believe that Lisa's going to tell you that they went to Cambodia, yes, because they felt that Detective Ramirez was persecuting them. They felt like the government was persecuting them. Yeah, we got to go somewhere where we can try to be political refugees, where we can try to get a fair trial, because we're not getting a fair shake here in America. So yeah, they go to Cambodia, and then they're extradited back. Yeah, they're guilty of that. But as far as evidence that corroborates the indictment in this case, that on October the 4th or October the 5th, that Lisa Dykes stabbed, and again, don't let him try to minimize what he said, because you're going to see, anyway, you're just going to see so many different versions of what he said. But he's saying that he stabbed him. He knocks him off the bed onto the floor. The evidence in that room is not consistent with someone having stab wounds, getting onto the floor. It's not consistent with someone stabbing someone. Ladies and gentlemen, when you listen to all the evidence in this case, when you heard all the witnesses, we believe the law will dictate that you find Ms. Dykes not guilty. Not because that's what I want you to do, or what Ms. Dykes wants you to do, or Ms. Baston, but because that's what the law is going to dictate that you do. Because Charles Beltran cannot be trusted, and there is not evidence to corroborate what he says. I don't know if Charles killed Ms. Valadez. I don't know what happened to Ms. Valadez. You know, whether she died of overdose or what. What I do know is that they will not be able to prove to you that Ms. Dykes committed this offense because she didn't. And at the conclusion, we're going to ask that you find her not guilty because she is not guilty.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
I think they're all going to throw each other under the bus. It's going to be nasty.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Ernestina Valadez.
Family.
Usted hable solamente de español.
Don't need to talk Spanish. I guess you're going to have a translator. At least the attorney's trying for his defendant, I guess.
All right, it has come to the court's attention that this witness does not speak the English language. Madam Interpreter, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will correctly translate from English to Spanish and Spanish back to English all of the questions, answers, and proceedings today in court?
I do, Your Honor.
Please state your name and license number.
Carol Pierce, Pierce, license number 1663.
Ma'am, if you would please raise your right
Señora,
hand.
levante la mano derecha.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Sí, lo juro.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may put your hand
Judge, could we move
The
Go.
television? Yes.
just a little bit?
Miss, you can put it on the floor, and just be careful, there's a microphone.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to just slightly, just so we can see her as well.
Sure.
I'm just going to turn it a little bit, if that's okay. I see it. No, we good. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Ms. Pittman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, can you state your name for the court reporter and spell your name, please?
Mi nombre es Ernestina Valadez Frutos.
My name is Ernestina Valadez Frutos.
And Ms. Frutos, can you tell the jury what your relationship with Marisela
¿Cuál era su relación con
is?
Marcela?
Mi relación con ella era muy bonita.
My relationship with her was very nice.
Oh, grandma?
And she was your
Oh,
daughter,
right.
Ella
correct?
era su hija, ¿no es cierto?
That's mom.
Sí, ella es mi primera hija.
Yeah, she's my first daughter.
And how old was she the last time that you saw her?
23 años.
23 years.
I want to go back and have you tell the jury a little bit about your family. Where was Marisela born?
Ella siempre fue muy alegre, muy amigable.
She was always very friendly, very joyous.
Confiaba mucho en sus amigos, en las personas.
She trusted her friends, people.
No desconfiaba. Ella siempre quería que nosotros tuviéramos amigos.
She didn't suspect of anybody. She always wanted us to have friends.
And I want to stop you for just a minute. I want us to talk more about Marisela in just a minute, but I want to talk about kind of her history and the history of your family, okay?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Now, where was Marisela born?
Ella nació en norte de Carolina.
She was born in North Carolina.
And who's her father?
¿Y quién es el papá?
Salvador Botello, aquí presente.
Salvador Botello, present.
Okay. And you all have been married for how long?
¿Estuvieron casados cuánto tiempo?
Tenemos casados a 28 años.
We've been married for 28 years.
Now, you all lived in North Carolina. That's where Marisela was born. When did you all move to Seattle?
¿Y cuándo se mudaron a Seattle?
Ella nació allá y nos venimos cuando ella tenía 8 meses para Seattle, perdón.
She was born there, and then we moved to Seattle when she was 8 months old.
And what brought you all to Seattle?
¿Y por qué se mudó a Seattle?
Mi esposo solo trabajaba y estaba muy retirado de su trabajo, no tenía carro, tenía que tomar un raite, entonces era muy difícil.
Well, my husband was the only one that worked, and he had no car. He had to take a ride. It was very hard.
Y aquí tenía sus hermanas y nos venimos para acá porque le hablaban que aquí había más oportunidad de trabajo.
And he had his sisters here, and we came here because we were told that there was more work here.
And did your husband Salvador eventually get a good job in Seattle?
Consiguió un buen trabajo en Seattle.
Sí,
Yes.
And my understanding is he's been with that same company for 25 years?
Trabajando con la misma compañía por
Sí.
25 años.
sí, sí.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And we had the opportunity to visit your home in Seattle.
De visita a su casa en Seattle.
Did Marisela live with you in that home?
Vivía con ustedes en esa casa.
Sí,
Yes.
Okay, and it's an apartment, is that right?
¿No es cierto?
sí.
Yes.
How long had you all lived in that apartment?
En ese departamento, como casi 24 años.
In that apartment, almost like 24 years.
24 years in the same apartment.
24 años en el mismo
Sí.
apartamento. Yes.
And who lived with you in that
¿Quién
apartment?
vivía con usted en ese apartamento?
Nada más mi esposo, mi hijo y mi hija.
Just my husband, my son, and my daughter.
Okay. And your son is also here today, that Mr.
Sí, aquí está.
Luis Botello.
Luis Botello.
Sí.
Yes.
Now, did Marisela graduate from high school?
Se hizo en high school.
Sí.
Yes.
What kinds of activities did she like to do in high school?
A ella le gustaba correr. Run se llama, no estoy segura, pero
She
corría.
liked to run track, I think it's called. I'm not sure.
Did she like to work out?
Mucho.
A lot.
Okay. Did she have any issues in school with, showing up to school, attendance, things of that nature?
No, no.
No, no.
Okay, so she was a good student.
Sí.
Yes.
What were her dreams? What did she want to do with her life after high school?
Ella quería seguir estudiando, pero lamentablemente pues nosotros no nos alcanzaba para pagarle sus estudios, entonces ella trabajó y regresó al colegio para estudiar. Decía que quería ser nutrióloga o
¿Qué cosa?
nutrióloga.
Oh. She wanted to continue studying, but unfortunately we couldn't afford her studies, so she began to work, and then she went back to school because she said that she wanted to be a nutritionist.
So she had aspirations, she had dreams to go to college, do something bigger with herself in her life.
Sí, sí,
Yes.
sí, sí, sí.
Yes, yes.
You said that she worked. Was there ever a time that she was without a job?
¿Alguna vez estuvo sin trabajo?
Sí, se quedó sin trabajo en la pandemia.
Yes, during the pandemic, she was out of work.
Okay. And at some point, was she able to find work again, kind of when the businesses started reopening?
Cuando empezaron a abrir los negocios y todo eso.
Sí, sí.
Yes.
And other than the pandemic, was she just continuously employed?
Siempre fue empleada.
Siempre, siempre. Se le terminaba uno o por alguna razón no iba porque ella siempre tomaba bus, no tenía carro, entonces a veces estaba muy retirado del trabajo, dejaba ese, pero agarraba uno más cortito.
Always, always. Sometimes maybe she had to quit a job because it was too far away. She didn't have a car, so she had to take the bus, but she would take another job right away.
And my understanding is you and your daughter worked at the same place for some time. Is that correct?
Sí, cuando ella tenía 16 años, ella quiso aplicar donde yo trabajaba. Yo trabajaba en Wendy's, duré 12 años ahí. Y ella trabajó de 16 a 18 años. Ella duró ahí 2 años.
Yes, at one time when she was 16, she applied at the same job where I was working at Wendy's, where I worked for 12 years, and she worked there for 2 years since she was 16 until she was 18.
And from 16 to 18, you all worked together. When she graduated from high school, did she ever leave your house, or did she always live with you?
Alguna vez salió se movió a un lugar porque estaba cortito su trabajo, se movió para allá, pero fue corto tiempo, no es como ni tal vez 8 meses.
At one time, because of work, she moved out, but it was for a short time, about 8 months.
Okay, and then she moved back in with you and your family?
Sí.
Yes.
What kind of rules did you have for being, I guess, an adult living in your home?
Pues como toda mamá, uno siempre quiere que los hijos no salgan hasta muy tarde. Eso le decíamos, y si se le hacía muy tarde, entonces decíamos, no, aquí no vas a llegar tarde, tenemos, digamos, hasta las 12.
Well, like any mother, you don't want your children to come back really late, to be out late. So we would tell her, no, you have to come back at the most at midnight, 12.
And does she generally follow those rules?
Sí.
Yes.
Was she respectful about communicating with you and letting you know where she was?
Sí.
Yes.
Sí, por alguna razón, como le digo, ella no manejaba, se quedaba, por alguna razón que era muy tarde o nevaba, se quedaba con su amiga que siempre, donde vivía, se quedaba ahí, pero era porque no podía tomar un Uber o ya era muy tarde.
Yes, if for any reason it got really, really late and she couldn't come back, or it was snowing, then she would stay with her friend, with her best friend, and but she would always tell me.
Okay. And who is her best friend?
En aquel tiempo se llamaba Samantha, una muchacha que vivía en el centro de Seattle.
At that time, it was a girl called Samantha. It was a girl that lived in downtown Seattle.
Okay. Did she like to travel?
Mucho. A ella le gustaba viajar, conocer lugares.
A lot. She liked to travel, to know new places.
And did she sometimes travel alone?
Últimamente sí.
Recently, yeah, she did.
How did you feel about that?
¿Cómo se sintió usted con respecto a eso, que viajara sola?
Yo siempre le decía que no estaba bien que viajara sola. Yo siempre fui muy como miedosa, se puede decir, me daba miedo que viajara sola. Y ella decía, no, mam, a mí no me va a pasar nada, ¿qué me van a hacer? Nadie me va a hacer nada. Ella confiaba mucho en las personas que la rodeaban.
Well, I didn't really like the fact that she wanted to travel alone. I was scared, but she would say, no, Mom, what's going to happen to me? She liked to trust people a lot.
When she did travel, did she communicate with you?
Sí, todo el tiempo.
All the time.
Did she let you know what her plans were?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, so you knew when she was going to leave and when she was supposed to return.
Sí.
Yes.
Was there ever a time in the 23 years that you all, I guess, just lost contact with each other, or she just didn't communicate with you?
No, todo el tiempo tuvimos contacto.
No, we were in contact all the time.
Thanks, guys. Welcome, everybody.
So,
make sure you hit the like button,
I want
please.
to talk about when she decided to travel to Dallas. First of all, how did you feel about her going to Dallas alone?
Por principio, para decir verdad, igual me dio miedo porque me dijo que venía sola, pero estaban los tickets baratos por la pandemia.
In the beginning, actually, yes, I was scared, but because she was coming by herself, but tickets were very cheap at that time because of the pandemic.
And, how did she make you feel like it was going to be okay?
Sí, sí.
Yes, yes.
She was going to leave on October 2nd, is that correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you recall if you all took her to the airport or if her friend took her or how she got there?
No, ella tomó un Uber porque él lo tomó a las 6 de la mañana. 6 de la mañana, pero yo me levanté, la miré cuando sacó su maleta y bajó los escalones. Ella venía muy contenta que venía a Dallas.
She took an Uber. She left at 6 a.m. and I saw her when she was picking up her suitcase, and she was so happy that she was coming back to Dallas.
Is that the last time you saw her?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, you knew that she was supposed to return on October 5th, is that correct?
El 5, ella tenía que tomar su vuelo para atrás.
Yes, on the 5th, she had to take the plane back.
Do you recall what time her flight was supposed to get back in on the 5th?
Exactamente, no me acuerdo si 1 o 2, no recuerdo. Pero yo le texteé para asegurarme que a qué horas llegaba. Nunca me contestó.
I'm not sure exactly what time, 1 or 2, and I texted her asking her what time she would arrive, but she never answered.
At what point did you as a family begin to be concerned about Marisela and her whereabouts?
Mi sobrino me contactó y me dijo que algo estaba mal porque no había tomado su vuelo, y él le habló a Dennis, que trabaja en el aeropuerto, y investigaron que se había tomado el vuelo o no, y efectivamente no lo había tomado.
Well, a nephew called me and he said that something was wrong because she hadn't taken the flight, and he called Dennis that works at the airport, and they began investigating, and in fact, she hadn't taken the flight.
And then, Nestle, that is your cousin, is that correct?
Dennis is su primo?
Sí.
Yes.
And she works for an airline, so she can look at who boards flights and who doesn't. Is that right? What went through your mind when she learned that she hadn't boarded her flight and you hadn't heard from her?
Por un momento pensé que pues lo había perdido, o que tal vez lo iba a tomar después, porque pues en ese momento ella trabajaba en Charlie Roots. Charlie Roots, trabajaba en una tienda de Charlie Roots. Ella tenía que regresar, entonces sí se me hizo extraño que no lo hubiera tomado, entonces sí tuve un mal presentimiento.
Well, at first I thought that she had missed the plane or that she had changed it for a later one, but she was working at Charlotte Russe at that time, so I began to worry because she had to go back to work. That's when I began to really worry.
And was it like her to ever miss work?
No, nunca faltaba.
No, she never missed.
Ella tenía un cargo, no era asistente de manager.
Her position was, I think, manager assistant.
And part of that, I guess, work ethic comes from you and your husband, where you all work every day.
Sí, sí, muy, muy responsable siempre.
Yes, very responsible, always.
When you learned that she did not get on that flight and you couldn't get a hold of her, what did your family do?
Platicamos con mi esposo y al otro día, porque eso fue un lunes 5 que no supimos nada de ella, hablamos para acá al departamento de policía con la ayuda de mi sobrino Salvador. No nos dijeron nada, entonces hicimos arreglos y vino para acá mi esposo con Dennis.
Well, on that day, we talked with my husband, and then we decided to call here. We called the police, and our family member Dennis helped us.
When you called the police, did you report her missing?
Sí, hicimos como un reporte.
Yes, we did. We made a report.
And what was their kind of response?
Exactamente no dijeron nada. Dijeron que no había por qué preocuparse porque solamente habían pasado horas, entonces no era como por qué preocuparse, fue la respuesta que nos dieron.
Well, actually, they told us not to worry because it had just been a matter of hours, so not to worry. That's the answer we got.
And did you follow up with them when she didn't return the next day and there was no communication?
Al día siguiente fue cuando mi esposo con Denise tomaron el vuelo para acá, para Dallas.
The next day, my husband and Denise took a flight to here, to Dallas.
So it was such a concern because she was so responsible about communicating with you, you immediately took action.
Claro que sí, claro que sí.
Of course.
And when your husband and Danny came down, what did they do, if you know?
Vinieron al departamento de policía y igual entraron, dijeron lo que estaba pasando y les dieron la misma respuesta. Dijeron, puede ser que se fue de fiesta, anda de party, no se preocupen, no tomaron mucho en cuenta. Nosotros con una preocupación enorme y esa fue la respuesta que dieron.
Well, my husband and Denny went to the police department, and again, they told them she was missing, and they got the same answer. Don't worry, she's probably partying. That's the answer they got.
Was that frustrating for you, knowing your daughter?
Sí, exacto, porque igual sus amigos me llamaban y me texteaban, es que no me contesta, a mí siempre me contestaba y pues sin poder hacer nada.
Yes, her friends would call me and tell me, I'm calling her, I'm texting her, and she's not answering. That never happens, and we couldn't do anything, nothing.
And it wasn't just her phone contact, it was also her social media accounts just went completely silent.
Exactamente. Yeah.
Exactly.
It was as if she just was gone.
Exactamente.
Exactly.
Now, your husband came down with Danny down here to look for her, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
How long do you think they stayed?
Creo que dieron la denuncia y como no vieron que hicieran mucho caso, ellos se fueron con Raúl. Todo un miércoles anduvieron dando vueltas donde supuestamente anduvieron con Raúl, buscaron todo el día y pues no miraron nada, se regresaron ese día en la noche.
Well, as they reported it, but they didn't get a good answer from the authorities, then them and Raul went to the place where she had been, and they looked all day. It was a Wednesday, and they didn't find anything. They didn't get any results.
At some point, did your husband return?
En algún momento su esposo volvió.
Perdón.
En algún momento su esposo volvió.
Para acá, no.
To
No.
here, no.
I'm sorry, did your husband return back to Seattle?
Su esposo volvió a Seattle.
Oh, sí, 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 sí.
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay. And he was able to meet up with the friend Raul Ortiz that she had been staying with, is that right?
Él pudo hablar con Raúl aquí, con quien ella está en Seattle.
Exactamente.
Exactly.
And she had left basically her suitcase, everything there, and he was able to get some of those things from Raul.
Su esposo pudo conseguir las cosas para Raúl.
Sí, en el miércoles cuando estuvieron aquí, platicaron con Raúl y mi esposo vino a recoger su maleta.
Yes, that Wednesday he talked with Raúl, and my husband went to get her suitcase.
Now, were you all able, well, before I ask you that, you know what I mean?
What's up, guys? What's up? How you doing? Thanks for stopping by. Hit the like button. I'll be dropping a recap video later.
Is this a picture of your daughter as you knew her when she was alive?
Esas fotos se las tomó 2 meses antes. Ella quería tomarse fotos de estudio y esas fotos se las tomó.
That picture was taken 2 months before. She wanted to have studio pictures, and those photos were
So 2 months before she came to Dallas.
2 meses antes de venir.
Sí.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer states one for all purposes.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit number 1 is in there.
Raul is her ex-boyfriend or friend that she went to go see when she went to Seattle. Sorry, Texas. She's from Seattle, but she went to Texas. She was partying with him that night, and then I guess she went home and she went to a bar, and that's how she met Charles
Now-
Beltran.
One of the other things that we talked about before, we had talked about that you just lost complete communication with her, which was incredibly unusual.
No. Como le digo, por alguna razón, ella no podía llegar. Ella me hablaba y me decía, madre, estoy bien.
No, as I said before, if for any reason she couldn't come on time, back on time, she would call me and said, Mom, I'm fine.
We talked about before, you also kind of helped her open a bank account when she was younger, and you were still on that bank account, is that correct?
Que había una cuenta bancaria y todavía la tiene esa cuenta.
Sí, la tuvimos desde que ella abrió su cuenta. Yo estuve siempre con ella en su cuenta.
Yes, we had it since we opened that account, and I was always on that account too.
And one of the things that you all did to kind of get a clue about what happened to her, where she was, is you got into her bank account, which you were a signer on, is that correct?
Sí, yo me metí para ver si había tomado pues algún Uber para donde había pagado con su tarjeta, y pues de esa manera yo envié algún recibo de el último Uber que tomó, y pues sí, o sea, ya es, como le digo, siempre estuvimos juntos en la cuenta.
Yes, I looked at the account to see when was the last time that she had spent money, that she had used her card, when was the last time that she had taken an Uber, and where. Yes, as I said, I was always part of that account too.
Your Honor, may I approach, please?
You may.
This is a really crazy ass story, I'm telling you. I covered this in depth a couple of years ago.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2.
I have an extensive playlist. Definitely check out the playlist. If you want to watch the timeline video, everything you need to know video, it's in the description. I'm dropping it later, but you can watch it early.
Bank of America records.
If you want to watch it early, you can watch it now, but I'm dropping it later today.
Sí.
Yes.
And it looks like we have from September 5th, 2020 to October 6th, 2020. Is that correct?
Sí, sí.
Yes. Yes.
And then after that, October 7th, 2020 to November 3rd, 2020.
Sí.
Yes.
November 4th, 2020 to December 7th, 2020.
Sí.
Yes.
And then December 8th, 2020 to January 5th, 2021.
Sí.
And I believe there's one more, and that is December 6th, 2021 to February 2nd, 2021.
Sí.
And all of these are states Exhibit 2. Your Honor, state offers states Exhibit 2 for all purposes.
You can tender to opposing counsel.
Yes.
Sí.
So that video I'm going to drop later is 17 minutes long. If you're new to the story, that'll get you your foot in to know what you need to know. And then there's deep dives on my playlist. Really interesting deep dives you should worth checking out. There's at least 2-3 deep dives.
Sure.
I'll make sure I add it.
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit number 2, the Bank of America records are admitted for all purposes.
Now, we talked about the bank records. Did it appear that she quit using her bank card on October, early morning hours of October 5th, 2020?
What date did you say?
October 5th, 2020.
Lo que yo miré fue el 4 en la noche, bueno, no sé si como a las 12, usó la tarjeta para un 7-Eleven, creo yo.
What I saw was that she used the card on October the 4th around midnight at a 7-Eleven, I think.
And you shared this information with your cousin, Nestle, and you all went through this information together, is that correct?
Sí.
Yes?
Okay. Now, I kind of want to move on from that and talk about what communication did you have with the Dallas Police Department in the days and weeks after Marisela went missing?
Bueno, pues como nosotros seguíamos insistiendo en hablar para que pues hicieran una investigación, creo que a la semana o 2 semanas fue cuando tomaron en serio y empezaron a una investigación y me estaban llamando para hacerme preguntas y fue como a las 2 semanas creo yo que empezaron.
Well, as we insisted and insisted, about 1 or 2 weeks later, they began to take it seriously and they started to investigate and they began to call me and make questions. It was about 2 weeks later.
Okay. Initially, you were not, the detective assigned to the case was not Christina Ramirez, was it?
No.
No?
Okay, it was a different investigator.
Sí.
Yes.
And was it around December that you started getting communication from a Detective Ramirez?
Sí, sí.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Did she explain to you why she was now handling the case versus the initial detective?
Ella no me llamó otra persona que estaba en el caso. Ellos me dijeron, nosotros es todo lo que podemos hacer, no podemos hacer nada, tenemos que pasar el caso a unos investigadores profesionales.
Well, she didn't call me. Actually, it was other people that called me and they said that's all they could do. They couldn't do anything else, that they had to pass the case to some professional investigators.
Okay. And that's when Detective Ramirez
Sí, después fue cuando ella ya me llamó.
Yes, then she called me.
Okay. Was there a point that Detective Ramirez came to Seattle to speak with you and meet with your family?
Sí,
Okay, and she was joined by another detective?
sí. Con José
Ortiz?
José Ortiz.
Yes, with Jose Ortiz.
And you all were able to speak about Marisela, and they were able to speak to her friends and interview her friends and kind of get information about her.
Sí, para entonces, cuando ella fue, yo tenía todavía la esperanza de que mi hija estuviera con alguien. Y cuando llegó la prueba de ADN, fue cuando me di cuenta que mi hija ya no estaba.
Yes, by then I still thought that my daughter would be with someone, but then when we got the results of the DNA test, that's when I realized that my daughter was not there anymore.
Remind me to tell you something about the family, because there was a company that reached out to me when I was
Can you
covering the
tell the
story.
jury how that felt to have that hope for those months? This was in about January, is that right?
Sí,
Yes,
uno de madre nunca quiere perder a su hijo. Y menos de esta manera, como mi hija terminó. Ella vino contenta. En donde acabaron con su vida.
yes, as a mother, you never want to lose your child, especially the way she did.
Porque,
And somebody just cut her life short.
y no conforme con eso, la tiraron como si fuera una basura.
And not happy with that, they threw her away as if she were trash.
Y no la encontraron hasta meses después.
She was not found until months later.
Y me hablaron. Me hablaban las personas, las que la estaban buscando. Me dijeron, encontramos una parte de su hija.
Yeah, they found parts of her body.
Encontraron 2 partes de mi hija.
The whole thing with that, listen, there was like, they found parts. I don't even think it was cops. I thought somebody reported finding the body parts. I'm gonna have to go back in time and look. The cops came, they got what they got, they left. Somebody that I know, which is she's actually gonna be taking the witness stand from what I heard. They found more parts out there. I guess cops maybe didn't check everything or whatever. And so they had to come back out to get the rest of the body parts and then confirm through DNA.
En una bolsa de basura.
Garbage bag, yeah.
Eso es injusto.
And the people that were looking for her called me and said, we found one part of your daughter. Then they said, we found 2 parts of your daughter, and we found them in a trash bag. That's not fair.
Your Honor, I pass the witness. Cross-examination. Thank you. Your Honor, for the back, get her the Kleenex.
And what I was going to tell you about this family, this company reached out to me. All right, but in 2021, this company had reached out to me because I was covering the story and I was like deep diving it. I haven't talked to anybody in the family. I've only talked to people that have talked to the family. I never felt or wanted to reach out to them because of everything that was going on. I don't know. Especially after they found her body, I felt like if they wanted to talk, they'd reach out to me. But I know people that talk to them. And this company, I just copy pasted the email. Hello, my name is blank. I'm a development producer from Dallas-based blank. I came across your YouTube page and saw your videos about Marisela Botello and I wanted to reach out. We're doing some preliminary research into the case for potential inclusion in a lifetime television true crime series and thought you would be a good resource of information since you tracked and followed the case and already spoke to many people who are involved. Oh, I left her name there. Oops. Well, put Beth, whatever. So if you have interest in speaking with me further about the subject, I'd love to set up a time of contact. All my contact information is listed below. Please let me know when it's a good time to talk. So I had reached out to somebody that talks to the family, and I just say, hey, just letting you know there's this company that's interested. I don't know if the family's interested. And the family wasn't interested. They were just like, listen, this is a really, I don't know, emotional, traumatic, like, we're not interested right now in doing like a lifetime series. Like, there hasn't even been a trial. People haven't even been charged. So.
Certainly, does she not have any more?
It's right behind her, I just wanted to point that out.
Oh, thank you, Madam Attorney.
You're welcome, Your Honor.
You may proceed, Ms. Beck.
Thank you, Mrs. Beltran, I'm going to ask you a few questions.
Okay.
Did you know your daughter's friends, in particular, boyfriends or ex-boyfriends?
Sí.
Yes,
Did you know Raul Ortiz?
Lo conocí poco.
I knew him a little.
And was
Raul, by the way, is this ex-boyfriend or friend that she went from Seattle to Texas to see that night or a couple of days.
he an ex-boyfriend of Marisela?
Yo sabía que eran amigos.
I knew that.
And there was a lot of confusion. She said, I knew they were friends. There was a lot of confusion when the story first came out because they were saying it's a boyfriend, and then they're saying like it's an ex-boyfriend, and then they're saying, oh, well, it's just a friend. Whatever it is, she went to hang out with that guy a bit those days too.
They were friends.
And how did you meet him?
Cuando era joven en la escuela, iba con mi hija.
When they were young at school, he was with my daughter.
So he lived in the Seattle area for a time.
Sí.
Yes,
Did you know that Marisela was going to see him in Dallas?
Sí.
yes,
Did you know her current boyfriend at the time, a man by the name of Patrick Helm Breachet? I think I'm saying his name correctly.
That name I hadn't heard of.
Era su amigo. O sea, ella no tenía relación formal, realmente su amigo.
it wasn't a formal relationship. They were friends. He was her friend only.
Okay. So, ma'am, you reached out to Dallas Police Department, but they didn't really help you very much in trying to find your daughter.
De principio no.
In the beginning, they didn't.
And they kept telling you, oh, she's probably just partying. She's just partying.
Sí.
Yes,
Did you know that your daughter drank and used drugs?
No.
no,
But you knew that she liked to go out and party with her friends.
A veces.
sometimes.
Now, when you met with Detective Ramirez and Detective Ortiz Vivas, what month did you meet with them? Your initial meeting, your first meeting with them?
Exactamente, no recuerdo el mes. No recuerdo el mes.
I don't remember exactly the month. I don't remember the month.
Okay. But did they seem responsive to you and your concerns?
Sí.
Yes,
Now, you said your husband came to Dallas and met with Marisela's friend Raul Ortiz. Is that correct?
Sí.
yes,
Did your husband bring back any of your daughter's belongings that were left with Raul?
Las recogió, sí, recogió. Ujú.
Pick them up, yes, he did.
Do you remember what Maricela's dad brought back with him from Dallas to Seattle?
Simplemente ropa.
Just clothes?
Clothes. Okay. Do you remember a suitcase or purses or any of her belongings, other belongings?
No,
No.
But you do remember her clothes coming back?
solo la ropa. Lo que nunca apareció fue su bolsa, su pertenencia privada, la bolsa, ID, tarjeta, su teléfono, eso nunca lo encontramos.
Just her clothes. We never found her purse or cards or private belongings. We never found any of those.
Okay. So you didn't get Maricela's purse that was found in Rose's car?
Bolsa personal, no, solamente la maleta con ropa.
Personal purse, no, just her suitcase with clothes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah, I think this is going to be potentially really interesting trial. I have a lot of clips too and stuff that I can repost for people that
Ma'am,
haven't
I
seen.
know you took a look at this earlier.
The time code.
This is Maricela's bank statement that you shared with her.
Sí.
Okay. And do you see what the last two dates are?
Oh, it's Nina, being an attorney. Yeah.
Cinco.
Fifth,
Do you see two other entries in there where her bank card was used after the 5th?
Ajá. Porque cuando me dijeron que cuando usó la tarjeta de mi hija el domingo en la noche, hasta otro día se cobró.
yes, because I was told that when they used
No.
my,
Without being told, do you see the last two entries and what dates are those, ma'am?
Ajá. Sí. Pero lo que tengo entendido es cuando usan la tarjeta, depende lo que sea, no lo cobran exacto, sino hasta otro día. Es lo que tengo entendido.
but what I understand is that when the card is used, it's not recorded on the same day, but the next day. That's what I understand.
Okay, but the dates on here are showing two purchases on October 6th. One at Select Start Arcade and one at Fedora, both places in Dallas. Yes or no?
¿Están ahí?
Are they there?
Right here. So yes or no, ma'am?
No tengo idea por qué están ahí. Como le digo, a nosotros jamás nos entregaron su tarjeta, su bolsa, su teléfono, nada.
I have no idea why they're there. because we
Objection,
were-
Your Honor, non-responsive.
What?
Sustained.
Oh, it's nasty.
Ma'am, if you
Okay.
could listen to the specific
Uh-oh.
question
Maybe
and
she's right.
answer that question if you can. If you can't, then please let us
The Fed's gonna be savage too. They're throwing Marcel under the bus. She a party.
So,
Look what she was
ma'am,
dressing.
Yes or no, there were
in.
two uses of her card on October 6th,
Oh, they're taking a break.
2020.
Ooh.
Sí.
Yes.
And do you know if those two places were located in Deep Ellum, Medora, and the arcade?
No tengo idea.
I have no idea.
I pass the witness, Your Honor.
Can you redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Permission to publish states to, Your Honor. Ma'am, you were just asked about some records, some bank records, and some charges from October 6th. Is that correct?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, you were discussing with the defense attorney that your understanding is that when a point of purchase or a card is used.
Objection, Your Honor, leading, and also it appears that Ms. Pittman is getting ready to ask a question that is hearsay.
Sustained at the leading nature of the question and possible hearsay answer.
Okay. Let me ask it this way. What is your understanding about the bank records and what they show?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained, later predicate if she has personal knowledge.
Wonder what she's getting at with the bank statements.
Miss Valadez Fructos, have you ever used a bank card? A debit or a credit card?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And you've reviewed your own bank records as well, is that correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And when you use a bank card, when does it reflect on your bank statement?
Cuando la uso fin de semana, me aparece el lunes.
When I use it on a weekend, it turns up on Monday.
Okay.
By the way, for the people wondering the significance of, I can give you guys some context since we're a bit behind and we're catching up. October 5th, 2020 is the last day that Marisela was seen alive. I will be dropping a video later that will help you guys understand some more right after the trial. But just like a mini quick, very brief, just so 10/5/2020, Marisela last seen alive while she was in Seattle after being seen at the bar or whatever they were at. These other ones we'll get to later. These other timelines when they were arrested, and the body was found on March 24th, 2021. So just, that's a long time, right? Quite a bit of months, I guess. So they're looking into the last night here, which or the last day, which CVS purchased, Jackson Beer Garden, Dallas. This must be the gas station they were referencing. A T-Mobile payment, Pecan Lodge, BBQ Dallas, mobile purchase, Pops Dallas, Green Room Live Dallas, 7-Eleven. This is the Star Arcade Dallas. This, I believe she met Charles there. I believe she met him there. This is going into the wee hours of the night, so after 12 a.m. And then there's this last charge of Vidora, Dallas. I don't know what that is. I'll have to look that up.
Okay, so if we're looking at State's Exhibit 2, and I believe the charges that defense counsel were talking about were these two down here, the 10/6/2020, 10/6/2020, and that's the date listed for all the, each charge right there. Do you see that?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And do you see?
So Vidora is like another, it says an airy hip hop indoor outdoor rooftop destination. Features quesadillas, fajitas, and margaritas.
This date right there, 10/5.
Objection, Your Honor, leading the witness, but also that's not reflective of an actual date. 1005 select star is not showing an actual date, as in the bank statement you do have 10/06/20, which would indicate a date.
overruled this deleting, she was directing the witness to a particular line, and whether or not that is a date or something else is simply for the jury to decide. Overruled.
Ma'am, on you see 10/5/2020 7/11, and then you see a date right there 10/5.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And let's even look at the one above that. You see the date 10/5/2020, and then you see the numbers 1004.
Sí.
Yes.
1004 above that.
Sí.
Yes.
1004, and that says Pecan Lodge Barbecue, Dallas.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Right above that, you see a recurring charge at 10/5/20 on 10/5/20.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And looking at each of these numbers, all these charges from Dallas. She's obviously located in Dallas at that time. Is that correct?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And then this one right here, 10/6/2020, it says check card. And then what is that number right there?
1005.
1005.
Okay. And then this check card at Medora, Dallas, that's also a Dallas location, that says 1004, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. In your experience in your own banking, is that reflective of when you make a purchase on the weekend that it usually does not reflect on your statement on this date until days later?
Sí.
Yes.
Another question, Jerome.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Please watch your step getting down
Okay.
to the witness stand.
So that was the mother. Then they take a little, let me see.
Testimony for the last hour and a half. It is time for our morning break.
We'll take a morning break. We'll skip forward. Now they have some other family coming on to testify. I am dropping a video later. It's almost like, I think the video is like 2 years old, but I'm going to repost it. And it's very, very relevant still. The only thing that's really kind of left out of the video is these women running off to Cambodia and the deep dives. But that video will get you your feet wet and you'll be able to understand the trial and a lot of what's going on.
Well, jury, I know you've probably seen me looking at my computer.
I'm dropping it later, but the link is in the description. So if you feel like you need to watch it now, you can go watch it if you want. Pause and come back.
Translation of the testimony. And sometimes if I think I misheard something, I'll take a look at that. I do see that some of you brought some note paper in and have some pens to take notes. Just if you recall yesterday, you are allowed to take notes, but you cannot use them during your deliberations and you cannot take them home. In addition
So they're allowed to do notes.
to not
Where does that?
discussing the case
Thank you, Haley.
until the end of all the testimony, and we've had closing arguments, you cannot share your notes with other jurors at this time. You need that next witness.
For a lot of us, like that have been covering this, like Lexa was saying, like this has been a really long time coming, like especially for the family, people that were out there searching for Marisela and that they found, like whoever it was that found her body, a really long time coming, a bunch of bullshit delays, these two women running off to Cambodia after getting bail. The judge, Amber Givens, let me show you something real quick too. The whole thing where they lost a whole bunch of evidence. Marisela Botello, evidence lost. I was trying to open up this article. One of these articles will not let me open up. If somebody's able to access it, they're trying to get me to pay, but when I try to pay, it won't let me. It asks me for my address. I guess I have to be in Texas to open this up. But just check this out real quick, just to know how much how much, F stuff has been going on. Dallas police detective fails to turn over hundreds of pieces of evidence in high profile murder case. More than 300 pictures, audio recordings, and body camera they had never seen. They received a thumb drive over the weekend. This thing was a mess. Then they did some type of audit this year, August 17, 2023. I can't open this, but all I can see is Dallas police finished audit of 450 homicides for deleted evidence. Won't release review yet. I don't know how much this has to do with Marisela. Yeah, they mentioned Marisela here. So, and then you got the judge that was on this case. Just so you know how much of a mess this shit was. Amber Givens. I don't trust this lady at all. She seemed very, very biased. I'm so glad that she's off of this case. There's something need to be done about her. I don't trust this lady at all. Texas Rangers investigation sheds light on Dallas judge's bizarre behavior. Dallas judge won't be charged over impersonation allegation. Kaufman Day clears Dallas judge of crimes, but scolds her for being unprofessional. I saw this woman. If you watch her videos and behavior, something was off. Judge who criticized Dallas County prosecutors taking off murder case. I'm glad they took her ass off. Amber Givens. Mess. And she was over here streaming the trials in her personal Facebook shit. Personal Facebook profile.
State calls to Nestle Castillo.
This is another family member. And this whole story has Santa Muerte. One of Charles Beltran's friends, which he just called me at the beginning of this trial because he saw me streaming.
You would please stop and raise your
Used to be his
right
friend.
hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
And a little fun fact, Brian sent me this video, but I had watched this a long time ago. A lot of you probably haven't seen this. This is Charles. He's not doing trial right now. He's going to be the third person. The order of people that are going to be tried, from what I heard, right now it's Lisa Dykes, then Nina Marano is going to be next, and then the last person is going to be Charles Beltran. Charles Beltran is like a wannabe rapper. Yeah. 50-50 Chuck. Yeah. 3133. This 3133 address is at Lisa Dykes' house. The woman that's being tried right now, okay, the sugar mama that paid for all this guy's stuff and paid for all his shit, and he's over here, I don't know, kind of fronting like he owns this thing. Lisa Dykes was like this guy's sugar mama. So he records a music video in front of, I think this is actually the back of the house. Yeah. I don't know if there's copyright on it, but that's Charles right there.
Bullshit, probably because I'm a tourist. So stay the fuck.
So, yeah, yeah.
God. Thank you. You may be seated.
May I proceed, Your Honor? You may. Ma'am, can you state your name for
Thank
the
you, BF, for putting the
court and
playlist.
spell it,
Appreciate
please?
that.
Nestle Castillo, DENNESLY CASTILLO.
Okay. And Ms. Castillo, can you just tell the jury how it is that you know Marisela Botello Valdez?
She's my niece, my cousin's daughter.
Your cousin's daughter. Okay. And your cousin is Miss Ernestina
Correct.
Valdez Britos, correct? How long had you known Marisela?
I mean, I moved to Seattle in 2012, so we didn't necessarily grow up together, but, every time we visited family, Washington-wise, we would visit and see them, so, the last 10 years is when we really had more of a connection and started hanging out after I personally myself moved to Washington State.
Okay. And you know her your whole life, but the last 10 years is when you all kind of got close.
Correct.
Now,
And I didn't hear this. Is this your cousin?
I mean,
cousin is. So, can you just tell the jury how it is that you know Marisela Botello Valdez?
she's my niece,
niece.
my cousin's daughter.
Your cousin's daughter. Okay. And your cousin is Miss Ernestina
Correct.
Valdez Britos, correct? How long
She's been very, very active in the case too.
did you know Marisela?
I mean, I moved to Seattle in 2012, so we didn't necessarily grow up together, but, every time we visited family, Washington-wise, we would visit and see them, so, the last 10 years is when we really had more of a connection and started hanging out after I personally myself moved to Washington State.
Okay. And you know her your whole life, but the last 10 years is when you all kind of got close.
Correct.
Now, you are much closer in age to her, is that correct?
Right.
And how old are you right now?
I'm 32.
32, okay. And she would be 26?
I believe so.
Okay, she was 23 when she went missing, and we are about 3 years after that time. Is that that about right?
That's right.
Did you guys hang out socially and interact and things like that?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and I mean, as far as her, what did she like to do when she went out?
So I would pick her up, and one of the things that we like to do a lot was to go frequent the beach. We would go to the beach and hang out with my daughters. That's usually what we usually did when it was nice in the summertime. I would go. She would live very close to me, so I would go pick her up, and we would drive around and go to the beach and hang out with my daughters at the park, or she would come over to my house.
Okay.
Just hang out there.
And me not personally being from Seattle, not spending a lot of time there, the beach is a little different than, maybe Texas beaches, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cold water, but very pretty trees, things of that nature?
Yes.
What kinds of things would you do at the beach?
We like to get food and kind of do like a little picnic thing. Occasionally we'll have a drink or two on the beach while we're, in the sunset, whatnot, watching the sunset.
Did you know her as far as kind of her work ethic and work habits?
Well, yeah, she was a manager, so I mean, at the department store, if I'm not mistaken. So I mean, that definitely shows that she was a very hardworking girl. They don't just give a manager position to anyone.
Now, she was 23. Of course, she was legal age to drink. And as far as drug use, Seattle's a little different than Dallas. Marijuana is completely legal in Seattle, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So if we're talking about illicit.
Whenever you answer a question, the court reporter has to take down your answer. So when you go, you have to answer yes or no, please.
Okay.
So when we're talking about marijuana and if Marisela used marijuana or not, that was legal in Seattle.
Right.
Did you know her to use marijuana frequently?
I don't know what the habits were. I do know that she was an occasional user.
Okay, but not all the time.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Did she drink some?
Yes.
And was she the type of person who would just get out of control drunk?
No, not anytime she was ever in my presence.
Okay. Now, did you all, I guess, just remain in contact pretty frequently?
Yes.
Did you follow her social media accounts?
Yes.
What social media accounts did she use primarily?
Instagram, Snapchat, Facebook.
Did she post frequently?
Yes, she did.
Okay, and what types of pictures would she post?
It would just because she'd like to travel a lot. So anytime she traveled, she made it a point to show, the tourist locations that she was visiting. So those were mostly things that she posted, the sites or her boarding the airplane or at the airport, things of that nature.
And I guess what I'm getting at, it wouldn't be like her just to suddenly stop posting on social media.
It would not be like her, no.
Now, you were aware that she was traveling to Dallas.
Yes.
And were you aware of, I guess, the dates of travel?
I didn't know the specific dates. I do know that she was traveling out of town because we had been in contact to meet up when she returned to Seattle.
Okay. And she was to return to Seattle on October 5th, 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, when do you recall being concerned about Marisela and whether she was going to return or not from Dallas?
So once she did not make her flight, that's when we were concerned. We were also able to see that she never made an attempt to get rebooked in another flight because it is not uncommon for people to miss the flight. But when there's no attempts ever to be made to get rebooked on the next available flight, that's when we knew something was off.
What did you do at that point?
So the first thing that we tried to do was access her email, because at that point I felt like we would have some sort of indication of maybe where she could have been. So we were able, with help with the family, to access the email, and that's how we were able to retrieve the receipts for her last lift that she took.
Okay, and when was that last lift?
It was the Sunday night. It was, I can't recall the time, but it was late.
Okay,
or
late,
early morning.
Late Sunday night?
Correct.
And that Sunday, if she's returning on Monday, October 5th, will be October 4th.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall, if you recall, was there any information about where that Lyft, picked her up and dropped her off, or do you know?
There was I don't recall if there was a particular address, but once we seen kind of the location, we had an idea of where she was at, and based on her debit card usage is where we were able to get a clear understanding of where she was dropped off that night.
Okay, and the debit card usage, we're talking about State's Exhibit 2.
So I've updated the playlist. I want to make a playlist for the trial.
You can see on that screen. We talk about these places like the Con Lodge Barbecue, the Green Room Live, Select Start, Fedora, things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay, and were you able to kind of determine that that was in a location called Deep Ellum?
That is correct.
We see the point of purchase 7-Eleven on 10-5. That doesn't have an address right there, though, correct?
Right.
Now, if you're looking at the dates, is it pretty clear that these dates over here are when the actual charge is cleared, and these numbers here indicate the actual day that the card was used?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. And so it appears that the 7-Eleven may be the last purchase that she made with her debit card.
Correct.
Now, we didn't flip through the other pages, but if we're looking at this combined statement from October 7th to November 3rd, 2020, she got a payroll deposit there on October 7th of 2020. And then it looks like this Lyft hit her account on the 7th. Oh, thank you. And it says 12 a.m. ride Monday, 12 a.m. Lyft. Is that the Lyft that you received that you saw in her email?
Yes.
And that indicated that if it was Monday, 12 a.m., that was super in the early morning hours of Monday, October 5th.
Correct.
This is a recurring charge of DoorDash, and that's in the recurring charge of LA Fitness. Are those the last charges that she had in her bank account?
Yes.
Okay. In reviewing those statements with your cousin, did it appear that she just quit using her bank account? I mean,
Yes.
there wasn't any large withdrawal or anything like that?
No, not after the Lyft receipt.
Did you find that concerning?
Yes, especially if you're out of state, you would need your card.
What other things did you find concerning?
The main thing is that there's absolutely no communication. We would, like I said, if she had missed her flight, we should have gotten some sort of notification from her that she planned on traveling back. She still had to return to work, everything, all her belongings were still home. So just the fact that she completely fell off the face of the earth is very concerning.
Did you know who she was coming to visit here in Dallas?
Yes. I met him one time only in Washington.
Was that Raul Ortiz?
Correct.
Now, did you know if she had any other friends or acquaintances or associates here in Dallas?
Not as far as I know. He was the only person.
What steps did you all take as a family to try to locate Marisela?
So, following the Monday, I believe it was Tuesday, that me and her father flew down to Dallas. And, obviously we're, blind. We don't know anything. We are just kind of doing what we can or what we think is the best So we rented a vehicle and we were kind of just driving around the Deep Ellum area. We went to the locations where the last time she used her debit card and tried to get a hold of the owner to see if we could pull up CCTV and see if it gave us an indication of who she was with or where she might have gone.
Was there anyone else in Seattle, friends, or anything else that came to Dallas as well?
Yes, Patrick came down as well, and he's the one that was also going around all of Deep Ellum and putting up posters.
Karen, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. Castillo, I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 3. You mentioned that Patrick was putting up flyers. Did you all use the last picture that she had posted on Snapchat as the picture that you used on the flyers?
Yes.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of that photograph?
Yes.
Your Honor, move to admit State's Exhibit 3 for all purposes.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit number 3 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, you all obtained this photograph, you said, from her Snapchat, is that correct?
Correct.
Did she post it in a story, or was it, I don't really know how Snap works, so if you can kind of explain to the jury, for those of us that don't know about Snapchat, how does Snapchat work?
You can post it to a story. It lasts about 24 hours. I think this particular picture, she had it saved to her camera roll. So the same way I was able to access her email is how I was able to access her Snapchat. I requested to reset her password and that be sent over to her email. Once I was able to reset her password, I was then able to access her Snapchat and retrieve the saved photo.
Okay. And so on Snapchat, you were talking about stories, and they're available for what?
Like 24 hours.
Did she regularly post stories?
Yes.
And if you were a follower, you could click on her story, and it's available for 24 hours. And she may have several stories at one time.
Correct.
Okay. And then the camera roll just saves to her particular Snapchat.
Correct.
It's not visible to everybody else necessarily.
It's not.
Okay. A little bit different from Instagram, where if you post an Instagram picture, it stays up there.
Yes. No,
unless you personally delete it.
Correct.
Okay. Now, this story that she posted, was this posted on the night that, or I guess the day of October 4th, the last day that she was going out in Dallas?
I don't recall if this was saved to her story, but I know once I was able to access the picture, I know it was taken that day.
Okay,
it has a timestamp on it.
October 4th of 2020.
Correct.
Now, you said that, and that's the reason you guys use this particular photo, because that's the last thing that she would have been wearing in Deep Ellum.
Correct.
Patrick came down, and what did Patrick do? Was he alone, or did he have some people with him?
When he came down, me and her dad had already flown back because he drove down. But we were in communication, and he went to all the bars and put up posters, and I believe he was able to obtain some of the security footage of her leaving one of the bars.
Were you and her dad able to obtain any of those videos?
No, I did talk to one of the owners. I think it was one of the bars that was shown in the statements, and he was able to retrieve the footage, but he couldn't send it to me. But he told me at that time she was still alone.
Okay, so she was alone in the footage that you saw?
Yes.
Do you recall what bar that was?
I think it was a Star.
Let's look at
something with stars in it. Or arcade. The arcade.
The arcade. So in State's Exhibit 2. One of the last locations or bars, there's the Green Room, Select Start Arcade.
That one, Select Start Arcade.
Okay.
I believe that's when she had first arrived into Deep Ellum.
After taking the lift.
After taking the lift.
Okay. So she's seen on camera at Select Start Arcade. Do you recall that footage?
No, it was very blurry. I think she was sitting at the bar, just talking to the bartender on that one.
When she was sitting there, did she appear out of sorts, not knowing what she was doing,
No.
completely beside herself,
No.
anything like that?
She seemed fine.
Seemed fine. Now, you said Patrick came down. when you were down, did you contact Dallas Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And what kind of response did you get?
They told me that she was not a priority at the moment. She was only considered a missing person and not in danger. I can't believe the exact words that they used, but they said that she would need to be missing for I can't remember the time frame, for a while before they pushed it up to a more priority case.
And did they give you indication of why that was?
They just said that they get a lot of missing cases reports, so unless something indicates that she was in trouble, then they wouldn't pursue it.
Okay, so at that time you didn't have any indication what happened to her?
Yes, I did not know anything.
But it was important enough, and not just important enough, but it was so out of character for her that you all left the day after she was supposed to return. Is that right?
Correct.
And you know Patrick, is it Helmbolt? I'm trying to recall his last name.
I don't recall his last name. It's something long.
Okay, and you knew that they were friends.
Correct.
And, you know, younger people than me, I have to talk to a 17-year-old daughter to kind of figure out the language, but they were more or less talking. They weren't necessarily dating or in a committed relationship.
Correct.
Is that a fair representation?
Yes.
He knew that she was going to come see Raul. Or do you know that?
I don't know that.
Okay.
I know he knew that she was traveling. I don't know if he necessarily knew who she was going to come see.
Okay. But she knew that he was seeing other people, so it wasn't this committed relationship.
Correct.
It was important enough to him to drive from Seattle overnight.
He also spent a lot of time with her, so he knew that it was very out of character.
Okay. Do you recall seeing any, or do you recall when kind of the media got involved in this case?
I want to say maybe after we started sharing it on social media is when we started getting a little bit more of attention from media. I want to say maybe a week after, when they finally pushed it to, I think it was now missing and endangered.
And did you follow all those news articles? And
yes.
Just try to get as much information?
I was very active, making sure that we could get her picture across as much platforms as possible, in the very chance that someone had seen her.
Now, my first witness. You may. The next one I'm going to show you has been marked State's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that headline of the article, and one of the first articles that kind of hit the media?
Yes.
Okay. And we've cut off the bottom to redact any of the portions that have any media information in there.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit States 4 for all purposes.
No objection, Judge. It's been previously accepted.
All right, State's Exhibit number 4 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor? Now, at this time, it's a Seattle family, friends desperate to find a woman missing in Dallas. States what we've already learned, that friends and family haven't heard from her since the early morning hours of Monday, October 5th. And it appears, if you look down there in the very bottom corner, that this article was published October 11th of 2020. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
And is that when the media kind of started getting involved?
Yes. Once one picked it up, everyone else seemed to be interested, and we got a lot more attention media-wise.
Okay. And you did whatever you could to help the media, the police, anyone find any information about Marisela.
Correct.
Now, did you ever get any contact from anyone about her whereabouts?
No.
Is it fair to say you were frustrated in the beginning with the police department?
Yes.
What was it like to just be so concerned and so worrying about her and her whereabouts, and just to kind of get that response.
It was very frustrating because I was literally going back and forth with the person who told us that it was not an endanger, like she was not a person of priority at the time. You know, I recall I asked him if he has kids, and he stated he did. And I said, wouldn't you think, you know, if your child is missing, to look for them, or you have to wait until something happens for you to actually look for her? And at that point he said, I understand, but until we have any evidence that she may be in danger, there's nothing we can do at the time.
And at this time, I'd like to offer states 5, and this is a calendar of October of 2020 for demonstrative purposes only.
Yeah, I don't have any differences.
All right, State's Exhibit number 5, a 2020 calendar is admitted for demonstrative purposes only.
We're going to start here with October 2nd. Your understanding is that is when Marisela left for Texas?
I believe so, yes.
And October 5th is when she was to return?
Correct.
You testified before that the Lyft receipt was in the early morning hours of the 5th or late hours of the 4th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I'm going to put it there at the bottom because that's leading up into the 5th. Her last point of purchase charge, based on those bank records, was
Would have been also the Sunday the 4th.
Sunday the 4th at Deep Ellum bars.
Correct.
Now, it wasn't until October 11th that you saw the first article about Marisela going missing in a news source.
Correct.
You testified before that her father, Salvador Botello, and yourself flew down on the 6th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you know what date Patrick came down?
We left Wednesday, and I want to say he arrived Wednesday evening.
Okay. Did you all visit with Raul Ortiz when you all were here?
We did.
And what information did you learn from him?
We just went to collect her belongings that were left at his apartment. He's the one that I believe initially made the report that she never came back to his apartment.
Okay. And you primarily got her luggage and things that were in his apartment?
Yes.
When did you learn that Miss Marisela wasn't coming back?
I'm not like
I
coming
guess when
like.
did you learn that they found her remains?
Okay, that's what I wanted clarification. It was 6 months later, I think, when they finally told us that they had found her remains.
And tell the jury what that was like.
Well, we had some hope when she hadn't been found that she could have still been alive. We were hanging on to that hope because it had been such a long time that there was no good outcome in the fact that she was missing, but we really thought that we would have her back with us. And when they told us that they found her remains, then at that point we absolutely knew that there was, nothing to make it any better at that point.
This last picture, you knew Marisela well, you knew her fashion choices and things like that. Do you remember this scrunchie? I know it's kind of blurry.
Yes, I do remember it. She would wear it on her arm.
Is it almost like a cheetah print?
It is a cheetah print, correct.
All right, pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yeah, it's Ms. Castillo.
Yes.
All right, I'm Heath Harris, represent Ms. Dykes. I just have a few questions for you. First and foremost, I think you indicated to the members of the jury that in Seattle it's legal to smoke weed, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but as far as any other drugs, you didn't really know her or Marisela to use any other. Am I saying her name right?
Marisela.
Marisela.
She did not use any other drugs.
But while she was here in Dallas, whether or not someone else convinced her to use drugs, you have no idea, correct?
I wouldn't think she would.
That's not my question. Whether or not someone else influenced her to use drugs other than weed while she was here in Dallas, you have no idea because you went with her, weren't you?
I was not.
Okay. Madam First Judge.
You may.
And so you've never seen her on drugs, right?
No.
So you don't know what effect drugs would have on her, like Percocet or ecstasy, what effect that those drugs would have on her, correct?
Correct.
Or how she would respond to that, do you?
I do not know.
Because you don't know her to use stuff like that, right?
Correct.
Okay. Let me get this marked as defense 1. Yeah, let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 3 and Defense Exhibit number 1. I know you don't know the gentleman in the photo here with her, but does that appear to be Marisela in the same dress?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, which picture?
I'm referring to Defense Exhibit number 1.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I'll offer what's marked as Defense Exhibit number 1.
No objection, Your Honor.
And again,
One moment, defense exhibit number 1 is submitted for all purposes.
thank you, Judge. Permission to publish.
You may.
And again, it's a little grainy, but you can still tell that's her, isn't it?
Yes.
And you don't know who she's with there, but that's her in that same dress, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't know if that was taken on her trip to Dallas or whatever, but again, it appears that that's her in the same dress that she took and put it on Snapshot.
Yes.
All right. You indicated that while she was in Dallas, you didn't necessarily have communications with her, right? You were just following her on social media or whatever.
Correct.
All right. You said at some point you and the dad or the family became concerned to the extent that y'all called police.
Correct.
And the police basically told you that it wasn't a priority. She's just a missing person.
Correct.
They had a lot of missing people, right?
Correct.
And you guys wanted them to do more, but they said they got rules of procedure, right?
Right. Yes.
Unless they had evidence of some wrongdoing, there's nothing they can do, right?
Correct.
They needed evidence
Correct.
before they can move on with this case.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you and the father came down, y'all visited with Raul, right?
Yes.
And y'all got a chance to talk to him
Yes.
about Marcel's coming to visit with him.
Yes.
And were y'all, did y'all have any concern about why he would allow Marcellus to go back to Deep Ellum by herself at that time of night?
Yes.
Y'all questioned him about that, right?
Correct.
And to be honest with this jury, everyone was really suspicious about Raul and what he had to do with Marcel's disappearance, correct?
Yes.
And y'all let him know that, didn't you?
Yes, we did.
Especially Patrick. Would you agree with that?
I don't know.
Okay. Because, I mean, did you know Raul?
I met him one time prior.
Okay. Did it make sense to you that he would allow her to go back to Deep Ellum by herself at that time of night?
No.
Did you know that they had been out drinking earlier?
No.
Okay. All right. As far as all these dates, let's subtract that. I did want to ask you real quickly about, you said that y'all were able to obtain some videos, or Patrick was able to get videos that at least showed her in that Deep Ellum area.
Yes.
I mean, assuming that the Star Arcade is in the Deep Ellum area, right?
Yes.
All right. But on October the 11th, when this news story came out, I mean, this was a big story, right?
Right.
Her face is plastered all over Deep Ellum. Now she's on the news. All the news outlets are showing her face, right?
Right.
And that's October the 11th. And they're asking people, if you know anything, please let DPD know, correct?
Correct.
This may be a better question for one of the detectives or something, but did you know anything about tips that DPD may have received from Crime Stoppers talking about people seeing her? Just if you know.
No.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Castillo.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be silenced?
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection from the state.
All right, thank you. Please watch your step getting down from the witness. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Raul Ortiz.
Sir, if you would please stop and raise your right hand.
Sure.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you get settled, let me know. Okay, are you ready?
I am.
All right. Sir, can you state your name and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Raul Ortiz, Raulortiz.
Okay. And Mr. Ortiz, I mean, you know why you're here. You knew Marisela Botello Valadez, is that correct?
Correct, we're friends.
Okay. Where did you meet her?
I met her in Washington State back in my time in the service, maybe 2018, 2017 timeframe.
Okay. You said time in the service. What branch did you serve in?
I was in the Army.
In the Army. And how long were you in the Army?
4 years.
And when you met her, what kind of girl was she?
Outgoing, outspoken, there's more characteristics, but definitely outgoing, outspoken, kind, things of that nature.
Did you all kind of date for a short time?
Somewhat.
Somewhat. And I guess characterize that for the jury. What does somewhat mean?
More than anything, kind of not a serious relationship, but we were very good friends to a point where we had sexual encounters, but nothing to a point where we were dedicated to one another officially.
Okay. So you guys were friends, did go out on dates and things like that, but it never got anywhere serious. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
At what point did you move from Washington?
What time did I move out of Washington? I'd say January 2019 is when I got out of there.
Okay. And where did you relocate to?
I relocated to either Texas or New York. Texas and New York was one or the other.
Okay.
I can't remember.
And to be fair, I mean, you've moved around from Washington to Texas and to New York several times over the last, 2023, over the last 5 years or so.
I have.
Okay. In fact, you know, at the time of this offense in October 2020, you were in Dallas, is that right?
I was.
And during part of the investigation, when I believe Detective Christine Ramirez contacted you, you were down in Houston.
I believe so.
Okay. At some point, you may have returned to Washington.
Correct.
Okay. You were telling me yesterday one of the reasons is your family members, I believe it's your father, owns a business where you have a location in Dallas and one in Houston.
We did have a location in Dallas. We do have a location in Houston.
Okay, so the Dallas location shut down.
Correct.
Okay. During the time, or I guess after you left Washington, did you and Marisela stay in communication?
What was the question one more time?
Did you and Marisela stay in communication after you left Washington?
Yes.
Okay. Snapchat, things of that nature?
Yes.
And kind of what led to you inviting her to come down to see you?
Leisure. I know she was working up there, and I told her I'm here in Dallas. Hey, you want to come down? She was like, yeah. And she booked the trip to come out here kind of spontaneously.
Okay. And what kinds of things do you guys do in Dallas?
The typical things: sightseeing, eating, drinking. That's it, really.
Okay.
Sightseeing, eating, and drinking.
I mean, this was just about having fun.
Correct.
Now, she got here on October 2nd, is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay, and I believe that is on if we look at the calendar up there, October 2nd is on a Friday, and she was planning on returning on October 5th. She had a booked flight, is that right?
Sounds about right.
Okay. Did you pick her up from the airport, or did she Uber to your house?
I picked her up from the airport.
Okay, and was the plan for you to take her back to the airport?
Yes.
So let's go to what happened on October 4th, okay? What did you guys do kind of throughout the day?
We had a late morning, so maybe 11, 12 o'clock we woke up, had food somewhere, I can't remember specifically, we had food. And then we got...
Lodge?
Excuse me?
Pecan Lodge, maybe?
I'm not entirely sure what that reference means.
Okay. The Pecan Lodge barbecue place in Deep Ellum.
You know, again, I don't remember.
Okay.
I really
no
don't
problem.
remember.
So you guys have some food. What else?
Probably a few cocktails. The specifics of that day, I really don't remember. What I do know is that more than likely we had cocktails, ate some food, and then got the night started just like any other day. It's a time of leisure, time for us to kind of let loose a little bit, forget about work, and just, kind of live a little bit in the moment.
When you knew her in Seattle, did she drink and hang out and party?
Occasionally, yes.
Okay. Was she the type to get out of control?
No.
Did you know her to be a drug user?
No.
Now, this weekend that she stayed with you, did you all drink and party?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall if she ever used any other substances?
No.
And do you recall ever telling anyone, a detective or anyone else, that she may have used Percocet?
No.
You don't recall doing that?
No.
Okay. Based on your interaction with her October 4th, did she seem like she was in control of herself?
Yes.
So let's get to how you all got separated. So you all are out drinking, hanging out. What happened that led her to be separated from you?
Okay. I don't remember the specific timeline, but the reason we split up was because I had vomit on my shirt because I was drunk, and we went to my apartment, and I didn't have the keys to get in it, and my roommate was long gone. So I wasn't gonna go out. I told her, hey, if anything, if I get into my apartment, let's meet up at Deep Ellum. So she got an Uber, went to Deep Ellum, and I literally slept outside my apartment out in the balcony, like vomit on me. And that's when the next morning I woke up. I was messaging her all morning, and she just didn't respond.
That night, I mean, did you have any concerns, or was there any, I guess, reluctance to let her leave without you back down to Deep Ellum?
One more time?
Did you have any reluctance or concerns about letting this pretty young girl go back down to Deep Ellum on her own?
No.
What did you think when you woke up the next morning and she wasn't there?
Me being from Texas and me seeing what I've seen in my lifetime, I figured something bad had happened.
How did that make you feel?
Pretty bad to a point where I immediately called it in as a missing person because I could tell something was wrong.
So at that point, had you talked to anybody from her home of Seattle, any family members or friends?
Possibly, I don't remember. I think I did reach out to one of the family members, but I don't remember the specifics in this moment.
But you called in a 911 missing persons report. Did you get any response from the Dallas Police Department?
I spoke to them, reported them, and I think that's as far as it went, to my recollection right now.
Did you continue trying to get in touch with her?
Yes.
What different ways were you trying to get in touch with her?
iMessage, calling, and text message. Instagram, Snapchat.
Now, when she left that night, did she still leave her suitcase and some of her personal items with you?
Yes.
Okay, but she left some personal items in her purse as well.
Correct.
I'm sorry, in your car. She left a kind of a backpack purse in your car. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. During that time, the coronavirus, the pandemic, was still a pretty big concern in Texas. Do you recall at that time people were having to wear face masks in buildings and things like that?
Yes.
Do you recall her father coming down with her cousin Denesli and talking with you about Marisela and her whereabouts?
Yes.
What was that conversation like?
Very concerning. We went out and we went out looking for her, asking questions. I believe we left some flyers, but that's the way that looked like. They came here concerned. They could tell something was wrong. I could tell that something was wrong. We went out asking questions, investigating her whereabouts, leaving flyers, talking to people. But that's the way that looked.
And did they have some concerns about you letting her go down to Deep Ellum?
Yes.
Looking back on it now and knowing that, I mean, they found her remains 6 months later, how does that make you feel?
Shitty. Yeah, it makes me feel pretty shitty. She was a very good friend of mine. I would even say even one of my best friends, really.
Now, you talked about her leaving some of her belongings in your car. Our first witness, Charles, you may. Raul, I'm going to show you the contents of this bag, marked States Exhibit 6. Trying not to rip the bag too much. Do you recall that backpack?
Looks familiar.
Okay. Is that the backpack that she left in the back of your car? Or I'm in your car? I'm not sure where she left it, but in your car?
I can say confidently, yes.
Okay. And looking, would it help to also to look at some of the contents in there?
Sure.
Okay. And a ticket, a book, Subtle Art of Not Giving a F Word. And specifically, do you remember this mask?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer States 6, the contents, the backpack and contents
No
for all
objection.
purposes.
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit number 6, a brown old-fashioned shopping bag with a tan backpack, and the contents therein are admitted for all purposes.
Okay. And permission to publish, Your Honor? So some of the contents, we talked about a book. She was planning on returning it's about a 4-hour flight from Seattle. Is that correct?
That sounds about right.
Okay. A box of the original feathered lash wispies. I don't know if you wear fake eyelashes, but that appeared to be fake eyelash box.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Okay.
Something she'd have in her backpack.
Magnet from Seattle. And then this cheetah print face mask.
Definitely. Yeah, as I'm making memory now, I do remember that specific backpack on her body and her bringing it in here.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And do you recall her wearing this specific face mask during her time here in Dallas?
Yes.
Here's also, she had a, looks like a part of a boarding pass to Bangkok, from Bangkok to Seoul, Korea, with her name on it and date. You didn't accompany her on that trip, did you?
No.
Okay. Were you aware that she did enjoy travel?
Yes.
Also contained in that backpack, Cheez-Its, regular snack for a plane, a Delta napkin. Do you recall what airline you picked her up from?
I don't recall.
Delta Wi-Fi information. And then also what appears to be snacks that they hand out on a plane, Delta biscuit. Was there any indication at all, Raul, that she had any intent to stay in Dallas?
No.
Would that be like her at all? And then knowing her for the years that you knew her, would that be something she would do?
Absolutely not.
Your Honor, at this time, the state passes the witness.
Right, this will be start cross-examination. It is now 12:29, and we will go ahead and take our lunch break for 1 hour. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please remember your instructions. Mr. Ortiz, if you would stand down and wait for the attorneys in the DA workroom. We will resume at 1:30 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as you can see, there is some media in the courtroom. Please be rest assured that the news camera is not showing the juries at all in any way, not coming and going from the courtroom, either not. I just want to reassure you of that. All right, we are at recess until 1:30 p.m.
All rise.
All right, Ms. Bidwell, you could interpret with regard to.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hello, Judge.
Hello.
We are here for a brief. Have you approached? Yes. Oh, thank you. I don't know if you recall.
I do. Of course. Yes.
Dr. G.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Carranza. And did you all have a trial date? Yes.
Yes, we do, but.
Okay.
February 20th, maybe?
Okay.
I feel everyone is.
That's all on the same day.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. Do you want to have your client out?
Yeah.
Okay.
How would you do it?
Mr. Sadler is with the jury and Mr. Smith defended in our trial alone at this point. Wait.
I will let you know what's going on.
So they're done for the day there? I just missed that. I was 4 minutes behind on my phone.
Yes, Mr. Harris.
Oh, nothing, I'm just waiting for Eddie.
All right. Do you all need to speak with Ms. Dykes right now?
No, ma'am.
Put her back in the
Yes.
All right. Deputy Smith, you could put Ms. Dykes back in the holdover.
Are they done for the day?
Michael Martin here. I'm sorry. Oh, she's not? That's right, because there's a bench. Okay, let me see.
Oh, lunchtime.
Deputy Sadler. Okay, we need you to your
What was that? Oh. Jesus.
We finally got our.
1 hour lunch. Okay. What did you guys think about the
Yes.
friend testifying?
I wasn't gonna go out. I told her, hey, if anything, if I get into my apartment, let's meet up at Deep Ellum. So she got an Uber, went to Deep Ellum, and I literally slept outside my apartment, out in the balcony, like vomit on me. And that's when the next morning I woke up. I was messaging her all morning, and she just didn't respond.
That night, I mean, did you have any concerns, or was there any I guess, reluctance to let her leave without you back down to Deep Ellum?
One more time.
Did you have any reluctance or concerns about letting this pretty young girl go back down to Deep Ellum on her own?
No.
What did you think when you woke up the next morning and she wasn't there?
Me being from Texas and me seeing what I've seen in my lifetime, I figured something bad had happened.
How did that make you feel?
Pretty bad to a point where I immediately called it in as a missing person because I could tell something was wrong.
So at that point, had you talked to anybody from her home of Seattle, any family members or friends?
Possibly, I don't remember. I think I did reach out to one of the family members, but I don't remember the specifics in this moment.
But you called.
They're already back from lunch,
missing persons report.
so we're gonna. That was the benefit of today, since we started late. We can skip all this.
I spoke to them, reported them, and I think that's as far as it went, to my recollection right now.
Did you continue trying to get in touch with her?
Yes.
What different ways were you trying to get in touch with her?
iMessage, calling, and text message.
Okay, I just wanted to hear a little bit of that because I missed a couple of minutes.
The coronavirus, the pandemic, was still a pretty big concern in Texas. Do you recall at that time people were having to wear face masks in buildings and things like that?
Yes.
All right, I'll make you guys rewatch it. I just want to see. All right, so they took an hour lunch, and then they come back now. We're pretty much almost caught up now, basically caught up. It's nice. Thank you guys for joining me today. I appreciate it. This has been a trial, long time coming. At the end of today, I will drop a timeline video this was like a year or two old video, probably 2 years old. And it will catch you up on a lot of the details of the story. And then on your free time, I recommend you watch the playlist that I have because I have a few deep dives on there. I recommend on the playlist, after you watch the timeline, you should watch the Marisela Botello, the Bill story. That's a really interesting one. The one that says exclusive court documents with regards to Charles Beltran, Marisela Botello update Deep Ellum. That one's really interesting. And it talks about some exclusive documents that I was sent. The cease and desist, that's the members video. There was one too where Charles Beltran's friend called in, but I might clip it and post it separately. It was a long story. Mandy, thank you for the super chat. Sandy, thank you for the super chat. Says happy holidays, chat mods and Mel. Have a happy and blessed celebration with family and friends. Thank you, Sandy. Appreciate that. Thank you for the PayPal. Lisa Lulu, thank you for the super chat. Nice to see you, Mel. Hope all is well.
What, Ms. Pittman, do you have something to put on the record?
Yes, prior to testimony today, we turned over NCICs on any civilian witnesses that were testifying. Mr. Ortiz had some criminal history. We are just asking the court to, if the defense intends on bringing any of that out through testimony, that we have a hearing outside of the presence of the jury, allow the court to examine the NCIC and see if any of the history on here is relevant.
All right, does the defense intend to question the witness about any of these?
This is an assault conviction in 2017 is my understanding. Is that what we're talking about? Out of the county?
Hold on, the door's open. Thank you.
Oh, this is camera.
There was a small 10-minute chase that we missed as well while I was gone. So maybe we'll watch it later. It was a pretty wild chase. I think this was actually Miami, Florida chase. So maybe later we'll watch it. I think it's about 10 minutes long. Yeah, it's 8 minutes. So we'll watch it later. I am gonna have throughout the trial, I'm gonna have my laptop set up too in case the chase happens to happen. I can run it on the second channel. So we don't miss out on chases either.
Well, do y'all want to talk?
Yeah, Judge, the only thing I would offer is he has an assault conviction
From,
2017.
all right. It's see the NCIC,
Yes, Your Honor. I am sure I have all of it, so they were going through it.
I'm sorry, Judge.
This is the particular assault that they're talking about, Judge.
Ricky, he's playing with Maddie right now. I don't. They ran off somewhere. So Ricky, he has something called, I forgot what she told me, VDDD or something. VD. So he's like being medicated right now. He's supposed to kind of like not be doing too much crazy stuff. And then his dog owner too had to go to get a medical procedure done. So I guess she said VDD, something that it's a Frenchie, something common that they get. So he's supposed to be like kind of chilling, not going too crazy. I would love that. PopScan's gonna be monitoring Miami. What's PopScan at? Where do you say that? All right, let's fast forward this anyway to catch up. Just a little bit, and boom, we're finally caught up for today. Amazing. Yeah, man. So yeah, I appreciate you guys joining me. Today was super last minute. I had no idea they were even gonna stream this, so I jumped out of bed. I was like, what? So we gotta cover this. And I was wondering if they had any updates on this nut job from yesterday that blew up the damn house. What's his name? James Yu, Arlington, VA. They finally announced his name on social media. I mean, on the news. Who is James Wu? Somebody with mental health, apparently. A Virginia man with a history of rambling social media posts and frivolous lawsuits has been linked to Arlington house that exploded Monday night after police arrived to investigate claims that someone inside was shooting flares into the neighborhood. James Joe, 56, lived in the duplex house on the block shown exploding in an eyewitness video. However, police have not publicly identified the witness, although his LinkedIn profile appears to have been disabled. Yo preserved some of his posts on a YouTube page with silent videos showing court filings from some of his failed lawsuits. Two of the videos show the recent LinkedIn posts appear to have been removed. Two of the videos showing his recent LinkedIn posts appear to have been removed Tuesday morning. The posts refer to his ex-wife as witch. Oh, that's what he was talking about, his ex-wife. And anti-U.S. slogans, including F America. Where Ricky at? Oh, he's over here. Alex Wilson, a neighbor who recorded the explosion, described Yo in the interview with the local outlet as reclusive. He's a recluse who covered his windows in aluminum foil. Damn. In one of his most recent posts from December 1st, he posted a rant about his neighbor's activity and that this is how white people operate and have luxury of outnumbering all other races by almost 7-1 in America. America! In another post from late October, he claimed that he was being targeted with hateful messaging and made a reference to an assassination. In February last year, he tried to sue his ex-wife. the state of New York, and more than a dozen others alleging fraud, conspiracy to deprive him of civil rights and other charges. A federal judge dismissed the complaint with prejudice 2 months later, calling the lawsuit frivolous and confused. It was among a string of similar complaints that were also dismissed. In court documents and social media posts, he lists his address on North Burlington Street, where police responded Monday night.
This testimony is more probative than.
Oh, thank you, BL. Maybe we can do that later, the presser.
Therefore, the defense will be allowed to ask this witness about the 3 assault charges from Tacoma, Washington, and the one he pleaded to and did time on.
Press conference is live right now on house explosion. Bill, can you look into that if there's a new press conference? We can cover it later.
This witness is currently charged with interfering with an emergency services phone call and assault in Edinburgh, Texas. That is current, those charges are pending. In order to show any possible bias on behalf of the witness.
Your Honor, I wish to renew the state's objection under 609A, and that it's required, right, that the evidence of the criminal conviction to attack the witness's character for truthfulness be all 3, right? That has to be the felony or moral turpitude and outweigh.
It does, unless it's possible to show bias, and this witness does have pending cases in the state, and is testifying for state's prosecutors. Therefore, I will allow the defense to ask him whether he is receiving any benefit for those pending cases. All right. Are we ready for the jury now?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we're ready for the jury.
All right. Oh, that's the link you sent me, BL? Okay, got you. Thanks.
Mr. Ortiz, when the jury comes in, you do have to stand.
Okay.
We're ready, Mr. Sadler. Thank you.
All rise.
JB, thank you so much for the memberships. 5 memberships gifted. Thank you. How long is this trial supposed to last? No idea. And there's going to be 3 trials. This is the first trial. I think they're moving really fast, though, to be honest with you. I'm curious when they bring on cops, though. I wonder if we're going to see body cam. I'm already seeing things that I never saw when I was covering the story. Pictures and stuff like that. Work the courtroom audio some more. What do you want it louder?
Thank you. Is this Valdez? Ortiz, I'm sorry. Mr. Ortiz, Raul?
Yes, sir.
All right. I heard you pretty much did everything you could to cooperate with this investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even though you knew everybody thought you had something to do with it initially, didn't you?
Correct, sir.
All right. But you talked to anybody that wanted to talk to you, including some of, you referred to her as Marty.
Excuse me, what was the name?
You referred to Marisela as Marty?
No, I did not.
You never referred to her as Marty?
No.
What do you refer to her as?
Mari?
Marty, okay. Well, I don't have an accent, man, but I was close. Okay, and loosen up. I'm not trying to trick you or nothing like that, okay?
Sure.
The defense is nasty. Damn.
Bottom line, as far as this case is concerned, you've been under, or you did everything you could to assist in the investigation.
I did.
Whether it's with the DPD, Detective Ramirez, the FBI, anybody that wanted to talk to you, you talked to them, right?
Correct.
And I mean, she went all the way to Washington trying to track you down, didn't she?
Yes, I did.
And but when she was in Washington, you had already moved to Houston. Remember that?
Correct.
All right, and you told her exactly where she could find you, didn't you?
Correct.
And you talked to her, right?
Correct.
All right, but I want to talk to you specifically about, well, what are the specifics? May I approach you?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Man, he's like, loosen up. I don't think he responded nasty in any way. Come on, hey, loosen
Let me show
up.
you what's marked as defense exhibit number 1. Is this pretty much how she was dressed that night? If you recall.
Yes, sir.
Is that her?
It is her.
Let me just ask you specifically. I think you were talking about y'all had went out and you got so drunk, threw up on yourself, right?
Yes, sir.
But when y'all were out at some of these bars or whatever, you ran into some of your friends as well, didn't you? Let me just ask you specifically. Do you remember her having some concerns about some of the people that you were having contact with?
No.
You remember talking to people about the fact that she thought that one of your friends was an Armenian?
What is your question?
Do you remember talking to, I don't know which one of her friends you talked to about it, but she was texting them while y'all were out. Did you know that?
I'm losing you here. I don't even know where you're going with this. I don't understand what you're asking me.
Oh, well, let me go real slow so you understand.
Sure.
Do you recall ever getting drugs from one of your friends out there?
No.
All right. Do you recall ever talking to one of Marisela's friends or whoever was questioning you about that night, about her having concerns about some Armenian?
No.
You don't remember that?
No.
And you saying no, they were from Israel? They were
don't say
Israelis.
Uh-oh.
You remember that?
No.
Israeli's getting canceled
Do you
now.
remember one of her friends asking you if you thought it was an overdose? She could have had an overdose.
No. I don't even know what conversation you're talking about.
So that never happens, what you're saying?
Correct.
All right, so no one ever asked you about her possibly having an overdose?
No.
Okay, and you remember them asking you about whether or not, where'd y'all get the Percocet?
This is the second time I hear Percocet in this courtroom, and I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Okay, so you would recognize your voice on a recording, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you think if I let you listen to that phone call, that would refresh your memory?
Sure.
Judgment will approach?
Okay.
Bruh.
So they didn't let you listen to any recordings that you may have had in the past?
No.
Whether it was with Detective Ramirez or other people?
No.
Okay. Fair approach?
Yeah.
They got audio about the perk? Bruh. All right, give me 1 second. while they fix this here, whatever they're doing. Wait a minute. We're not going to be able to hit and play it? It's not for us to listen to? I want to hear it. All right, my bad. Sorry. Doing like a whole bunch of things on the side. I wish we could listen to this call. He's like, you want me to get the coffee? At the end of the day, still this Percocet stuff. I guess he's trying to. I mean, I don't even know how this, like, let's say she overdosed, how that helps their case. Like, oh, she overdosed and then we chopped her up after and hit her body and all this stuff. Like, how does that help the case? I don't understand. Really fixated on the dress, which to me comes off as a bit trashy and snobby. I mean, I wonder how the jury's going to see that, which that dress is really not crazy to me at all. That dress she was wearing. They're hopped up on marijuana, hopped up on Perkies, which to me, Perkies is not a crazy thing either. I've had Perkies before. No, ecstasy is a different thing. Ecstasy can hit people differently. I mean, when I was younger, I went to a few different places, like clubs or whatever on X. To me, it's almost too much. I'd rather be like at home or something if I was going to do something like that back then, and with a couple of friends or just one other person and chilling. Wouldn't really want to be going out a bunch of different places. But there's no audio. There's no audio. It's they muted it for whatever reason, so none of us can hear anything right now. It's an interesting testimony. It's an interesting testimony. So they were out together that night. He got too wasted. Ended up throwing up and stuff. I guess he had to stay somewhere. And from if I heard correctly, because I was driving, he said he didn't even make it into his roommate's house or whatever. He stayed outside in the hallway or something like that. I don't know. I mean, I give it to the defense that they're trying. I don't know that it's going to really help them the way they're going about it, but they're at least trying to put up some type of fight. I don't know. Somebody said maybe the court is reviewing the audio. Possibly. That's a possible thing. I don't know, man. I think of a friend that I used to be really, really close with, that we used to go out and have fun and party and all that stuff. But I don't think we ever like left each other, like just out partying. Some people do that though, but I guess he was really smashed, I guess. That defense attorney's like, well, let me say it slower for you. I was like, wow. Or popping off. Well, I'll say it slower for you. Oh, relax. Oh, calm down. You know how people tell you relax? You're just talking in a normal manner, and he's like, relax. But the defense guy did pop off a little bit, but he's like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. The defense has to have something, though, I'm thinking, because they're not concocting this out of nowhere, are they? Why can't we hear? I hate all the victim blaming. The defense attorney can't pronounce anyone's name right. She went missing the night of, but like it was like late at night, but it went into the next day, like the early morning hours, you know. No, thank you. I think this is gonna be really, really interesting, and I think like after this today, when it ends, like I said, I'll premiere the timeline video, which is about 2 years old, but it's very, very, very relevant. I think it'll help people kind of catch up and understand some of the messiness. And then when people have time, you can always check out the playlist for the other deep dives. And I might even work on another video to help people to kind of understand a little bit more of the story. And I guess this family, they're going to have to testify all over again 2 other times. Oh, nice. Mandy, thank you so much for showing me this article. I can download this PDF. Perfect. 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 Thank you. We can talk about this sometime. Making sure we're good to go on the second channel in case something pops off. All right, we're good to go on the back in case it pops off and goes down. Meet me at the club. It's going down. Oh. The laptop and all that. Scared Ricky. Teddy Bear says, you read about John DeLee being sentenced in March 2024. Oh, no way. That long? Wow. I wonder what's up with that. I guess that's just how some states do it, huh? Thank you for that update. Let me look it up and see if I can find it too. Damn. Oh, forget about it by that time. Oh. He does like the snorkeling thing too, or this like he sounds like a pig a little bit. Like he's like, ah, ah. Say hi. TGH. That's a good question. What was he drinking to get effed up? So I don't know how messed up that guy was. I can usually kind of tell when I've seen certain people get really trashed. Sometimes you can tell there's more than just alcohol, but some people you can really get trashed just on alcohol. So I guess they did that without the jury. I really hope we get to hear the audio. So this guy, the friend that's testifying, at first, I guess at first the family kind of blamed him or thought maybe he had involvement or something. Thank you, BL. That's what he sounds like. Little baby. He got an old man's face. Be careful on long walks and drives. Okay. I heard that they have like a bunch of health complications and they don't really live as long as regular dogs, I guess. I'd recommend to you guys, I'm trying a little bit, but I'd recommend if you can, try to get a little exercise, start getting into shape, get your sleep. I don't know if that white lung virus or whatever it is coming.
That we finally were able to establish was your voice talking to someone, correct?
Apparently so, yes.
And on those recordings, remember I specifically asked you if someone asked you if she could have overdosed, right?
Sure.
And you emphatically said no, right?
What's your question?
My question is, when they asked you, is it possible she could have overdosed? You said no. Right?
Give me a second. I'm trying to think. Because you're asking me a very specific question.
Let me rephrase it. When they asked you if she could have overdosed, what did you say?
From the tape you showed me, even to this moment,
I let you hear.
The tape you let me hear right now, I really can't even recollect.
So are you denying? You're not saying it's not you on the tape, correct?
I'm saying it sounds like me.
Okay. So are you denying that you said in response to someone asking you if she could have overdosed, you saying no way?
I still don't know. I still don't hear the question. I'm sorry.
What? This is weird.
My question is, are you denying that on the tape we just heard, when you were asked the question, could she have overdosed? You said, no way.
To my recollection, to this very question, for the third, fourth time, I said, I don't know. I'm saying no right now.
You say no, she did, okay, you're saying no, you don't remember responding to that question?
Correct.
Or you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. But you understand the jury hears your voice, right?
Sure.
And if they hear the tape, I guess they could just determine whether or not that's your voice on the tape.
They can, yeah.
Okay. Whether or not you responded that no way.
Sure, I don't remember. This is a tape that you're showing me,
Okay, well let me ask you, and Judge, the only reason I'm standing is because this is in my vision.
That's fine.
You remember I asked you about the Percocet?
Sure.
On the same tape that I just let you hear, someone asked you, where did y'all get the Percocet? Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you said, I got it from a dude, didn't you?
Apparently so, yes.
Did you say, I got it from a dude, referring to the Percocet?
On the tape you're showing me, apparently so, yes, sir. Do I recollect? No.
Is that yes? I said,
No, I'm saying
Percocet from a dude.
Apparently.
in the tape you showed me, yes.
And he referred to where y'all get the Percocet, didn't you?
Sure.
Boy.
Oh, I wanted to ask you also about this. When I don't know whether it was Detective Ramirez or whoever it was, but they asked you, you emphatically said, "Look, I did all I can." You know, she even asked my friends, or she asked me about my friends that were Israeli. Remember that?
Sure.
Remember hearing that?
Yes, sir.
But said that Marisela thought that they were Armenian. Correct?
Sure.
And had concerns about those people, didn't she?
What's your question?
Marisela thought the people that you were calling your friends were Armenian, and she had concerns about those people, didn't she?
From what you're telling me, yes, sir.
Yeah, he doesn't want to admit to the drugs, I guess, right? Is he military, this guy? I forgot.
But at some point, I guess you, what were you drinking that night? Do you remember?
No.
You get so drunk that you vomit on yourself, right?
Correct.
But Marcella was drinking too, wasn't she?
She was.
But she didn't vomit on herself, did she?
Correct.
Because again, we can see her in this photo, right? Correct?
I can see her in that photo, yes.
And that's how she appeared when you last saw her.
No, I mean, yes, yes.
Not with this guy, but
yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ortiz, again, as far as you had about 3 assault cases.
Yeah, you're asking me if I had around 3 assault cases?
Yes, sir.
Is that your question?
Yes. Question?
Probably more charged, but I only have 1 on record.
Okay. And 1 interference with a. What is interference with? You got like an interference with a 911 call?
Allegedly.
Okay. Because that's still pending, right?
Correct.
And you're not hoping you're going to get any help from the state from coming here and testifying, right?
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay. But on the night that all this happened, and y'all went back to your apartment, you weren't upset with Marcella Smallway.
One more time, I'm sorry.
On the night, if y'all go out, y'all catch your Uber back, or were you driving? Just if you remember, if you don't, you know.
No, I really don't remember.
Okay, but at some point y'all get back to your apartment, right?
Sure.
And she wants to go back out.
Okay.
You're not upset about that, right?
I probably was a little upset, but what could I do? I had vomit all over me.
And there was no physical altercation between you and her.
Oh no, no.
And you're telling members of the jury you did everything you could to assist in this investigation.
Absolutely.
Including tell Detective Ramirez exactly where she could find you in Houston.
Correct.
And did she come to Houston and talk to you?
I don't remember.
Okay, all right. And as far as this Percocet, you're saying you don't remember whether y'all used Percocet. That's just what's on that tape, right?
Correct.
I'll pass it with this time.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm surprised they didn't redirect.
This witness be found excused.
No objection, Your Honor.
Right, Judge, we're taking please watch your step in order for you to go about your business.
That was really, really interesting. Very, very interesting.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Investigator Whaley.
I just think you should have been a little bit more just forthcoming. I don't know. It was very weird. A little. Maybe he's just trying to protect, I don't know, himself or Marisela, or I don't know.
Good afternoon. I see that your right hand is raised. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that in this case you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. You may proceed.
Cat had thumbs. I thought no, but one of the cases we just covered, they actually did bring up John DeLee, one of the witnesses. They brought up his criminal history. I thought usually they don't let you, but I guess it depends.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Could you state and spell your name to the record, sir?
Garrick Whaley, GarrickWhaley.
And how are you currently employed?
I work here at the Dallas County District Attorney's Office.
Okay, what's your role here?
I'm one of the criminal investigators.
Okay. And how long have you been with the DA's office?
For about 2 years.
Okay. What did you do prior to coming to the DA's office?
My previous 28 years was at the Dallas County Sheriff's Department.
And what was your experience, or what were your roles that you served in the DSO, Dallas County Sheriff's Office?
I started with the Sheriff's Department in 1994 as a detention officer. In 1998, I became a deputy. In 2002, I transferred to the physical evidence section, which is crime scene. I spent 17 years in the crime scene unit as a crime scene detective. I spent my last 2 years with the Sheriff's Department in the Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay. So what's the difference between the crime scene investigation and the criminal investigation division?
So, crime scene, for lack of a better example, CSI on TV. You go to the crime scene, you document, and you're not necessarily trying to solve the crime. You're just trying to figure out the crime scene.
Document and evidence collect. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And then that last role, the criminal investigation division, that's more detective, kind of the quarterback or the lead of the investigation.
That's correct.
Okay. And back in 2020 and 2021, is that where you would have been? Was in with the Dallas Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In fact, I want to draw your attention. The reason you're here, March 24th, 2021. Were you at the Dallas Sheriff's Office then?
I was.
Okay. And did you receive a call out that day?
I did.
Okay. What was the nature of that call out?
It was found human remains at 3600 Post Oak.
Okay. And where is that in Dallas?
South Dallas County, Wilmer area.
Commissioner Bertrand?
Hey, Steffield, thank you so much for the super chat. It says happy holidays to you, Maddie and Ricky. Thank you for the 10. Appreciate that.
I'm going to mark these three. States 7, 8, and 9. Do you recognize these?
I do, sir.
Okay. And are these a fair and accurate depiction of the area you just started talking about?
They are.
And there's a dot on these maps as well. Is that indicating the area of Post Oak in which you're beginning to testify about?
That's correct.
Okay. This time I'll offer states 7 through 9 for all purposes and alternative defense for objections.
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, State's Exhibits 7, 8, and 9, which appear to be aerial photographs, are admitted for all purposes.
You might not be able to get into the details, Thumbs.
So if we start here, state 7.
Is this where the body was found? I think that's probably where the body was found.
We see Post Oak Road and a red dot and a red there in the middle. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And that's the actual call-out location for this call of someone found human remains.
Correct.
And then just as we kind of bounce out, we
get more perspective of the area where this is at, and this is out in Wilmer.
Yes, sir.
And then States 9, just to give us a little bit more context to kind of put it into relation with some of our major highways, 35 and 20, right there as well. Right?
Yes, sir. 45 and 20.
45 and 20, excuse me.
What number is that?
States 9.
Thank you.
And so you get this call out. Who calls to talk about the human remains?
There was a witness who was placing cat traps for feral cats in the area, who would who saw the remains, and they called 911. I received a call from our communications division about it.
And then you head out to the scene that day?
Correct.
And the scene was documented that day as well?
Yes, sir, it was.
Were there human remains out there?
Yes, sir.
How do you know?
There was a skull.
So pretty identifying piece of human remains?
Yes.
Okay. And was the area searched?
Yes.
Okay. Can you kind of, I mean, we've got it up on that map, and we've got a few more pictures we're going to go through in video here, but how would you describe that area?
As I described in my report, it was mostly farmland and wooded area.
And a video was taken out there at the time when you all are out there for the search, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I guess before we jump into that, there are March 24th, you're dispatched out there.
Correct.
2021?
Yes, sir.
Was that the only time that you're out there?
In that area, no.
Okay. Did y'all go back for a subsequent search?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
That was the 26th, 2 days later.
Cat traps.
And what was the reason for that?
We to further canvass the area to get a deeper search. We had it was getting dark, and we had some severe weather coming in that night, and so there was a determination to collect what we could see and clear the area, and then come back at a later time.
Commissioner Beltran?
You may.
Do I have permission to approach this witness?
You may.
Thank you. I'm going to show you a mark here, States 10. Do you recognize this disc?
I do.
Okay, is that your signature there on it?
It is.
Had you had a chance to review this before today?
I have.
Okay. And what's on this disc on States 10?
This is the crime scene video that was taken at the scene.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the scene as it was when you all were out there back in 2021?
Yes, sir.
This time I'll offer States 10 for all purposes. I'll tender defense for any objections.
No objection, Your Honor. This has been previously tendered.
All right, States Exhibit 10 is admitted for all purposes.
Commissioner Beltran?
You may.
Oh, the Wilmer area, yeah. I talked about this too in the timeline video I did.
Would you like the laptop?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm glad we get to see at least some videos, some pictures. By the way, I don't know if they're going to show graphic stuff, so just FYI, okay? Warning, heads up. Yeah, this is the area.
This is a video without sound, just to give the kind of visualization of the area, is that right?
That is correct.
Oh shoot, that's the skull. Oh my god. Wow. It's another. Wow. I don't know what that is. That is crazy. They just discarded her out there like. It doesn't look like they made much of an effort, huh? Like maybe they were, I guess, just desperate. Wow. That is just, I don't know, eerie. Ash Ember says, how long before she was located? Several months. Let me see. She went missing 10/5/2020, October 5th, and she was found March 24, 2021.
Additionally, photographs were taken of that area as well.
That is correct.
And what was, so whenever there was in between the first time you're out there and the second time, you said that there was rainfall that came as well?
Correct. The first initial day that we were out there that evening, there was quite a significant thunderstorm that came through the area.
And that area we can see in there, that kind of corner right there on that plot of land, kind of collects a good bit of rain whenever it comes.
Yes, sir.
In fact, in preparation for trial, you went back out there to the scene with Miss Pittman. That plot of land.
That's correct.
Had a significant bit of water just recently when we were out there.
Yes, sir.
And then the first trip that you're out there on the 24th, you're collecting just kind of stuff that you could easily see that we kind of see on the top of the ground there. Is that fair?
Yeah, well, yes, sir. But I mean, the sheriff's department didn't actually collect any of that stuff. The medical examiner's office came out and did the collection. We were just documenting.
It's a joint collective, a joint effort, I guess. You've got Dallas Sheriff's Office out there. You said the medical examiner's out there. Do you recall what other agencies were out there?
That first initial day, just the sheriff's department and the medical examiner's office.
The follow-up day, who all's out there?
It was the sheriff's department, medical examiner's office, and Dallas Police Department.
The FBI out there as well?
I don't recall them being there.
And so you've got a lot of agencies. Were there a lot of people there?
15 to 20.
Okay. And then can you describe kind of the efforts of kind of surveilling the area to look for evidence out there?
Well, you have the field. It's pretty open right there. The wooded area was a little bit more difficult to get through. It was thick with brush, and it was quite muddy that day, so it was kind of made it very difficult to run through that area.
through 38. You flip through those, keep them back towards you. Get you through all through 38. So you've looked through all through 38?
Yes.
So 11 through 38. Are these all fair and accurate depiction of the site out there, either on that first day or on the subsequent day in the search of the area?
Yes, sir.
This time, I'll offer states 11 through 38 for all purposes, and I'll put it in this inspection.
No objection, Judge. They've been previously seen.
All right, states exhibits 11 through 38, photographs are admitted for all purposes.
Commissioner Closer?
You may.
So I'll move through these. We've seen the videos, we have the context of them, but just in case the jury needs them. This is the area we're talking about. It's kind of right there off the road in States 11. Is that fair?
That is correct.
And then the way these are kind of shot is they then start to turn and show different angles and different parts of the area, and then we'll be focusing on individual evidence.
Correct.
We see here states 13, and we saw in the video you document, the Dallas Sheriff's Department documents the poll there. What's the purpose of that?
So the numbers on the pole can be fed to the telephone company, and they can give an exact location of where that pole is. So just to define the location.
Because the area we're talking about, right, State 7, there's no actual addresses out there.
Correct.
States 14, just kind of showing Post Oak headed back towards, I think, Pleasant Run, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Pleasant Run this way, Beltran this way.
Correct.
States 15, now we're looking towards Beltran.
Yes, sir.
State 16, showing that pole across the street at Post Oak.
Yes, sir.
17, again, just documenting the name or number that's associated with that telephone pole.
Correct.
So then we come back to States 18, and now we're starting to look at the area that you were all about to begin your search.
That is correct.
States 19, this is that field that you're going to begin to search, where we can see it's pretty muddy, some small pooling of water, and some holes, I guess, in the ground, for lack of a better word.
Yes. Yes, sir.
And we can even see here in States 19, we saw in the video where we're starting to see that some of those remains are sitting right there on top of the soil.
Yes, sir.
States 20. That's the human skull that you talked about seeing?
Yes, sir.
We see states 21, that skull portion's up here. We see some more human remains several feet away.
Correct.
States 22.
Those the remains that were several feet away from the skull, we see a close up of those.
And then 23, we see it again a little bit closer shot.
Yes, sir. Same remains, just a different angle.
States 24, we now have a ruler next to it to give us some size context.
Correct.
Eva, you lived in that area?
States 25.
The picture of the skull.
We just continue to document various angles and degrees of close to whatever it is you're photographing. Is that right?
That is correct, sir.
States 27. Again, now we have it with the ruler there to give some context about size.
Correct.
And then states 28, separate from the skull is the lower half of the jaw.
Yes, sir.
States 29.
It's close up of the lower jawbone.
States 30, we now have the rulers in place to give us some size context.
That's correct, sir.
States 31. Kind of hard to see on the screen here. So we see that we have some kind of just dead brush. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
But then there are some bones if you look there in the middle of the screen.
Yes, sir. Right.
We'll then zoom in on those. States 32.
Yes, sir. Close up of those human bones.
States 33.
And then human bones with a scale in it.
States 34.
Once the skull was removed from the where it was found, just to set it up on a spot to get a straight shot at it, get a better look at it.
You can see half of the skull was obviously exposed away from the soil, and the rest of it's covered in dirt.
Correct.
And then states 35. I have here. This is from that second follow-up investigation. Whenever you have more of the agencies out there.
I do not recall anything like that on that second day. No, sir. I know they talked about subsequent searches.
And then states 38, there was a documented trash bag out there.
Correct.
And again, your job with Dallas Sheriff's Office was just to assist and document it's happening out. This is a scene right outside of the Dallas city limits. Is that fair?
It is.
Okay. And Dallas was already lead agency on this. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so, like you said earlier, your job wasn't the collection, or you or any of the DSO personnel out there. Your job wasn't to collect the evidence or anything like that.
Correct.
You were just assisting in this.
Well, the day we didn't know the identity of the victim until the next day.
Okay.
On the 25th. So that day, initial day, we were thinking this was our investigation. But
So initially, not sure whose investigation, think it's yours. The identification comes back. You're told of the identification. Are you told who it is?
yes,
Okay. And who were you told the identification of those remains were?
Marisela Botello.
Okay. And then Dallas already had an open case involving her.
Correct.
And then so that's why they're out there for the subsequent search.
Yes, sir.
And then when we spoke in preparation for trial, We went back out to the scene, is that right?
That is correct.
And then you took some photos while you're out there?
I did.
Okay. States 39 through 48. Are those all photographs that you took when we went and revisited the scene?
They are.
Okay. And then we had you drive to another location, 274 Turning Tree Road. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. You have no idea its relevance in this case, though?
I do not.
Okay. That wasn't part of your initial investigation or anything like that. It was just something we asked you to go over there and we documented that as well.
Correct.
Okay. This States 49, is this a Google Street printout showing kind of that street that we went over to?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And then States 50 is a photograph you took while we were over there at the end of that street. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. States 51. This, what are we looking at here in States 51?
It appears to be a Google Map printout of a mapping of the point between the scene where the bones were found and the Turning Tree address.
This time I'll offer States 39 through 51. Alternative defense for any questions.
No objection.
All right, States Exhibits 39 through 51 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, right?
You may.
Working on an actual
Essentially seen these,
trial this morning.
but States 39 is us looking out from Post Oak, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And we're looking mostly north towards Pleasant Run that way.
Correct.
And then States 40 shows us looking back towards Beltran.
That is correct.
Fairly remote area, is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And let me ask you, this area of town where these bones were here called out, is that in the state of Texas?
It is.
Is it in the Dallas County?
It is.
These were some reshots to kind of show the area again, kind of the trees, that brush. Obviously, it looks a little different. This is from the revisit, but you can see that there is additional trash that's back out there now.
Yes, sir.
States 42. Again, just some additional shots that maybe weren't taken whenever you're first out there. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And then States 43, we can't really see it here, but there's a fence right in this area, right? It's like there's one of the fence posts.
Yes, sir. There is a fence.
Now, that fence just cuts kind of long ways with the property. It doesn't stop you from exiting a car or vehicle and walking onto the property from the road.
Correct.
On either side of that fence, that field where the remains are found, or this other more wooded, brushy side.
Correct, sir.
You could enter both of them.
Correct, sir.
States 44, we're just kind of moving down and showing some of that brush and tree area over there. Correct?
Yes, sir.
States 45, again, just kind of moving that direction.
Yes, sir.
46, just a tight close up there.
Yes, sir.
And 47, again, a good bit of trash when we're back out there 2 years later, right?
Yes, sir.
And States 48, just kind of continuing that angle on towards Beltran.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then now, States 49, we're looking at 274 Turning Tree Road, correct?
Yes, sir.
States 50 is a photograph you took. That's right there at the end of that street. And if I were to look kind of this way, would you say that's kind of, if we could walk straight through all the trees and the watered areas over there, we would get right over here to this?
That's correct, sir.
And States 51, just kind of illustrating that 274 turning tree, the body recovery area, and would you say it's about approximate, less than a 5-minute or 5-minute drive between those two locations?
Yes, sir.
That's what it's on.
In fact, it's about 3 miles, isn't it? A little over 3 miles according to Google. Do you know?
I do not know the exact measurement, sir.
Okay. Who's that, 9? Your state's 9? I got it right. Okay, just so the members of the jury are clear what we're talking about, this is like right off of, so this is 45 here, right? Well, 45?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And that's like going toward Houston, right?
Correct.
And then you got your speed trap for those of you who go to Houston a lot. In Wilmer. This is what we're talking about in this area, right?
Yes, sir.
Wilmer. And then that post oak is this road right here?
Post Oak would be the road where the
Where the little red dot is?
Yes, sir.
All right, but that's right there by Wilmer, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, in fact, there's like a little Love's over here somewhere down 45, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the area?
Somewhat, yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Regardless, and let me be specific. I'm gonna sit on this side where I can see. No, we good. You said you worked crime scene, right?
For 17 years, yes, sir.
All right. So as far as in that area out there, that open range out there, I think y'all even indicated that the person who called y'all was setting cat traps, right?
That's correct.
A lot of animals out there, right?
Yes, sir.
Hogs, wild hogs.
Yes, sir.
Also even bobcats, correct?
Possibly, yes, sir.
All right. So as far as these bones that y'all found, the skull y'all found, how long was it in that location? Do you know?
Do not know.
Okay. As far as the location that this skull was found, you can't say whether or not an animal found it in the wooded area and transported it to that area, can you?
I can't say for certain one way or the other, but I'd be really surprised if there hadn't been any animal activity.
Okay, but you can't say that, can you?
Correct.
You don't know, again, well, as far as evidence of the body obviously had decomposed, right?
Completely.
Okay. Were there any clothing found near the skull?
No.
That would indicate someone had dumped the body there?
No, sir.
Other than the, I think you had the head, or you had the skull, looked like you had a jawbone, you had some other, looked like some fractures of a bone, was you had a femur or something like that?
I believe so, yeah, and some rib bones.
But it wasn't a complete skeleton, was it?
No, sir, it was not.
So the possibility that those bones had been moved from another location is possible, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And again, we're talking about an area that's not secure, right?
Correct.
And in reference to, I think you said that y'all even had to come back because you were worried about severe weather or something like that, what'd you say?
It was turning dark, and we had some severe weather coming in, so the decision was made to come back at it on another day.
And just so members of the jury are clear, again, these remains, any evidence out there is out there open to the elements.
Absolutely.
And as a crime scene, I guess, expert, 17 years I think makes you an expert. The elements in the area in which an object is left could potentially affect, I guess, what evidence you collect.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think I said that right.
All right.
We had terrible. Do you recall storms in February of 2021? Just a few days.
I mean, nothing specific.
Okay. Okay, so just so we're clear, you go out there, and when you're out there, the ME's out there too?
Yes, sir. Well, I'm sorry. The medical examiner's field agent.
Yeah, that's what I meant. The field agent, I'm sorry. Thank you. Well, let me just get right to the point. As far as the remains that y'all found out there, can you tell the members of the jury whether that person was poisoned?
I have no idea.
Can you tell the members of the jury whether that person suffered an overdose?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Can you tell the members of the jury whether that person suffered an overdose?
I cannot.
Other than clearly not being shot in the head, can you tell the members of the jury whether that person suffered a gunshot wound?
I cannot.
Can you tell whether the members of the jury whether that person had been stabbed?
I cannot.
And that's because of how badly the body was decomposed.
Correct.
And in regards to whether or not those remains or that skull was at that location on October the 5th of 2020, you can't tell the members of the jury that, can you?
No, I cannot.
I'll pass it with the exception.
From the state, Your Honor.
All right, make this witness be finally excused.
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
All right, sir, thank you for being here today. You're free to leave and go back to this.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Dr. Christian Crowder.
Come on forward, sir. Yes, if you would please stop and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record, sir?
Dr. Christian Crowder, last name Crowder.
Sir, how are you currently employed?
Currently, I'm the Chief of Human Identification and Anthropology at the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office.
How long have you been there?
I've been there since 2021.
And prior to that, where were you?
Prior to that, I was the anthropologist for the Dallas County Medical Examiner's Office.
How long were you the anthropologist there at Dallas County Medical Examiner's?
I started there in 2018.
So 3 years?
Correct.
And what are your, what kind of training, experience, school does it take to become an anthropologist at a medical examiner's office?
I have a bachelor's in biological anthropology from Texas A&M, a master's in biological anthropology from University of Texas Arlington, and then a PhD in biological anthropology from University of Toronto, Ontario. And then I'm board certified with the American Board of Forensic Anthropology.
What's it take to become board certified?
To be board certified, you have to meet all of the educational requirements to a PhD. You have to submit recommendation letters from other boarded individuals, and you have to provide 3 case studies that either you performed or worked with for evaluation to sit for the board exam. And then there's a 2-part exam with questioning and then a practicum where you have to review skeletal remains and other things that is used for our types of analyses.
And so let's get into that. What is your type of analysis? What is the function of the anthropologist?
So a forensic anthropologist is a biological anthropologist who has a specialty in human osteology or the human skeleton, as well as any cartilaginous structures. These are structures that attach to the skeleton, like your rib cage, neck structures, This also includes any other hard tissue like dentition. We also are trained in archaeological recovery methods because we assist with outdoor scene recoveries for decomposed, burned, or skeletonized human remains.
In this case, were you assigned to do some of those things?
Yes.
As part of that work, do you also prepare a report?
I do.
Okay. And are photographs taken as well to kind of document the remains and the scene?
They are.
Commissioner Bertram?
So I have you have marked here states 52. Is that a copy of your report and the diagram and attached diagrams for your report?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay. And states 53 through 69, if you'll flip through those. And if are those remains that are associated with this case that you would have been reviewing?
Yes, this is a combination of photos taken at autopsy and taken during my exam.
They all come back to the remains that you would have been reviewing, though, is that correct?
Correct, and they also, each one has a case identifier associated with it, either on a scale or on a identifier placard.
Okay, and what is that identification
I was muted,
number
my bad.
that the Dallas Examiner's Office uses? What's it called?
It's the case number for the case, which is associated with a decedent.
Okay, and that's what we see here, IFS, with these series numbers 2106459.
Correct.
Okay, and those numbers then match up with how you would document your report as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that follows everything that kind of happens with that case within the medical examiner's office.
Correct.
And these are all fair and accurate depictions of the remains?
They are.
And you said 652 was a fair and accurate copy of your report and a couple of diagrams along with it.
Correct.
This time I'll offer 652 through 69. Alternative for injections.
Flip Soda, what's up? How you guys doing? Thank you guys for joining me. I'm working on a thumbnail behind the scenes so I can use it for all the days of the trial, making it something more refined, because this morning I had to just jump on real quick. And I'll tell you guys about the plan for today, because after this live stream, I'm going to premiere a timeline video that I made a while back that'll help everybody understand the story. Also, later on today, we're going to talk about the guy that blew up the house yesterday, too. A little bit later, after I take a break, we'll come back and talk about that. And then, of course, tomorrow we'll be back for day 2.
All right, 6 exhibits 52 through 69 are admitted for all purposes.
And we'll start with states 52. We see here at the top the case number and the name, and the pathologist all listed on the report. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Walk us through kind of what we're looking at whenever we talk about. We have kind of just the description up there at the top is giving you the background about either your investigation out the field, right? Is that right?
Correct.
Just kind of what you did there and after.
Okay.
So yeah, walk us through that.
Would it be helpful to explain how an anthropologist is initiated in these cases?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there's 2 ways that we can be brought into a case. One of those is every morning when the pathologists go through the case list of all the decedents scheduled for autopsy, they may designate certain cases that would benefit from anthropological analysis, meaning that there's some question that needs to be answered by looking at the skeletal remains. In the event where we have a case that is mostly skeletonized, then that would definitely involve a forensic anthropologist to assist the pathologist with their determination of cause and manner. The other way that we're involved in cases is if there is a field discovery and by law enforcement, and they call our office to report that potential human remains have been found. In that case, if the remains are skeletonized, then the death investigator, who is the first at the scene, will then contact the forensic anthropologist to assist with the recovery.
And so walk us through your involvement and how you get assigned here and what you do.
Okay. So with this case, I was notified that there were remains that were found that were believed to be human remains. I did not go to the scene. It was late in the evening, and I believe there was a storm rolling in, and so the investigator on scene decided that they would go ahead and initiate the recovery before the storm hit. The storm hit that evening, and so the day that we went back to the scene the next day, the area was flooded, and so we couldn't do additional recoveries. And so I actually didn't go to the scene until April 12th. And so on March 25th, that is when the pathologist was assigned the case from the previous evening's recovery. And so she is the one who asked me to be involved with the analysis at autopsy, where the case was turned over to her, and she began her analysis and then asked for my assistance with performing the different things that are listed on this report.
And then you do the analysis here in this report, right? So you then, like you said here, you go out, there's another time for another recovery event out there at the Post Oak address in Wilmer, where you guys do subsequent searching. And there's more things that are collected, more remains that are collected. Let's talk then about actual process then. What do you do once you get those remains and you come back into the lab or the office?
So once the pathologist does their initial characterization of the decedent's remains, they're then turned over to anthropology. What I do at that point is I perform an inventory, so I can tell what skeletal elements we have and what we're missing. And then in this case, we did have some adhering soft tissue. The remains weren't fully skeletonized. And so what I do is I process that tissue off the remains so I can make sure I can observe all of the bony features without any tissue adhering. That process involves taking the remains, putting them into a water and degreaser bath, and then putting them into an incubator, which is basically like a convection oven. And so it slow heats and dissolves the tissue, leaving only the hard tissue. And so once that is done, the remains are taken out, allowed to dry, and then I'll begin my analysis. In this case, when we are dealing with skeletal remains with no other indications of their biological profile, their age, sex, ancestry, stature, the pathologist will ask me to attempt to build that profile. So in this case, I actually started to build that profile, but before I could complete the analysis, the remains were identified via odontological evaluation through dental identification by a forensic dentist. And so when that occurred, my analysis changed, and it turned into only providing inventory, minimum number of individuals. That means an assessment based on the skeletal remains to determine, do we have multiple individuals in this skeletal assemblage, or is all this likely from one individual? I also was asked to look for any evidence of trauma on the remains, any evidence of skeletal trauma. And then also asked to look at what we call taphonomy. Taphonomy are all the changes that can occur during the depositional environment. So during the environment after death. These changes can be due to anything like weathering, animal activity, human activity. So these were the items that the pathologist asked me to assess.
And so here we're talking about the inventory. You have that written down in the report, but then also I have it here attached to the report as well, where we can kind of see that everything that's shaded means it was not recovered. Is that correct? Or it was?
Right. So if it's shaded, it says not present or highly fragmented, and then white is present, and then the other box with the dots is staining. So there was just staining on the remains. So this is not only an inventory, but it's also a diagram where I can make additional notes about the condition of the remains.
And here you have the dates listed 3/25 to 4/1/21. Is that correct?
Correct.
Because like you said, they're going out and recovering. You're going back out to that site again, and your final conclusion looks like it comes from April 13th, 2021. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. One thing I heard you talk about in the inventory process is determining, we got multiple people out here with remains, or is it just one? Did you make a finding on that?
I did. My determination that we had a minimum of one individual, meaning that the remains were all congruent with coming from the same individual. There were no repeat elements, which is one of the things that we look for. If there's two left arm bones, two skull fragments from the same area of the skull, anything that could give us an idea that we actually have two individuals, not one. And in this case, there was no indication that we had multiple individuals.
And then you said you're also looking at evidence of trauma, and a word that I'm not even going to try and say, I'm going to let you say again.
The taphonomic conditions? Okay. Right, so I was asked to do trauma analysis. What this involves is looking at the remains radiographically through x-rays, looking for antemortem or before death trauma. That's usually when you're looking for any type of healing. So this would be an older injury that is likely not associated with the death event, but just an earlier injury. It involves looking for perimortem trauma. Perimortem means around the time of death. Now, for an anthropologist, the definition of perimortem is a bit different from a pathologist. Pathologist looks at soft tissue, so they can have a very tight window for something that is an acute injury or something that probably happened during the death event. For an anthropologist, perimortem is much broader because we're looking at how the skeleton reacts. And the skeleton can take much longer to lose that ability to cause a breakage that looks like it's a recent fracture. And then we look for post-mortem events, and that falls under taphonomy. So in this case, I didn't find any evidence of trauma on the skeleton, on the skeletal elements that I was able to review.
Is, in your experience, is it possible to receive life-sustaining injuries that don't cause any trauma to the bones?
Yes.
So, I mean, the point here is that you find there's no evidence of trauma on these bones in your report, but you're saying it could be possible to receive life-threatening injuries that would never actually cause anything for you to be able to see in a body like this.
All I can report to the pathologist is there's no inflicted trauma to the skeleton.
Because obviously there's not enough soft tissue to determine. I mean, we're talking about very little soft tissue, I guess, that was on this.
Correct.
And then same here down it's taphonomic.
Taphonomic.
Taphonomic. Okay. That's kind of like you said, the post-mortem trauma.
It's the post-mortem changes to the remains.
Okay. And there was some evidence of that.
Right. So there are various changes that were associated with the body being in the post-mortem environment. One of those is what we call sun bleaching. Some of the skeletal elements showed areas of bleaching from the sun having interaction with it. There was also elements that had soil staining, and that tells us that they were in contact with soil and they were taking up that coloration from the soil and the botanic evidence or botanic vegetation around the remains. There's also a lot of breakage that wasn't associated with trauma. It had characteristics of breakage that we see with animal scavenging.
So the evidence that you're able to see from changes to the skeletal remains are weather, ground, and animals.
Correct.
And do you have any way of knowing how long those remains would have sat out there to see some of those kinds of changes?
I don't. When the remains are in that sort of condition and they've been impacted by scavengers, there's really not a reliable way to make a time since death estimate.
And then the last thing we see here is just kind of a summary of all those things we just talked about. One person, skeletonized individual, and that there's no, that there was the post-mortem breakage and damage, but then there's obviously no evidence of any trauma, perimortem or antemortem.
Correct.
Okay. But if we start looking here, States 53, these are kind of a photo of the remains. One of the first few times they would have been gathered, that first little series of remains.
Correct.
Okay. And we see here, this is where they come in, kind of an as-is photo with all the dirt and everything kind of associated with it.
Correct.
And then you eventually essentially remove the dirt, debris, and things like that from the remains and document those as well, kind of clean, if you will.
Correct.
Okay. Space 56. And then you can kind of see in 59 the beginnings of the body being, or the remains being cleaned up and kind of placed where we would think to look at them.
Right. They're placed into a more anatomical position.
State 60, again, just showing kind of the upper half of the remains. States 61, the lower half of the remains, kind of on that blue Swiss bag, and then we move into state 62. These are where we start to get into some of the work you begin to do. Is that correct?
Correct. These would be my images.
Thank you, Club Soda. I think this is going to be a really interesting trial. I hope. It seems interesting so far. They're moving fast paced. And I feel like I have to, after all the stuff that happened during that time and all the people that I met, and all the contacts that I got.
64.
I'm glad that they're streaming it so we can get attention on this.
Then we have
Marisela
documenting the skull and jaw together. And so it's 65, 66, 67, 68, let's say it's 69. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I want to jump back briefly here to state 62. Tight up view there of the top portion of the remains. We're talking about looking for evidence of trauma, and if the allegations were anything of trauma to the neck and chest region, upper chest region, we are missing some crucial bones in that area. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. What all are we missing there in that area?
We're missing several ribs. You have 12 paired ribs on each side. You're missing the sternum or the breastbone, the manubrium, which is the top of the sternum. We're missing the upper spinal column, so the thoracic and the majority of the cervical vertebrae. One of the cervical vertebrae is shown in this image. And then you're missing the shoulder complexes, so the scapula, the arm bones.
And so, in a hypothetical of stab wounds, somewhere in the chest and neck region, it's possible, in your opinion, then that there could be life-threatening injuries that happen that just don't show up on these bones.
It's possible to have injuries that don't show up on bones.
But to be totally clear, there's no evidence of trauma whatsoever on these bones.
Correct.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
If I may, Your Honor.
Well, we've been at it for about an hour and a half, so we're gonna go ahead and take our afternoon break.
Cool.
Sorry, Dr. Crowder, you're just gonna have to take a break with us. We'll be at recess for the next 10 minutes.
All rise.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, I'm ecstatic that this is being streamed, that people can see, that we can bring attention to this again. Not really much coverage on this, though. It's a very crazy, twisting, winding story. Maybe this trial won't be so long. There's 3 trials total. This is Lisa right now, Lisa Dykes. I think the reason I tried to stream this on Twitch and they banned the live stream. I think they took Dykes as an offensive term, even though that's literally her last name. Okay, Twitch. There's a whole lot to the story. I don't know how deep they're gonna go or not. My friend Michelle, she's supposed to be testifying. She was with the search group. I believe she's gonna testify. One of Lisa Dykes' close friend. They're not friends anymore. Very, very close friends. Her name is Jennifer. She's supposed to be testifying. She's a really, really good person. She has a lot of information. I don't know how long they're going to let her dive into it. I don't know. And I'm feeling good, man. We got a lot of stuff planned. All right. So I hope everybody, has their notifications turned on. Help me out. So we can get this stuff popping. Get things going. Keep an eye on the chases. So, and I forgot who it was mentioned it earlier. It might have been Mandy. I forgot. We still got to watch the chase later too, at some point. Yeah, Twitch is kind of weird, man. Since they're taking a break, let's look at this article in the meantime. Thank you, Andy, for sending it. Mandy for sending it to me. Dallas police finished audit of 450 homicides for deleted evidence. Won't release review yet. Detective Christine Ramirez, which is the detective for this case, carts boxes of evidence from Dallas Police Department's investigation into the killing of Marisela Botello Valdez during a hearing inside the 282nd District Court at Frank Crowley Courts Building, Dallas, February 15, 2023. Judge Amber Givens, which if you guys been watching, I said my piece about her, warned the Dallas County District Attorney's Office weeks about a problem with police departments not turning over evidence just until the trial begins. A recent murder case in Judge Givens' court was delayed because the Dallas police supplied evidence at the last minute. The department spokesman told the Dallas Morning News to file an open records request for the audit and said it will be shared with the Dallas County District Attorney's Office, courts, and Public Safety Committee if appropriate. He did not elaborate. The news filed a record request for the audit Monday. As of Thursday, the department had not responded but has 10 business days to do so. Police said they have been in constant contact with the District Attorney's Office during the review. Claire Crouch, a spokeswoman for the office, confirmed Thursday they have been in touch with Dallas. The news first reported in March that the police department opened a review into every pending murder and capital murder case dating back to 2016 to trace whether video evidence had been deleted. Dallas County District Attorney John Cruzet has said he asked Dallas police in February to review all homicide cases filed with his office, prioritizing those with upcoming trials. After it was revealed in court that evidence was missing or deleted in a high-profile murder case against Nina Marano. These people are connected. I don't know. The way I've seen it, there's people out there that are like scared of these people. Nina, Lisa, because they feel like they're connected. Not only that, the whole Santa Muerte black magic, which I'm going to have to start looking into my files from years ago to see the stuff that I can find, pictures, conversations. I have a lot of it on Facebook. And I mean, look, these women, they were able to bail out. They got some other attorney to put up his property, $500,000 or something, to bail them out. And when they bail out, they have these ankle monitors and they take them off. And somehow, coincidentally, that company, the ankle monitoring company, ankle bracelet monitoring company, they don't report it for 10 days. And these women leave out and high hitch it to Cambodia. So just conveniently, evidence was missing or deleted. I don't know if they found it. The trial for Marano, one of the 3 defendants in killing the Seattle woman Marisela Botello in Dallas in 2020, was one of the first major signs of DPD's issues with evidence preservation. The trial has been delayed repeatedly after the lead Dallas detective failed to give lawyers hundreds of videos in the case. I want to see this woman testify. Yeah, these fake ass people came from me. They tried to send me a cease and desist, even though I don't think it was a real cease and desist. I think I should post it too, that video. I think it's a members video. But one of these days when we have an extra notification, because today we're all backed up today. We're backed up today, but I want to do just a short public release of that video. Post it. I hope the attorneys see it. I think it was a fake shit. Through a public records request with the district attorney's office, the news learned that about at least 14 additional cases with deleted evidence. So there's other cases. I've learned about 14 additional cases with deleted evidence. That's huge. Huge. The office appealed other records requests about the audit to the Texas Attorney General's office to prevent the release of information. A top police official previously said that in some of the cases, evidence was deleted due to human error, like detectives not saving them quickly enough in case files or improperly labeling videos. Others may have been deleted because of DPD's processes, he said. Prosecutors brought some of the affected cases to trial, with at least one ending in a life sentence for a capital murder conviction. Damn. A different case, the killing of Christian Washington, has resulted in a mistrial twice and is scheduled to go to trial again at the end of the month. A mess! This is a recent article. The trial for another case, the killing of Shamont Spall, began earlier this week in Dallas County courtroom. In that case, a body cam interview was deleted. According to Small's defense attorney, it was unclear Thursday whether the interview would have an impact on the proceeding. It seems like there's something going on there. It seems like there's corruption going on there. So, how they haven't figured this out? Who's doing this? Dallas PD sounds kind of corrupt, or maybe there's at least one person that's corrupt. Police officials have repeatedly insisted that much of the deleted evidence was either insignificant or could be supplemented by other records, but defense attorneys have raised alarms that police are not the arbiter of whether the lost information could have impacted a case's outcome. In some cases that were already resolved, appellate attorneys have pointed to evidence loss in motions for new trials. When asked if there's a plan in placing for reviewing such adjudicated cases, Crouch said plans are being discussed between our office and DPD. She did not elaborate. In addition to the review of murder and capital murder cases, police officials have said they plan to assess all violent crimes going back to 2016. Police usually record more than 10,000 violent crimes annually. The department did not answer a question Monday about DPD's next steps are now that homicide audit is done. Okay. All right, so they're going to work on it. Wait, police officials also referred to the same statement about releasing the audit if appropriate. They need to release that. So is there nobody holding them accountable? Is there nobody that oversees what the hell these people are doing? Isn't there some type of external... I forgot the name. I thought there was like some external something that, monitors this kind of stuff. How are these cops, or who is it just deleting evidence? Oh, oops, okay, whatever. They have to go back since 2016, and that's acceptable? And who's this guy, Cruzette? That this is just flying. He hasn't said shit. He's just now saying something. However, as a result of the storage issues brought to light, Dallas police changed settings, in their data storage platform to keep all digital files for at least 2 years. Just 2 years? instead of a minimum of 90 days. The department also implemented compliance positions to more regularly audit officers and ensure police are following it. I'm surprised that they have a limit to 2 years. With the technology of the day and age that we're in, they have a 2-year limit. Digital. That's crazy. There's got to be a bunch of attorneys that are looking at this like, wow, maybe we can get our client, which they probably maybe do deserve a chance. I don't know. Depends on the case. I don't know. Maybe some instances it would make a difference. Maybe some wouldn't. Mm-hmm. Okay, I got the new thumbnail. Day 1 for today. I'm going to update it. Something a little bit nicer. I think it's nicer. I'll be able to change it on the fly anyway. They're coming back, I think. So day 1. Chaos, yeah, man. Appreciate you hitting me up today. I was shocked because I was told they weren't going to stream this. Okay, new thumbnail. I think that looks nicer. Let me just put day 2's up there as well. Day 2. Internal affairs. Thank you, Ronan. Yeah. Corrupt ass place. Tomorrow I will have closed captions turned on. Sorry, today I somehow slipped and forgot. I was just rushing this morning. Wait, this is Texas. Yes, this is Texas. Are you not streaming the Arlington explosion in VA? Yeah, we're going to stream it after. I can't stream 2 things at the same time. This is just really important. So, yeah, after this is done, I'm going to stream a timeline video. And then after, later on, we're going to cover the press conference that came out and also some other details that are coming out about that explosion situation. Which, by the way, they're saying it wasn't a gas leak. So now they're thinking it's possibly he had a bomb in there. You know, and according to that witness that we saw last night, that witness was saying, like, that there was the flares were going on before he was shooting it outside, and he was actually exchanging shots with the cops. And then when the cops started to approach, the thing blew up. That's your comment? Yeah, I updated it. Somebody said the triple murder means true. When I said triple murder, I guess that does come out like that. I meant to put triple murder charges, I guess. Maybe that's still confusing. But I meant that 3 people are being charged for murder. I just, with the thumbnail, sometimes you don't have the room to type everything out. But anyway, I updated it. I updated the thumbnail. We got a new thumbnail now for the trial. So that's let's see. Let me update. Oh yeah, okay, good. Both days are done now. Updated. Day 2.
Right, so I wonder if the second trial is going to start immediately, like the week after or something, or how long will it be? I think they're trying to do it back to back. All right. So, thumbnails are updated. On the front of my page. There we go. Update now.
Government operation.
Perfect. It's updated. Now I gotta add I'm gonna show you guys so you can find everything on my page. Just gotta do one more setup.
That's it.
Okay, so on my front page, whether it's on the phone or the computer, current lagging. Oh. The current live is always at the top of the page. This is a new personalized section for it recommends videos too that maybe you haven't watched. Upcoming live streams for the next day's trial will be over here. Second channel, make sure you subscribe. Past live streams, videos. So when you scroll down my page, here is one of the main playlists here. The timeline video is not showing yet because I haven't premiered it, but the timeline video will show up here. So this list here is all the details. You can watch some of the deep dives if you want to watch some different things on the Marisela Botello. The main one's going to be the timeline, and then under that will be a playlist of every day of the trial. So right now we're doing day 1, tomorrow will be day 2, so on and so forth. All right, so you can find everything on my front page. All aboard. All aboard.
You know, I would have rented one.
Yeah.
We don't get any kind of notice or anything.
Ooh, Tracy says she has no money. She need help.
Maybe see it.
Uh-oh. Tracy.
Alright, we're off the record. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm so sorry about the heat in the room. Apparently, the county decided to turn off the AC for the entire West Tower.
Ooh, no AC.
Jail that also cools this building. Of course, we didn't get any notice of that I'm aware of. And it's going to be down the rest of the week. I have texted a couple of commissioners to try to see what we can do about getting an AC unit, just at least for this area of the courtroom. Mr. Sadler, did you turn that one on for him? All right, that should help cool things off a little bit. I'm so sorry. It's a government operation. All right. We're back on the record. Ms. Baston, you may proceed with cross-examination.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Crowder, I'm Valerie Baston. I'm just going to ask you a few questions. I'm not going to keep you up there very long. Just trying to get some clarification on some things. Now, you said that you were not the representative from the ME's office that actually went out to this crime scene. Is that correct?
On the initial discovery.
Yes. Okay. You didn't get out there until April 12th of 2021?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know who was the initial person or persons from the ME's office that got out there, I guess either on the 24th, 25th, or the 26th?
I don't have their name in my notes. It would be in the investigator narrative.
Okay. And you couldn't determine how the decedent was killed, could you?
So I don't make those determinations. I make recommendations of any findings for the pathologist to make those determinations, but I did not provide any findings of trauma from my exam.
So that's basically a no.
Correct.
Okay. And you said, and I'm going to try to say this word, taphonomic conditions?
Taphonomic conditions.
Those were present.
Yes.
From the weather, because we had just had a really, really bad winter storm in February. Is that correct? Where like all of Texas was shut down.
Right, I remember the storm.
Okay. And then you said you did see some evidence of like animal scavenging.
Correct.
And so it could be possible that where the remains were found, these pieces of remains were found, an animal could have drug it from across the field, from a wooded area. Anything like that's possible, correct?
There could definitely be some movement of remains.
Okay. And you said that there were some bones that were missing.
Correct.
Okay. But in your report, you had marked that ante-mortem, that they would have been present before she died, these bones.
Well, unless she had some sort of missing limbs in life.
Okay. Let's see.
Or maybe Moody for the super chatter. Moving really fast.
May this witness be finally excused?
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Dr.
Thank
Crowder.
you.
You're free to leave and head back to Tarrant County.
Yes, ma'am.
Please watch your step. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Dr. Kathleen Casper.
Another
Kathleen,
doctor.
who, sorry?
Casper.
Casper, thank you. Ma'am, if you would please stop and raise your right hand.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. May be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Kathleen Ann Casper,
How do you spell your last name?
Kasper.
And Dr. Casper, how are you currently employed?
I am self-employed. I'm a general dentist in Carrollton, Texas.
And so that's your primary
Yes.
job?
Yes.
Okay. It's just I guess it's a dentist office for the general public.
That's right.
Okay. And it's my understanding you also do work for the local medical examiner's offices. Is
That's
that right?
correct.
Okay. So you have kind of your full-time practice of the dental practice where you see patients, and then on the side you have the work you do with medical exam.
Yes, I'm a consultant for all the major medical examiners in this area.
Okay, and what is that consulting position that you have there?
I do forensic dental identifications predominantly. I can do dental age estimations as well.
And what? Let's talk a little bit about your educational background.
Okay.
What is your educational background?
I got my undergraduate degree at the University of Iowa. It's a Bachelor of Science. I got my Doctor of Dental Surgery degree at the University of Iowa as well. I have further training in forensic dentistry, which I got in 2003-2004 in San Antonio, Texas, at the Center for Education and Research in Forensic Dentistry.
And so how long have you been a dentist?
I've been a dentist for 37 years.
And how long have you been doing forensics odontology?
I have been doing forensic odontology in an official capacity for 18 years.
So you say official capacity. Was there a period of time there where you were kind of getting into that field?
Yes.
What got you into that field?
I'm sorry, say that again.
What got you into that field?
A elective course in dentistry in my training was forensic dentistry. It was only a semester long. And I felt after taking that course that I wanted to do something with that in my life. And eventually one door opened after another, and I was able to do it in an official capacity.
And what does it take to kind of get into that field of forensics?
Well, any dentist can get into forensic dentistry. Being board certified is another animal. It takes a lot of training, education, and skill in order to even take an examination with the American Board of Forensic Odontology. There's not many of us that are board certified in the country. At this time, there's only 76. For the longest time, there was 90. But due to attrition, death, and retirement, there's only a few that are throughout the country. It's a rigorous examination process. I always thought the Texas Dental Board was the hardest board I'd ever taken until this forensic dental board examination. It takes many of us 5 to 10 years to just get the prerequisites to even appear. So it's not an easy exam to pass, and that's perhaps the reason why there's so few of us.
And it also sounds like it's not something that's a full-time gig even once you get that.
There are very few full-time positions for forensic dentistry in the country. There's only 1 or 2 that I'm aware of. So all of us do this on a consulting basis. We, for the most part, have our own dental practices, and that could be specialists as well. I'm a general dentist. So the work that we do is done after hours or on the weekend.
Or like today when you're testifying, you had to reschedule patients and
absolutely
shut down the calendar.
Absolutely.
I know you said there was about 77 in the United States. Now how many there are here in Texas?
Let's see. Those numbers are dwindling with a recent death of one of my friends who boarded with me. So I believe there are about 5.
And you've testified in this field before?
Yes.
Okay. How many times have you testified in the field of forensics odontology?
This will be my 5th time.
And what all counties have you testified?
Denton County and Tarrant County.
And when you're asked to consult on a case and identify some human remains, what are you looking for?
Well, there's several things that we look for. Of course, we're looking for consistent features, so that means dental work or fillings or even the shape of a root or the top part of the tooth called the anatomical crown. We're looking for things in the antemortem or before death records that look the same in the postmortem or after death records. So there's consistent features, so they're the same in the antemortem and the postmortem record. There's explainable inconsistencies, and those are features that don't look the same in antemortem and postmortem records, but can be explained a lot of times by the progression of dental disease and dental treatment. So, for example, dental disease only gets bigger. The longer you have your teeth in your mouth, you may start out with a small cavity, which turns into a crown, which turns into a root canal, which turns into an extraction, which turns into a bridge or an implant. So dentistry is unilateral in its direction. Things only get larger, they don't get smaller. Then there are unexplainable inconsistencies, things that are impossible to have happen. So for example, if you have your upper right front tooth is present before death, or missing before death, and then it's present after death, it can't be the same person, because at this point in time, we can't grow teeth back.
And would you say teeth are resilient?
Oh, teeth are very resilient. Yes, they last for millions of years.
Okay. And why is that important when you're talking about identifying human remains using teeth?
Because teeth are, they're not only the teeth are resilient and resistant to fire, to water, to decomposition, but fillings and restorations that we place are also the same way. So it takes a lot for a filling to disintegrate, and the same for teeth. Even in high burn cases, you can still find dental evidence that you can make a comparison and make a dental identification. And for some individuals, that can be one feature that's the same in before death and after death. If it's unique, I used to say unique enough, but unique is unique regardless. So if the feature is unique in the before death and the after death, you can make a positive identification by teeth if it's just one tooth or one filling.
And but one, you were talking earlier about the unexplainable inconsistencies.
Mm-hmm.
If you have one of those, that then becomes an exclusion to the identification.
That is correct.
And then moving on to this case here that you're here to testify about, how did this case come to your attention?
Medical examiners contact me. They usually have a point of contact. Dallas County, it's the medical legal death investigator. So they'll either text me or they'll email me or they'll do both. And in this case, it was an email that said that they had a case, and they almost always have a presumptive identification. So they have the antemortem dental records ahead of time. And that was the case in this case. I had the availability and I had the personnel to help me for the day that I was contacted, and so we actually did the case that same day. So I create a antemortem profile, which means I look at the teeth and the dental records. X-rays are the ideal if you can get those, but in this case I got X-rays and written dental records. So I could build a profile or a chart of how the teeth looked before death. And then when I go into the morgue, then I actually take the X-rays and I chart the dental conditions and then make the comparison right there. And for the most part, if there are enough dental features present, you can make that identification within seconds.
And we've heard a little bit about antemortem in the previous testimony with yours. That simply means before death, so think while you're alive, antemortem. Right?
Correct.
And so in this case, they said you had dental records from someone that they thought this could be from while they were alive.
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember who that person was?
Marisela Botello.
And so you're able to take a look at her medical records, you create a profile first, and then that's when you start looking at the actual remains that you have.
That's the way I prefer to do it. You don't always get the antemortem records right away. In this case, we did.
And Commissioner Bertran?
You may.
And then there's also photographs that are taken of the remains of the teeth, and then, like you said, potentially even X-rays as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
So I'm going to show you, here states 70, 71, 72, 73, and 74. Are those a fair and accurate depiction of the dental or the teeth that you would have been looking at?
Yes.
Okay. And then state 75, is this a copy of your report?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And state 76, what are we looking at there?
This is x-rays that I took directly out of the report and then just put shapes in order to show the jury what is same in antemortem and postmortem radiographs that I reviewed.
So 76 comes from your report and all
Yes.
the evidence you collect in making your identification,
Yes.
and is useful to understand the report and what we're looking at here.
Yes.
Thank you. This time I'll offer state 70 through 76. All purposes, alternative defense, or any objection.
No objection, Judge, if we previously attended.
All right, State's Exhibit 70. Oh, was there anything else? Mr.
No, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 70 through 76 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish.
You may.
So we start here with state 70. You begin with some photos that take around the jaw and the teeth that we're looking at. Is that correct?
That's correct. I always start my process with taking photos of the decedent. And the majority of the time it's just the head teeth area.
State 71, we see the side profile. Look at the teeth. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And 72, the other side.
Which is the left side.
Okay, so the left side we can see here, for example, a missing tooth. Is that correct? And state 73, we can see kind of it's undershot almost, but it's an overshot here of the top teeth. Is that correct?
Yeah. A top view of the upper teeth.
And a few teeth are missing.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And you document that as you're kind of going through your report as well. And then state 74, it looks like we have all the bottom teeth present.
Well, not the wisdom teeth, but yes.
So then, in this case, you then begin to prepare a report. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Let's walk through that report. What all is it that you're, so here we're talking about those antemortem, so while she's alive, examinations. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and so we see here you list out the various times that Ms. Botello would have been visiting a dentist and having either the radiographs or those handwritten charting. Is that correct?
Well, it's a combination of both. So the x-rays are displayed and written out from the most current and then the older. Of course, the more current x-rays are, the better the chance that you can make an ID because there's going to be more features that are consistent and match. And the last document is the written records. Don't always get written records. Radiographs are the main way to make a dental identification. So in this case, there are radiographs from November 15th, 2019 and March 28th, 2018.
So records from two previous dental evaluations from March 2019, November 2019. And then we get into the next section of your report, and this is where you talk about your post-mortem examination.
Right.
Okay, so what are we looking at here?
Right now, I looked at a human maxilla and mandal. Obviously, you saw that just a little while ago. I always get the investigation narrative because I like to know where they recovered the body and a little bit of the story behind the individual. I took 29 individual x-rays that would show the top and the bottom part of the tooth, which is the whole tooth, okay? The crown and the root. And then I took bite wing x-rays because most everyone who's gone to a dentist bites on those little cards, or with digital, it's a whole setup that you bite into. But I like to get bite wings because that's the most common anamorph x-ray there is, and sometimes it's not always easy to take those on the remains that were given, but I like to get those because they're very common. And in this case, there were bite wings taken on in 2018 and 2019, and also a panoramic x-ray, which every medical examiner that I work with do not have that. So it goes all the way around the individual's head, so shows all of the teeth and the jaws. So I had one of those, and that was from 2018. So that was helpful to tell me if wisdom teeth were there, or any other special feature, or growth, or cyst, or something like that that would have been in the jaw. So this is all of my, and of course, the photos that I take.
The next page, page 2 of the report, this is where we just see where you start to chart the comparison between antemortem, alive, and postmortem, the remains. Each tooth, is that correct?
Each tooth has to be accounted for, and so that's 32 teeth in most adults. Whether they're there or not, they have to be accounted for.
And we can see over here on the side the correlation. We see several that say consistent, but we do see a couple that say inconsistent.
Explainable inconsistency.
Mm-hmm. Explainable inconsistency. So why is it that those become explainable inconsistencies?
So just because something isn't there antemortem doesn't mean it can't happen postmortem. And so I can explain exactly why these 4 teeth are explainable. This individual was referred to an oral surgeon to have their wisdom teeth taken out, and I could confirm on the anamorph x-rays I received that the only 2 that I confirmed were taken out were the lower 2. The upper 2 I could not see in the anamorph radiographs that were given, that were the more current ones. I can assume that all 4 were taken out, but I can't prove it with the records I was given. So that explains the tooth number 1, which is the upper right wisdom tooth, and tooth number 16, which is the upper left wisdom tooth. It's an explainable inconsistency. They were likely taken out, but I can't prove that because I don't have I don't have enough information. If I pressed it far enough, I probably could have gotten the oral surgeon who took them out to get us the records that we needed to prove that. But in this case, I don't need it because there are so many other features that were obvious that this was a positive identification. And tooth number 11, which is the upper left canine or eye tooth, it's hard to see some tooth colored fillings on x-rays depending on their location. And although we had some good x-rays antemortem of tooth number 11, the upper left canine, I could not see any filling in it. So again, dentistry is unilateral in its direction. Things get larger. So if the tooth didn't have a filling in it at the time the x-rays were taken, this individual might have gotten a filling done, and likely did, obviously did, somewhere down the road, and there was no documentation of it, or no x-ray to show me that, or it could have been on the x-ray all along. It's just not visible.
And the inverse of that, it would become unexplainable if, say, you had the filling and all of a sudden that's no longer there and there's no evidence that there's ever
that there ever was a filling. That's absolutely correct.
That can't happen.
That cannot happen.
And so we keep moving, and I'll you have the radiographs here, but we're going to discuss those in State 76 in just a minute. So but those are in your report as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you just have here down the discussion in your report, and then you have the ultimate conclusion. You were able to make a conclusion in this case?
The conclusion is that the antemortem and postmortem evidence matched in sufficient detail to say that it's from the same individual.
So you're able to say the records you received of Marisela Botello Valdez match what was recovered by the ME's office?
That's correct.
State 76. We're looking here, kind of your chart to kind of help us understand what it is you're looking at and how you're making these identifications. So on the left, we have those radiographs from when she's alive, Marisela Botello Valdez, and then on the right, we have those radiographs that you took post-mortem.
That's correct.
Okay, so walk us through what we're looking at here.
Okay. So the very top, do I have a pointer or anything up here that I can?
May work for you. Allow it to work. But I don't think you were in here earlier to hear that our air conditioning's not working, so we'll see if this works. Don't think it's going to work. So
okay.
If you're able, I mean, you can.
I can describe the shapes and the colors.
Yeah. Point along on that screen if you want.
Can everybody see this pretty well? Okay, so where you see the shapes and the same color of the shape on antemortem and postmortem records, it's a filling in this first instance where the arrow is pointing to that filling. That filling is on actually the cheek side of this tooth, and the filling looks the same in the postmortem. Okay, probably even more obvious is the silver filling. So silver fillings the x-rays don't penetrate them, so they look very white on an x-ray. And she only had one silver filling, and that is circled in green, the green, and then there's also a tooth-colored filling, which is on the biting surface of the particular tooth. And I don't have its like catty corner, but this is the same tooth down here, which it was just a better representation. They look the same, with the silver filling towards the back part of the tooth, and then the tooth-colored filling that's in front of it or on the biting surface of the tooth. These are very, very obvious tooth-colored fillings where you see the orange arrows pointing to the filling there, and then the blue arrows where the fillings are actually separate from one another. So right there and there. There was also multiple teeth that were rotated. This one on the lower left, which is tooth number 20, is extremely rotated. And that was obvious in the antemortem and postmortem evidence. And then the blue circle shows another filling on the biting surface of the tooth. This one also has one on the cheek side surface, but sometimes they get superimposed. They are the same. This is the best antemortem record radiograph that I could get to show that filling. And then the basic shape of tooth number 22, where you see that little whoop-de-whoop right there in the enamel. It's the same where the star is pointing there and there. And there's a lot of other features. These are just what I felt would be easy for you as non-dental people to see and understand.
Pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Hold on, Charles.
Sure.
No approach.
You may.
Yes, sir, thank you. And Doc, I'm just trying to make sure I understand. This is the bottom jaw, right?
Yes.
The bottom teeth?
Yes.
This is the top?
Yes.
Okay, and you have, these are missing teeth?
Those are missing postmortem, which means they weren't recovered from the scene. And there's 5 altogether.
Who said they were at the scene?
This is, these are...
Let me rephrase.
Okay.
Do you have any evidence of whether these two could have been knocked out?
No, I can't tell you they've been knocked out, just that they're missing and that they're a non-healed socket, which means they weren't extracted.
Meaning they weren't extracted at the dentist, correct?
Correct.
So you can't tell me they weren't knocked out, correct?
Correct.
When I say knocked out, I mean like somebody punched you and knocked those teeth out.
No, I can't tell you that.
And if you get punched and get your teeth knocked out, does that create an extreme amount of blood? In your opinion?
It just depends on the case.
It could.
It could.
Somebody punches you in your mouth, knocks your teeth out. Could that potentially create an extreme amount of blood?
Yes.
But again, you know that these weren't professionally extracted, correct?
All I can say is they were missing post-mortem. That's all I can say. They were not recovered. That's all I can say. And they're a non-healed socket, so it means that they hadn't, they weren't extracted, at least, a long time ago.
Pulling teeth or knocking teeth out would create blood, does it not?
For the most part, yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, Doc.
Any redirect?
No,
I'm sorry?
no, Your Honor.
May this witness be found to speak?
No objection, no.
All right, thank you, Dr.
We're relatively fast.
Okay, you're
All right,
free
thank
to
you.
go back
These
to
are-
the-
Thank you.
Please watch your step.
Witnesses that would take a very long time
All
during
right,
a
go ahead,
trial.
Ms. Witness.
The state calls Rosemary Martinez.
Martinez. Yeah, Leah, I don't know. People have been having issues with the gifting memberships. I'm on Windows and I can do it. I don't know what's going on. And it's been going on for a while. Charles Beltran, according to the opening statement, should be testifying. I know two people that are going to be testifying, at least. And I don't know. I'm curious to see what the defense people they're going to bring up. And will Lisa testify? I doubt Lisa will, but that would be interesting.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated in the witness box. Please watch your step. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Martinez. Can you state your name and spell your full name for the court reporter, please?
Rosa Maria Martinez. Rosa Maria is Rosa-Maria. Martinez, Martinez.
And you go by Olivia, is that correct?
I do. I apologize. Olivia's my middle name.
Oh, no, that's okay. I just wanted to verify that. Ms. Martinez, you and I have spoken over the phone a couple of times. Can you tell the jury how it is that you know Miss Lisa Dykes?
Lisa and I were co-workers at a law firm.
And
Oh, I
can
know.
you tell the jury kind of when that was, timeline-wise?
That was, I believe, in 2020.
I think I have.
The year 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so what law firm did you all work for?
Montgomery Law Firm.
What did you all do for Montgomery Law Firm?
I started out as a case manager, but then got promoted into negotiations. Lisa and I both did negotiations for the firm.
Okay, and as a negotiator, what are your duties? What do you do?
We are in charge of calling the adjusters, insurance companies, working out settlements for our clients. It's a personal injury firm, car accident, stuff like that.
Do you hold a paralegal certificate?
No, I do not.
Okay, do you know if Ms. Dykes did?
I don't believe so, in all honesty, but from my understanding, she did, but I don't know.
Okay. However, this is a job that is in the legal field, and you have some, kind of legal knowledge about certain aspects of the law.
Correct.
what things, I guess, what skills do you have to be a negotiator?
You've got to be really convincing. You have to be able to stand firm, and just pretty much you have to be knowledgeable, very detailed when it comes to certain cases.
Okay, knowledgeable, well-spoken?
Absolutely.
Okay, you have to be fairly savvy?
Absolutely.
You said you have to be convincing.
Yes.
Now, you and Ms. Dykes, Lisa, you all shared an office, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you recall the last time that you actually saw Lisa Dykes?
It was a Friday. We said our goodbyes at work, and then that following Monday is the day she tendered her resignation. So it was that Friday, the last time I saw her.
Okay, so Friday in October of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And throughout the time that you knew Lisa, you know, I guess how would you describe her?
She was, she commanded, her presence was very commanding. She was definitely very convincing. She can persuade anyone to do anything, to be honest. She had very good verbal skills.
Did she seem to have a pretty good legal knowledge?
Oh yes, absolutely. She was the one that a lot of us in the office came to for legal advice.
Now, it's been a while since you've seen Miss Dykes. Do you see her here in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you just identify her by an article of clothing that she has on?
She's wearing a pink shirt.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness identified the defendant in open court. Record will so reflect. Now, is that the same appearance that you knew Lisa to have during your time knowing her?
No.
Tell me how Lisa dressed on a day-to-day basis.
She was very well dressed. Always had her heels on. Even if it was with some jeans, she would have her heels on, makeup on, red lipstick. Hair was always done. She was presented herself very well.
Did you ever know her? Did you always know her to have the short hair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you never knew her when she had longer hair.
No.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? You may. Ms. Martinez, I'm handing you what's been marked State's Exhibit 77. Do you recognize that picture?
I do.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of Lisa Dykes when you knew her?
Yes.
Okay. Now, permission to publish, Your Honor?
Well, it hasn't been.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. Your Honor, State offers State 77 for all purposes.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 77 is admitted for all purposes.
Now may I publish, Your Honor? Thank you, Judge. Just so the jury can kind of see, this is kind of how you knew her. Was this a more subdued look than she would normally have?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Describe, compared to this photograph, what you would expect to see her like on a day-to-day basis.
She would, like previously stated, she would have red lipstick on, earrings. That dress or her blouse that she's wearing in the picture may be a little conservative than what she would, from what I knew her.
Okay. And conservative how?
It's not hip, if you will. I don't know. Okay. I don't know the word to use. I apologize.
So, would you describe her as somebody that dressed as hip?
Yeah.
And did she always dress that way when you knew her?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's talk about, you guys shared an office, and as people that share offices know, did you all get into some personal conversations?
We did.
Did you all share kind of some details about your personal lives?
We did.
And did Lisa ever talk about a man by the name of Charles Beltran?
She did.
And what did you What did you, I guess, understand that their relationship initially to be?
They were a couple, from what
Okay.
I understood.
From what you understood? And describe to us, I mean, what kind of couple?
It was more of an open relationship type of couple. She was the financial giver, if you will.
Did she tell you some of the things she bought for him?
Yes.
What kinds of things did she buy for him?
She would, I know that she got him a car. She did get him a bunch of retro type of tennis shoes that costed a lot of money. Clothes,
Sugar
stuff
mama.
like that.
So like sneakerhead type of things, that,
Correct.
you know, Jordans and things of that nature that cost several $100s.
Correct.
What about studio equipment?
I'm not too sure if she purchased that.
Okay. Were you aware that Chuck was much younger than her?
Yes.
And when she described Chuck, did it appear that she just really was attached to him?
Absolutely.
And what made you think that?
I'm not too sure. It was more of the way she would talk about him, the relationship that they had, the how happy it would make her to purchase things for him, type of thing.
And did she talk about him all the time?
She did when we weren't busy at work, but yes.
And during that downtime, she's talking about her personal life. Was it kind of all about Chuck for a while?
Yes.
At some point, did you find out that she had a friend named Nina Marano?
Yes.
And do you recall about when she started talking about her friend Nina Marano?
I don't recall around what time frame that was, but I know I've heard of her.
Okay. You said that you knew her in 2020, is that right?
Correct.
And how did she talk about Nina?
She would talk fairly well about Nina. She was a really good friend. They were best friends. She talked about how financially stable Nina was, stuff like that.
Did you learn that Nina's husband had recently passed away?
Yes.
And were you aware that Nina was an attorney?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever learn, or at what point did she make you aware that she and Nina got married?
Yes. We even had a little celebration for them at the firm.
Okay. And knowing Lisa over the course of 2020, did it surprise you any that she married Nina, or what were your thoughts about that?
No, she had talked about it for a little while, so I knew that it was in the works.
Did she ever describe, I guess, the nature of their relationship and what it was based on?
Just that they were best friends, and she did speak a lot about the finances when it came to Nina.
Did she ever express to you that this marriage was an arrangement where she was madly in love with her?
No, it never did. It never did, or she never did express that it was about them being in love. It was more of an opportunity.
And what do you mean by an opportunity?
Because of finances.
Okay. Nina was well off.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, again, being in that environment in the same office, you talk about some personal things. Did you ever talk about the sexual relationship that she either had between she and Chuck, she and Nina, or the both?
Yes.
Okay. And did she describe, I guess, a sexual relationship with Chuck?
She did.
Mm-hmm. And did she tell you details about it, or how did she describe that?
Not extreme details, just that they had an open relationship, and she knew about other females that he would bring home.
And they got upset when I
So
said
she
it in
didn't
my video.
talk to you about the down and dirty details of what her and Chuck did?
No.
Did she talk about her sexual relationship with Nina?
She did.
And how did she describe that?
It was more of a she wasn't really sexually interested in Nina. It was more of Nina being sexually interested in her and wanting to have, if you will, threesomes with her and not really Lisa wanting to do so.
Okay. So you talked about before that the relationship seemed to be described as an opportunity, a financial opportunity, if you will. Is that fair assessment?
Yes, ma'am.
And she, I guess, described this as Nina wanting to be intimate with her, but she didn't really have that same desire.
Correct.
That's right, Bill.
You talked about how she knew that Chuck was had other women. Did it ever seem to be an issue with her that he had these other women?
Not that she expressed to me.
Okay. Was it more about just making sure that he was going to stay with her?
Correct.
Was there ever a time or a woman that he slept with where she did express a problem?
The one person that he could not sleep with was Nina.
I told you.
Okay, when we say sleep with, did that mean sleep with two of them together where it was a threesome? Or was it just if Nina and Chuck slept together alone?
If Nina and Chuck were alone.
I literally have a video from years ago
Did she ever
saying this.
express to you that she found out that they had slept together alone?
She did.
And what was her reaction to that?
She was livid.
What do you mean by livid?
She was extremely upset.
I
Very,
want to
very
say
angry.
this is.
Did she express who she was upset with?
She was upset with Nina.
Okay, and was it a matter of the fact that Nina had, I guess, cheated on her, or was it the fact that Nina had slept with Chuck?
It was more of the fact that Nina slept with Chuck and Nina knew that she wasn't supposed to.
They want to try to send me a
Was it
cease
an
and
issue
desist.
that Nina just wasn't supposed to without her involved?
I don't think so.
Now, when you said she was livid, what things did she say about it?
Oh gosh. She was going to make Nina her bitch. Excuse my language.
That's okay. So that's a direct quote from Miss Dykes. When she found out about this, she said she was going to make Nina her bitch.
Yes.
What else did she say?
She was going to make sure that Nina did whatever she wanted her to do.
Do you remember, in terms of how long before Lisa resigned did this occurrence happen, if you recall?
I don't recall. I apologize.
That's okay. Did you ever meet Charles Beltran?
I met him once.
And where was that?
With Lisa, we were at the on-premise bar.
On-premise. And what do you know about the on-premise bar?
I just know that Lisa's son worked there or managed the bar, and from my understanding, Charles was a security guard or door guy.
Okay. And what was your impression of Chuck?
It wasn't too bad. My first impression was that he was a little bit of a flirtatious.
Okay.
And it just seemed like it came naturally to him to be flirtatious.
Did you all have a lot of conversation, or was just a little bit?
Yeah, not at all. Not at all.
Is he a handsome man?
Yeah.
Okay. Young?
Yes, young. You can tell he was young.
And
ladies,
we kind of talked about the fact that, for Lisa, what did that make her feel like to have this young, handsome, flirtatious man pay attention to her?
I think he kept her young.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to object. This calls for speculation.
Sustained is to the form of the question. Okay. Do you know how Lisa how that made Lisa feel being with this young, attractive man.
From what I was used to, how she would react to him, he would make her happy. She was always really joyful to be around him. He made her feel young.
And is that the same way she dressed?
Absolutely.
Now, Lisa had some plastic surgery maybe about a month before she resigned. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you actually referred her to the surgeon. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I believe, do you recall when she had that surgery?
I don't recall exact dates. I apologize.
That's okay. Do you recall that she was working in the office at the end of September of 2020?
Yes.
And was she complaining, I guess, about some of the after effects of the surgery? She had a thigh surgery.
Got it.
Correct. She had a thigh lift and a facelift. The thigh lift was giving her issues.
She getting that surgery young.
I'm sorry.
The swelling was giving her issues.
The swelling. In September, did she come back almost immediately from that surgery?
She did. Yes.
And over the course of the time that she was there, did she get better?
Her face got better, but her thighs just were giving her a really, really big issue. They weren't healing well.
Okay. Was she still walking around?
She was walking, just very slowly.
Walking slowly?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do you recall a time at the 1st of October that she talked about going to Camden, Arkansas?
Yes.
And what was that for?
A rap concert that Charles was a part of.
And do you have any idea who all went?
I knew it was her. I know Charles went because he was involved, but I don't know anyone else.
Okay, and did she take off that Friday, October 2nd to go to that?
She did.
And was she scheduled to come back to work on October 5th?
She was.
Did you talk to her at all that weekend?
No.
Okay, and that's not abnormal. You wouldn't talk to her over the weekends?
Yeah. It wasn't an every weekend thing.
Prior to October 2nd, do you recall if she had traveled anywhere via airplane or anything else like that on a trip?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, do you know how they got to Arkansas?
I believe they drove.
And do you have any idea where Camden is? About how far away it is?
No, ma'am.
All right. The show was that weekend, and you said that she was scheduled to come back to work on October 5th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did she return to work that day?
That Monday she called in.
She called in. Did she give any indication why she was missing work?
No.
Ms. Martinez, I'm putting up here, it's been marked States Exhibit 5 for demonstrative purposes. And you had mentioned that Lisa took off work to go to Arkansas on October 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And then October 5th, she was supposed to come to work and she called in for an unknown reason.
Correct.
Do you recall she returned back to work on the 6th?
She did.
Okay. And we'll just go ahead and put that on there. When she returned back to work, was her demeanor any different?
No.
Okay. Throughout that week, was her demeanor any different?
No.
Did at what point, you had talked about before, did you know that she had bought Chuck a black Audi car?
Yes.
Did she ever ask you about hiding that car?
She asked if she could leave the car at my house.
Okay. And when did she ask you about that?
I would say that week.
Okay. What explanation did she give?
She had previously expressed to me that she had been trying to take the car away from from Charles.
Yes.
And so that's the impression I got as to why she wanted me to keep the car. But other than that, I don't know why.
And did she mention anything about having to clean it?
She did. She mentioned she had had the car detailed twice.
And it was that week that she mentioned that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she talk about possibly leaving it at an airport?
Yes.
You mentioned that she had said that, or asked her if you could leave it at her house. And, kind of what thoughts did you have about that?
About her leaving the vehicle at my home?
Yes.
I didn't ask specific questions to her about it, but I just knew that it only could bring problems, and there was just no way I was going to have a car that she was trying to hide at my house.
Do you recall on October 15th, and this would be
This is so funny. You guys have to see the cease and desist. We got to go over this.
This week right here. If she got a phone call that caused her to become, I guess, upset or concerned.
Yes.
And were you in the same room with her when she received that phone call?
Yes.
Who purportedly was on that call?
She stated it was an FBI agent.
And how did she react to that?
Her reaction was that it was a fraudulent call, that the person calling her was fraud, that there's no way it could be an FBI agent.
Okay. Did the person leave a name for her?
I believe he did. He gave her his first and last name. I don't recall what that is, though.
Okay. And was this information that she kind of, talked about in the office?
Yes.
And her statement was that this was fraudulent.
Correct.
Okay. And that was on October 15th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Prior to that, had you had any indication at all that Lisa was unhappy at her job?
No.
And that next day she came back to work, is that correct?
Correct, that Friday.
And that was the last time you saw her?
That's correct.
When did you learn that she had called in and quit her job?
On that following Monday.
And did you learn what her explanation was?
No. I was only told that she tendered her resignation.
And did she tender it on that Friday?
That Monday.
That Monday.
If I'm not mistaken. The day I heard about it, so I believe it's that Monday.
Okay, so you heard about it on that Monday?
Yes.
Did she ever try to call you or contact you after that?
No, ma'am.
Do you know if she tried to contact anyone else from your workplace?
I believe someone did get a phone
Objection,
call.
speculation. I believe she has no concrete knowledge.
Sustained.
Do you know if she tried to contact someone else from work?
She did.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor, this would be hearsay.
Sustained as
This woman's telling the truth. I've heard of this story already. This whole entire story. I actually covered it years back.
Your Honor, we're going to ask that the jury disregard this last
answer.
answer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are instructed to disregard the last answer made by this witness and not consider it as for any purpose whatsoever.
Boom, 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 boom.
At some point, Ms. Martinez, did the FBI come in and talk to everyone at your workplace?
Yes.
And what information were they trying to find out?
They wanted to know if we knew where she was, if anyone had heard from her. They also wanted to know if anyone knew where the vehicle was.
Did you all give her the information that you had?
Objection, Your Honor. This calls for hearsay. The form of the question, y'all, inclusive, a group, instead of her own personal knowledge.
Sustained.
Did you give them any information that they asked for?
Everything. Everything they asked for.
You previously described Ms. Dykes as a very persuasive person. Can you kind of explain to the jury what you mean by that?
Yes, she had a way with words. She could persuade anyone to do anything, in all honesty.
And Ms. Martinez, in the time that you were working with Ms. Dykes, did you all ever have any personal problems?
Nothing personal, no.
Okay, did you have some work conflicts?
Yeah, maybe a couple.
Was it anything that amounted to, I guess, any disciplinary action for either of you, or it was just a matter of sometimes when you share an office space, those things happen?
It was just a matter of meeting goals that we weren't meeting at the time. That was the only reason.
Okay. And when I initially contacted you about your initial interview with FBI and talking to me, how did you feel about possibly coming and testifying?
Honestly, I didn't want to have anything to do with it.
I mean, you were reluctant.
I was reluctant, yes.
Okay. But you honored the subpoena that you got.
I did.
And just personally, how did you at that time feel about Lisa as a person?
I was conflicted. She was my friend, but is being charged with something horrible, and it's nothing that feels good. It's hard to deal with.
Wait till the besties take a stand. The ex-bestie? Ooh, that's gonna be fire.
And lastly, Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm painting what's been marked State 78. Is that just a picture of you?
Yes.
Okay, and that's kind of an older picture, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, State offers State 78 for all purposes.
Okay, no objection.
Your Honor, pass the witness.
All right, well, State's Exhibit number 78 is admitted for all purposes.
Defense.
Oh,
defense
sorry,
guy?
Judge.
You know the defense gonna come in hot.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Martinez, I'm Valerie Baston, and I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Wait, that's
you said
Valerie?
that Lisa was very persuasive,
Yes.
but she
Hold
wasn't.
on, that's Valerie Baston? That's the one supposedly the letterhead that there's cease and desist came from.
Got that correct.
Cross-examination.
Right, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Martinez, I'm Valerie Baston, and I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that Lisa was very persuasive.
Yes.
But she wasn't persuasive enough to convince Attorney Montgomery to pay her bonus or give her more money. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Your Honor, objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Ms. Martinez, there were issues with the pay that negotiators were receiving at Montgomery Law Firm. Is that correct? Yes or no?
No.
So no issue with any bonus that you would have received or that Lisa would have received?
At one point there was, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you were actually in Lisa's office because Lisa was training you on negotiations. Is that correct?
She did, but we shared an office the entire time.
Okay. Now, the conversations that Lisa did have with you about her relationship with Chuck, she never mentioned being jealous of any of the other women that he was seeing, the younger women that he was seeing, yes or no?
No. If that's what you mean, yes.
Okay. And of Mr. Beltran's music, Chuck's music?
I didn't. Not then. Not until, honestly, after he got arrested is when I looked up his music.
What was your impression of his rap music?
I couldn't see anybody investing in it.
Was it very derogatory towards
It was
women?
definitely derogatory, yes.
Bitch in a hole, slap a dog. Well, no, fuck that. Rapper's not really good. Mo, you missed a whole lot. So many good witnesses.
Lisa had gotten some plastic surgery, and you referred her to that surgeon.
Correct.
And you stated earlier that Lisa came back almost immediately after the plastic surgery.
Correct.
Did that surprise you that she came back so quickly?
It did. She, the day she came back, she ended up leaving early because she wasn't feeling very well.
Do you know why she came back to work so soon?
She was always very adamant about being at work. She wanted to get a job done.
Okay. So she was driven about her career.
Absolutely.
And to your knowledge, was she on any heavy medication like hydrocodone or?
I don't know.
Did she ever show you how her legs were healing? Did you ever see what was going on with her legs? Or her thighs in particular?
Alex defense.
If I recall correctly, she did show me one leg, if I'm not mistaken, but and it didn't look very good.
What do you mean by it didn't look very good?
The wound was opening.
I'm going to ask you this. Sometimes would she get bloody at work?
She would, but it wouldn't seep through her clothing. Nothing like that.
Would she have to change her bandages?
Yes.
Often at work?
Yes.
Now, the statement that you said about she was going to make Nina her bitch after she found out that Nina and Chuck slept together without her knowledge. You don't remember when she said that?
I don't recall exactly when. I remember the conversation 100%, but I don't recall exactly what date or any of that sort.
Was it like in the summer, maybe?
No, it would have been before her plastic surgery, but I apologize, I don't remember exactly when.
Okay, and she had her plastic surgery in September.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So you have to answer yes or no.
Oh, I apologize, yes.
Okay. Now, you said that she took off on October 2nd of 2020. Did she call into you to request time off or?
No, she would let the office manager know. The office manager, myself, and Lisa were part of management. So when the office manager knew that someone would be out, she let me know as well.
So if she really just worked half a day and took off to go to a doctor's appointment, would you have been aware of that?
Absolutely.
And that's not what she did on October 2nd, just take half a day, like work from home or go to a deposition?
No, that Friday she took the entire day off.
Are you still working for the car wreck Cowboys, Sadat Montgomery?
No, ma'am.
When did you leave?
Oh, it would have been 2021 January.
Now, why did you leave?
I was let go.
You were let go?
Yes, ma'am.
Uh-oh.
And was that because goals weren't being met?
Correct.
They're gonna get her.
Did you know when he was about to let Lisa go as well?
Your Honor, objection here sent.
Well, Your Honor, she did state earlier that she was a part of the HR team and management team. So that would be something within her.
Well, she can answer to anything that she told to the defendant.
Oh, I apologize. What was the question? I'm sorry.
The surgeon.
Now, about her, when she said that she wanted to take her car, the Audi that Chuck was driving over to your house, keep it over there. Was it piggybacking off of the conversations that she had with you about wanting to take the car away from him for whatever reason?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time, you stated, you told Ms. Pittman that you weren't comfortable with that.
Correct.
Is it because you didn't want to be caught in between a couple's rift?
Yes, I didn't want those problems.
So nothing to the fact, this could have been the scene of a crime or have criminal evidence and I don't want anything to do with it. You were under the impression that there was a rift between them, a lover's rift between them, and you didn't want to be a part of that.
Correct.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Just a couple of questions, Your Honor. Concerning the car, were you ever around when Lisa talked to other employees about getting rid of this car?
No.
Okay. And from your understanding, Lisa quitting just kind of came out of nowhere.
Correct.
You were in her office with her most of the time, so would you have been aware of any issues that were going on?
Absolutely. We were in the office every day, all day, together.
Your Honor, no further questions. Pass the witness.
Just a couple more, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. So, Ms. Martinez, as far as you know, you don't know what effect this surgery and the heavy medications Lisa was on how it was affecting her performance, or how your boss, Mr. Montgomery, saw her performance.
No, I'm not aware of that.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be finally excused?
No objection.
That must be a new thing that they get a limited amount of redirects.
Thank you for being here today. You're free to leave and go about your business. Please watch your step.
Okay, nice. That's a nice witness. I had somebody contact me from a different law firm that knows Lisa. I don't know if they're gonna call her up too.
May use it.
Let's say we call Dr. Elizabeth Ventura.
Maybe not. Boy, running late, boy. Dr. Elizabeth. think they'll be done probably within the next, I don't know. It's Texas time, so it's Central time. Maybe this be the last witness. Paradise. Lisa was a paralegal. Nina was a lawyer.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah.
Thank you. You may proceed. Please watch your step. You may proceed.
Dr. Elizabeth.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ventura.
Hello.
Ventura.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Dr. Elizabeth Ventura, Ventura.
And Dr. Ventura, how are you currently employed?
I'm employed at SWIFT, which is the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences by Dallas County.
And what is the Southwest Institute of Forensic Sciences?
So it's our main scientific building here for the county. We do autopsies. There's medical examiners that work there. We also have a DNA analysis department, a trace firearms analysis department, toxicology department. They're all within this one building.
And is it a place where just the state can send evidence to, or is anyone can send evidence to be tested there?
Yes, for a fee.
And the portion that you work at, that's the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And that's all kind of under the umbrella, though, of that same entity of Swiss?
Correct.
And what does the medical examiner's office do?
Our main duty is to perform autopsies, and from that, determine the cause and manner of death of an individual that has died.
And before I get there, what are your trainings and qualifications to become a medical examiner?
I have a bachelor's from UT Arlington. After undergrad, I went to medical school for 4 years. I went to the University of Texas Health Science Center in San Antonio. During medical school, I decided to pursue pathology. I got into a residency training program at Baylor University Medical Center. Pathology is a 4-year residency program. After my training there, I took the boards, and I'm board certified in both anatomic and clinical pathology. After my residency training, I decided to do a subspecialty in pathology, which is forensics. I trained at Swifts for 1 year as a fellow, and I have been at Swifts ever since. And I've been there for about going on 11 years now.
And so now let's talk a little bit about that. You testified as a medical examiner first in this Mesquite.
Yes.
Okay. Here in Dallas County?
Yes.
A number of times that fair.
Correct.
Okay. And you testified in other counties as well, because other counties will send cases or autopsies that may need to be done as well. Is that right?
Yes, we have a lot of surrounding counties that don't have their own medical examiner system, so they will send their bodies to us for a certain fee.
And so now talking about the medical examination process for an autopsy, you talked about making conclusions for a manner of death.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us kind of what are manners of deaths? Like what is it that you're looking for? What are the different types of manners of death?
So there are 5 types of manners. There's natural, which is the one that we see the most. We have accident, suicide, homicide, and undetermined. Accident, an example of that would be a car accident, someone who fell and injured themselves, that would be considered an accident. Homicide, of course, it was a person died because of the intentional actions of another individual. Suicide, they killed themselves. And undetermined is when we cannot determine a cause and manner of death due to the circumstances.
And what triggers the MME's office doing an autopsy on someone?
So if it falls under our jurisdiction for Dallas County, if the death is a non-witness natural death, or it could be a natural death and they just don't know why they died. Accidents, homicides, suicides, those all fall under our jurisdiction, and we will perform an autopsy.
And in this case, you performed an autopsy?
Yes.
Commissioner Bertrand?
You may.
going to show you what I have marked here. States 79 and 80. Is State 79 a copy of your report?
Yes.
Okay. And States 80, is this a copy of the diagram that you would do along with your report?
Yes, these were part of my notes.
This time I'll offer States 79 and 80. Alternative if there are any objections.
No objection, Your Honor. It's been previously tendered to the defendants.
All right, State Exhibit number 80 is admitted for all purposes.
Okay. And 79, Your Honor.
And 70. Oh, thank you.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
So let's start here with the report. I guess first, how does an autopsy work whenever you get assigned to do one? What's kind of the process?
When a body arrives at the morgue, we will give it a unique identification number. And this number is used to identify the body, and any specimens, any photographs, any reports that are made will have this unique number.
That's what we see up here in the top left.
Yes.
And then what else happens?
We will begin with the external examination of the body, typically. This case is different. We've received bones, but in a typical case, we will have a body that still has skin and sometimes clothing with it. So we will document all the external findings of the body, any clothing they had, any therapy that they had received prior, either at the hospital or at the scene where they died. Their height, their physical characteristics, all of this will be documented, as well as any signs of natural disease to the body or any signs of trauma to the body. It would be all included in the external examination. After that, we begin with the internal examination, where we will open the body and examine all of the internal organs. So the heart, the lungs, the liver, all of that will be taken out of the body, cross-sectioned and examined for, again, any signs of natural disease, any signs of trauma to the body. And we also examine the brain, so we'll open the skull.
And so you'll do that no matter what the investigation is, no matter what the autopsy is. If it's there, you're doing that full, thorough investigation, regardless of how obvious it may be or whatever the case may be.
Correct.
And then, like I said, this case is a little different. You don't have a body and any soft tissue to examine.
Yes, that's correct.
And so what do you do when you get a case like this, whenever you get just the remains of someone who was tossed out in a field morgue?
So we still examine whatever we receive. In this case, there were multiple bones separated that we received. So when I received them, I still, used the unique identification number in my photographs. I examined the bones to see if there were any obvious signs of trauma to them. Sometimes if you have an intact skull, you can still look for maybe gunshot wound holes or any type of blunt trauma to the head. So in this case, when I got the bones, I was still looking for any tissue that may have been attached to the bones, any signs of trauma to the bones.
And we see here one portion of the ME's office work would be to identify the person you're doing an autopsy on. Is that right?
Yes.
And we see here in this report that that's being, you document that it hasn't happened yet, but it's being established by dental comparison.
Correct.
And I guess it's fair to say there's a number of ways the medical examiner's office would investigate and try to identify either the remains or the body of someone, right?
Yes.
And in this case, it's being done by the dental examination, and there was an identification made, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and that was Marisela Botello.
Yes.
And then so we see here in your report, you included the forensics anthropology consultation as well. All right, so before that, we get, here's just kind of where you explain what you received, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the jury's seen these photos already, so then we see down here below is where it looks to me that you copy over the forensics anthropology consultation that happens. Is that correct?
Yes, I added to my report.
And are you the one that asked for that anthropology consultation to happen, or I guess the medical examiner investigator? How does that work?
Yes, so it's up to my discretion to use the services of our anthropologists. We haven't always had one, and in this case, we were lucky to have one, and so I asked for his consultation in order to examine the bones more thoroughly, clean them up, and do a thorough examination of them.
And he did that?
Yes.
And that was Dr. Crowder?
Yes.
And so then when we continue on to the next page, these are still his findings from the skeletal remains, is that right?
Yes.
But then you still go on after reviewing just the remains, looking at the anthropology report, the dental comparison. What else do you then begin to look at to make your findings?
So my findings include a lot of things. They may include part of what I found at the autopsy, any consultations that I asked for, also any investigative history that I obtained. And I incorporate this into my findings in order to determine the cause and manner of death.
And the manner of death, you ruled this as what?
The manner of death was homicide.
Okay. And so what was your conclusion then was what in this case?
The cause of death was due to homicidal violence.
And we see there where you're basing that off of the footage where she's seen, Mariela's seen, and the investigative history. You list out some key points there, is that right?
Yes.
And the remains that were found, is that correct?
Yes.
And the identification by dental records.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the anthropology report says that there's no findings of trauma to the bones.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But you still are confident saying that you've ruled the manner of death based on everything that you had to review as a homicide?
Yes.
Nothing further. No, that's what it is.
Cross-examination.
Yeah, one more, Chairman.
Sure.
That was pretty quick. Yeah, there's a whole lot to the story that at some point we'll talk more.
Now, Doctor,
about it.
I guess you do the actual autopsy, right?
Yes.
But as far as, I mean, when these bodies are recovered, oftentimes y'all send a member from your team out to assist with the investigation, don't you?
Yes, our field investigator.
And in this case, that would have been Casey Gould.
She was our deputy investigator, and she typically goes out to scenes where bones are collected.
May I approach the judge?
You may.
When you say that when you are making the determination of the manner of death, you also take into consideration the investigatory or the investigative history that was given to you, right?
Yes.
And that would have been primarily given to you from Miss Gould.
Yes.
Okay. And let me get this more. No, just I'm sorry, Judge Manfro. Let me show you what's marked as defense exhibit. Is this 2 or 3?
2.
2? Let me show you what's marked as defense exhibit number 2. Is that, I guess, an investigative narrative from your office as well regarding this case, this decedent?
Yes.
From Miss Gould?
Yes.
And is that something that when you're talking about information that you would have used in determining the manner and means of death, that's information that you're referring to?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'll offer, and this is from your office, right?
Yes.
I'll offer what's marked as defense too.
Sure, you do.
Ma'am, which one's taking her? objection I have, Your Honor, is that this document has, looks like defense markings on it.
I'll rephrase it. With the exceptions of the markings that are underlined, is this a document from your office?
Yes.
I'll offer. Oh, okay. You want this clean one? Is that what you're saying? Yes. All right. Give me mine. Thank you.
No objection.
All right.
All right, defense exhibit number 2 is admitted for all purposes.
Now, again, when you talk about the investigative history, and it's Casey, I thought it was a man, but it's a woman.
Yes, it's a woman.
Right. She actually goes out to the scene, right?
Yes.
And observes, I guess, the body as it's found.
Yes.
All right. In reference to the information that she received in this investigation, there's actually a narrative, correct?
Yes.
And that's something that you would have considered. What was it? I think the narrative. Keep switching. Okay. And specifically, I'm referring to the narrative that was done, that it was included in her report. It says, per Detective Ramirez, correct?
Yes.
The decedent was visiting a friend and went out by herself in Deep Ellum area, correct?
Yes.
On the video, she's seen leaving with a black male suspect on October the 5th of 2020, correct?
Yes.
Per phone records, they traveled to the suspect's residence, correct?
Yes.
The suspect lived with a female couple who were also romantically involved with the suspect, correct?
Yes.
Per the male suspect, the females were jealous of the decedent and stabbed her in the back, supposedly more than once, at the residence, correct? Yes. Blood evidence was located in the residence. Blood evidence that was located in the residence was DNA tested and found to be the decedent's, correct?
Yes.
Hair was also found in the trunk of the vehicle, but there was no follicles to test DNA. Right?
Yes.
At least one of the 2 women suspects' phone records showed them around the area where the decedent was located on the early morning hours of 10/6/20. Correct?
Yes.
In the early morning hours, is that correct? Is that what that says?
Early morning, yes.
Okay. At one of the scene's recoveries, there was also a white, what is this?
Acrylic
nail recovered under some of the decedent's remains, right?
Yes.
Then it also states that a self-portrait taken by the decedent on the night she went missing showed her having red nails, right?
Yes.
But underneath her, and again, I'm just going back to this part, it says that at the scene of the recovery, that there was a white acrylic nail recovered under the decedent's remains. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Again, this will be a part of the investigative history that you use to determine that the manner of death was homicide, right?
Yes.
But nothing about the body itself. Well, let me rephrase. In regards to your autopsy, can you tell us whether this person was poisoned?
No.
Can you tell us whether this person had a gunshot wound?
No.
Can you tell us whether this person was stabbed?
No.
Can you tell us whether this person died of a drug overdose?
No.
Was there even hair follicles where you could determine whether or not they used any controlled substances?
In the investigator report, it says they found a matted hair, but I didn't receive that. So, but if there was follicles on that, they could have tested that.
If it was her hair.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay. But that was never determined, right?
No.
Oh, more importantly, Madam Provost Judge,
You may.
I want to make sure we're clear. They find this body basically, I guess, bring it to Swift's, as we commonly refer, for you guys to do what y'all do, perform the autopsy, all this stuff that's in these reports, right?
Correct.
But as far as the time of death, in your report, you specifically indicate in your report. Let me show it to you. So, is that right? Which one?
Well,
Which one?
It's on the final report.
Okay. You got the final report?
Yes.
Where's it at?
5 p.m.
Okay, okay, let's talk about the date of death. In your report, based on your investigative, I guess, not your investigative, but based on everything that you guys received, you got the time of death in your report as 3/23 of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
But that's actually just the time she was found, right?
Correct.
You have no idea, based on your autopsy, when this young lady died, do you?
No.
Okay. And the time of death, you guys put in your report that she dies at 5 p.m. On March the 23rd of 2021. That's just when she's found, right?
Correct.
Okay. You have no idea, again, what her time of death was?
No.
Or her cause of death, other than the fact that, based on everything y'all did, you believe it's homicide?
Just homicidal violence, what I have.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. Judge, I think I'll pass it with you.
And you redirect.
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be found excused?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, doctor, for being here today. Dr. Ventura, please watch your step and you are free to leave and go about your business. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Well, were there any other witnesses we needed to get on today? No, Your Honor. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Well, the good news is you can tell I've been kind of messing around. They're going to bring us a portable AC unit and set it up this evening. So hopefully it will be cooler tomorrow. Although they tell me, or that they've been messaging me that it's loud, but we will just have to deal with that. Okay, we are going to recess for the day. Remember your instructions. You cannot watch any local news on TV, online, or in any manner. You cannot discuss any facts of this case with anyone or even tell them which particular case you are hearing this week. I expect you back in the juror's room no later than 9:30 tomorrow morning. All right, we are in recess. Thank you.
All right. No later than 9:30 tomorrow, so that's actually 10:30 their time. 9:30 a.m. Central will be, 9:30 a.m. Central will be 10:30 our time. So actually, I think tomorrow's going to be at, actually started at 11.
There we go.
I expect to be in the jury room back to no later than 9:30.
They didn't tell us they were doing this or anything.
So I'm going to move it to 10:30. It might actually start at 11, but we'll figure out the drift.
See how loud it is tomorrow.
Is that where's Lisa at? Is that Lisa there? She grew out her hair? Oh, she grew out her hair. She was all balding and stuff before.
It is what it is.
All right. Okay, Lisa. So the plan, guys, right? I'm going to drop the timeline video at 9 tonight because I didn't realize I don't have any notifications until 9. So, yeah, at 9, let's see, 4 hours. Hopefully by 9 I should have notifications. I'll keep a close eye. I think last night when I put out that veteran video, Damn, this even smells terrible in there. So yeah, tonight at 9, timeline videos dropping. I don't know what time or how we're gonna do this recap. Not the recap, but the explosion thing. I need to take a little bit of time right now to kind of get things in order over here. I mean, unless we do it on the second channel, I don't know. So I don't have any notifications. I don't want to take.
Right here, look right here.
Oh. I don't want to take the notifications away for tomorrow's trial. I don't know. We could touch on the other thing on the second channel later. The update for this whole explosion. Lisa actually lost a little bit of weight though. I think this is gonna be a good trial. It's coming around full circle. At some point, I think I may just make a new video on this. This whole cease and desist that the Bastion law firm sent me. I don't think the actual attorney sent it to me. I think Nina and Lisa wrote this up because Nina's an attorney, and I think they use her letterhead. And the funny thing, a lot of things that they reference in here, I already like. Well, we got to talk about it. We'll definitely talk about it. But they're trying to shut me down and threaten to sue me and all that stuff. They're referencing multiple links. And the attorney that's in there right now, Valerie Baston, that's one of the signatures. And then they had this other guy, Todd Liebesman, which is from Florida. So we'll have to talk about it. There's a whole lot of stuff we can cover. Oh, that's the one in the green, Valerie? Lord almighty. They cut it. Oh, that was good, man. Today was really good. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. And the nice thing is that it's moving really fast. For defamation, they're saying I was defaming them. So defaming them. There's no chase right now. If there's a chase later, I'll come on. The attorney's pretty fiery. Things that we have to look forward to. I mean, I want to see Charles take the stand, and the opening statements it sounded like he was going to take the stand. I don't think they let him get off. I don't think there's any way they let him get off. And so far, I haven't seen them point out the whole GPS location thing, which I think is pretty crucial too. But supposedly, the Nina's and Lisa's GPS pinged by where the body was found. So yeah, 9 o'clock. Please go support. Even if you've seen it already, please support me. Go watch that video at 9 p.m. Eastern. I'm gonna transfer you guys there. Tomorrow we'll be back at 10:30 a.m. Eastern. Right now, the video tonight is 9 p.m. Eastern. It's about a 17-minute. It's a 17-minute video, and I think it'll be really useful, hopefully. And on my front page, you'll be able to find everything. The playlist for the trial, the playlist for all the old videos. If you want to go see some of my deep dives that we've done. And I'll leave some of this other stuff, like we can talk about Lisa tomorrow. I have a lot of information on Lisa. Dykes, the family makeup, and a lot of information that was provided. But we can wait till like a lunch break or something. We don't have to like kill ourselves today. You know, so it's already been a long day, and we had a long day yesterday. So, yeah. The 10-minute chase. Yeah. Later on. Okay, that's a good question. What time? I think it would be a good idea to do the 10-minute chase like at 8 o'clock Eastern, because then I can move everybody over to the 9 p.m. drop of the video. Or should I do it at 8:30? Do I have that chase still here? I do have it here. Yeah, maybe I'll do it at. Okay, so I'll do it at 8:30 p.m. I'll schedule the stream. 8:30 p.m. And then that way I'll move everybody for the 9 o'clock premiere. So make sure you subscribe to the second channel, guys. Okay, I'll schedule the stream in a few minutes. Can do the press and chase on the other channel. Yeah, that's true. we might have to use the other channel, right? I mean, that's what it's for, I guess, right? That's for the extra notifications and the presser. Let's do it after. I'll premiere. I won't set the schedule yet. You could do it for like 10 probably. But I'm going to set it for 8:30, right? The chase 10-minute thing, I'm going to set it for 8:30. All right. Love you guys. See you in a little bit later. I'm going to take a little break, get a couple things done, and see you then. All right. Bye. Boop, boop. For some reason, I want to like blow a kiss for some odd reason. I don't know. It's so weird. All right. Bye.